Welcome back, folks. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は200、280、88目です。8日目です。Today is day 288. We are wrapping up unit 75. This is the unit before our story unit, which I'm incredibly excited about. As per usual, yesterday was our reset day for Neverwinter, so today is one day out from the last time we did this unit. Let's head right into our recall. I'm feeling a little bit refreshed. I think a break is in order in the near future, unless I try to arrange something. I think my energy level in the recent days are about 80%, 80-ish. Not the greatest. Let's try to stay focused. Not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. My energy level is declining because probably a little bit too engaged with things and stories and whatnot. And most of the time, I like to emphasize that. Oh, there, Blair. Most of the time, I emphasize, yes, engagement, being excited, being passionate, getting involved in things is great. However, maybe I want to share the other side of things. Sometimes I understand that there are plenty of people out there who feel less productive, not motivated to get up and do things. On the flip side of things, when you do find that thing and become incredibly passionate about it, and you start, escalating and escalating, it takes quite a lot of due diligence and discipline in order to understand when, like, okay, what you've escalated a wee bit too much, and your health is declining, physical health. And generally, at the earliest potential signs of decline, I tend to do my due diligence and tell myself, hey, you gotta take a break. It's the opposite side of things, right? I'm not sure how frequent people interact in this way. Sometimes the point that gets captured most of the time, like the very specific time point in someone's recent activities that can empathize with what I'm describing here, is when someone is incredibly bored. They go through a period of like desert wandering, right? And then they suddenly capture that really, really great thing where they go into the rabbit hole very, very rapidly and immediately enter that state where you're driving yourself into a hole as opposed to leaning into it, right? Say like the beginner workout, right? Haven't worked out ever, really want to find that motivation to work out. Suddenly you go into the first day and you get immediate results, right? It's great, it feels great. Then the next day there's a rapid decline, right? Because, or not really, they hit double time, and then the rapid decline happens and immediately cut off the interest right at its feet. I think that's the closest thing related to this. I, on the other hand, tend to have high endurance, I suppose. I would say one of the things is above average endurance. This comes from probably a lot of a lifetime of being high functioning. However, that doesn't that while having high tolerance for high functioning activities, it does wear, and it wears slowly. So what a potential cautionary tale for myself is that slow wear can be unnoticeable over a very, very long period of time. And over the years, I've become very disciplined at knowing when I'm slowly declining, right? So I want to keep my energy up. top off my energy at any given opportunity. Slow declines are one of those things that really make you not notice these things, right? For example, let's use something more tangible as opposed to feelings and physical well-being. Let's use microtransactions as a specific human condition. It is less noticeable to make $51 purchases versus a purchase of a $50. Let's say you bought $1 in credit over the course of 50 days, right? So, or $1 per day over 50 days. You will amass a balance of $50, right? Say it's for gift cards, so that we can normalize the value system, the tangible value system, as opposed to buying a $50 gift card on one day. That's probably the closest analogy right now off the top of my head that I can share. I think a high functioning person may lose sight of your declining health if the health is gradual due to many, many years of tolerance, right? And then you have the $50 gift card thing analogy where it's like, oh heck, if I can do $50 today, as an exaggeration, maybe I can do $51 tomorrow, right? So that increment starts off very high. And oftentimes in those cases, those are people that have passions as opposed to high functioning tolerance, right? And that's kind of where I am right now. We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna try to moderate, right? Moderation, make it sustainable. There's a little story on my mind at the moment, keeping track of one's own personal mental health, right? All right, so let's get into our recall. All right. Wait. All right. So, Unit 75, and my computer's okay. Can you refocus on the... Okay. All right. So Unit 75 cities. We're just gonna list them off. Shibuya, Harajuku. That was a little limpy. Yikes. Akihabara. Whoa. We kind of lost our stroke there. Okay. 신주쿠, 신주쿠. 이케부쿠로. Ginza, Ginza. Hiroshima. So these are... Oh, wait, we missed one. Supposed to be 8. Oh. Hold up. It's at the bottom. Mr. Yamanote. Yamanote. Okay. Now we have 8. Shibuya. And Saten. All Saten. Oh, whoops. Akihabara. Meito. Kaspure. Shinjuku, Akihabara, Ginza. Saraiman. Hataraku. Hataraku. Oops. Yamanote. Yamanote. Noru. Mensuru. Metro. Metro. Okay. Hiroshima. Right. Do I have the right? Yeah. Iroba. Iroba. Basho. Kyo wa something. No. Ooh, that's something else. Looks like Kyo wa something something dealing with. And it looks like nope. No. Okay. Tsuji wa kirimashita. You cut something. Alright. You know he ban inaru testo arimasu. Oh, finaru testo. Testo arimasu. Oh, nice. What did you cut? What the heck is that thing? I actually don't know. That does look like Hisuji, but I don't know if Hisuji works here. So what did you cut up? Nani wa kirimashita ka? Or nani o kirimashita ka? You know what's kind of interesting about Japanese though? Here's a thought. Okay. Hey. Doesn't I don't know what that is. Me? Oh, you cut out an eye? Oh, what the heck? So Hisuji must be the creature. Hisuji must be the creature. Oh, you know what that looks like? That looks like yan. So you cut up sheep's eye. That's yang. Like yang as in sheep or lamb. So that's probably lamb's eye. Me. Yeah, me no hitsuji o kirimashita. Okay. Chinese to the rescue. Same character. Cut out a sheep's eye, huh? Studies, guys, studies. Probably some ocular things. Was that for the exam? Let's keep going here. For sure. Jumin. Meme. Wait. Oh, right. Gather. Atsuri. Atsumari. Oh my gosh. It's a wobble session. How'd you think you do? Atsumari. Atsumaru. Not part of the exam, but it was to see everything we had learned in a real sense. Ah. Sheep. Interesting. Atsumari. Maru. Residents. Gather. Konmu. Oh, no, wait. That looks awkward. No, Komu. It's Komu. Not Konmu. Komu. Kazu. Inko. Ueru. Edu. Onaka. And then your final day of classes for the semester will be Thursday. That's 2 days from now. You just have to go in at 8 a.m. for one more exam, and then that's it until the spring semester at the end of next month. I'll be there at the finish line waiting to congratulate you on your I don't remember. Is this your first semester back? Like is this the conclusion of your first ever semester since you've been back? Or were you having ongoing studies before we met? I mean, it's no less special, but it is your first semester in school in 10 years. Oh, I can't wait to congratulate you in 2 days. With that said, the omedetou, right? Congrats. 2 days to go. In 10 years. I might say that in the future, maybe. I thought about it. 10 years out, go back to do a little side schooling. The possible side schooling I'll probably do is probably something online. Maybe like get a practice certification or something. Get re-educated in something, or not really re-educated, but being educated in things I maybe confer in a lot of things that I've already done in self-study. That is so exciting. 10 years. It's like visiting an old friend. It really is never too late. Whenever you choose, if you put your mind to it, it can be done. I know, right? That's the brilliance of an adult mind. Let's keep that, you know, with the lack of a better phrasing. Let's keep that in mind, that the wonders of age and experience makes things seem a lot more possible, right? Telling that to a younger self might be a little bit more of an obstacle. I'm sure you might think back to your younger self and forget that younger self that said, yeah, this is not for me, it's not possible, and it's like foop, out the door. But nowadays it's like, if you can put your mind to it, you can probably do it, right? That's a sign of lack of a better phrase, that's a sign of maturity. But maturity in the sense of like, not your, oh, you can't take a joke kind of thing, more like the maturity of an enlightened person compared to your younger self. It's always really wholesome and refreshing to see people who are biologically older but also mentally incredibly youthful. You don't, I don't think there's enough of that going around. Usually you capture these impressions from extraordinary individuals, right? People who are successful on content creation or something like that. Yet I would say a vast majority of older people have long since decided that their sustainability is by remaining consistent, which is a great thing. I have to admit, it's a great thing, but maybe exaggeratingly so, being far too consistent, and that consistency creates great comfort. Also, it's refractory to wanting to do new things or things you haven't done in a long while. It's like a metaphorical fountain elixir, you know, like a fountain of youth elixir. It's a little injection, put a pep in your step. Revisiting your youthful self gives a great opportunity to reminisce about that younger self, that younger passion when you were discovering things and learning things, right? I think language learning goes a long way to doing that too. Sorry, had to plug language learning as well. Unit 74. Unit 74 games. So that means you're gonna take a break, but also double down on language learning, right? Kidding. Oh, actually, do your cultural center have, like, since Christmas is around the corner, does your cultural center do things like holiday things? You know, I have often imagined, I don't know if this is sacrilegious or not, or like if there's some sort of taboo or crossing lines, but I have often would love to see like a Christmas tree adorned with like miniature paper lanterns or something. I often think that would be a pretty cool change up to the I don't know what you call those, like ceramic ornaments. Would be a really neat idea. Or like a combination. Okay, so this might be mistaken as a cultural insensitivity or perhaps like I might be crossing a little spiritual bounds because of my ignorance. However, I love the idea of the Christmas tree being a tapestry for hanging. I forgot those things what they're called, but it's things about writing notes, right? Writing notes to yourself. The idea of writing notes to yourself. So I've always often thought of maybe having like some sort of a reflective material, and you write these notes, you tie them up onto the tree branches, right? Hang them up on the tree branches, and then you use like a spotlight thing and make it reflective. So what happens is the spotlights light up the tree as opposed to using like electricity, right? Usually you would hang up ornaments and there would be like lit silly string lights around. They're great, but I often think of like an intersection between things that Asian cultures, or I suppose I'm thinking a very specific scene where like you have these things, right, hanging around, and then you have lanterns. I'm just gonna draw circles for their placements, right? Lots of rows and rows going through the streets, right? But these lanterns could also be on trees. Not that Christmas is, I don't know how much Christmas is, but you can have it like this, and then you can even have like a combination of things where then the spotlights from the outside would like refract off of them. I don't know. Thought about a lot of little things that would give you that homely feeling of the intersection of being in a diverse place. Bearing in mind that it's culturally sensitive to the people around. Sometimes things can be unintentionally used, right? But more out of ignorance than being deliberately malicious. I 初心者 There's something magical. There's something so magical about lights at night. The whole starry feeling. Densetsu. Zeruda. Makes me chuckle every time Zeruda. Deberu. Boss. House. Um. Oops. Sugiru. Ooh. Can on who Doki Doki. Oh wait, there are 2 or 3? There's 2. Yeah. Katsu. Makeru. Okui. Okui. Nigate. 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 Aisho. Aisho. Good morning, Turn. Early morning to ya. Early morning greet, I mean. I think we're good. Yeah, this is fine. Let's get into our review.
ステーキは硬かったです。
ステーキは硬かったです。Yeah, 硬い。No. I think we'll be a little bit more brisk today. Let's go. Bye. Interesting. Ooh, now I have an attachment to one of the... Can I relate it? No, I really can't. No, not really.
Chicken は硬かったです。Chicken
チキンは、鶏肉。Right. チキンは硬かったです。
硬です。別の会社で頑張ります。
別の、別の、別 is kind of okay. Kind of. It looks suspiciously like something else, which is kind of distinctively the same. Well, similar meaning. So, 別の会社。 Manga. I think that one's on the right, yeah. There an extra? No, there isn't. Okay. 会社で頑張ります。頑張る formally. Oh. Well, that's an interesting look. One is a little like this part. Wonder. That one's a little interesting. That little leg there is interesting. Okay, and then you have the... Oh, they went with the... okay. Oh, interesting. So you kind of have an essence of longing, like go longer, like do longer, do, and like do, see, be longer, or continue doing. That kind of makes sense. Well, I can connect it with something that deals with perseverance. 頑張る. Okay. 会社. Alright. 別の会社で頑張ります。もう少し今の会社 Let's just write 会社 again. 会社で頑張ります。Let's try 頑張ります again. Oh, that mnemonic helps out a lot. Whoops. Provided actually write the correct character. Yeah. Oh yeah. That actually helps out a lot. I might have said this a long time ago actually when people say it, when people use this kanji for like ganbatte and ganbaro. The thing that it has this character in it, and then now I know I have something that deals with this radical. I also have something that deals with this radical, and this looks like a modified of a different radical that deals with doing or have done something or going to do something.
会社。また喧嘩しました。
また喧嘩しました。Excuse me. 喧嘩しました。I don't think we have 喧嘩。喧嘩。Sorry. 喧嘩。Oh, well, that's different. We're going to leave that as is. That's a bit of a stretch. Genka right now. Mata. Okay.
彼と
彼氏と喧嘩しました。
喧嘩しました。
喧嘩しました。彼氏。Wait, I'm missing something. Am I missing something? Or is it because it's this way? Oh no, it is right to left. Yeah. Looks a little bare. Okay. Looks a little bare all of a sudden.
遊園地は混んでいました。
Yuanqi. No Yuanqi, but I did look it up. So, wait. Let's guess again. Maybe it's... No. And then N. There? I don't know. There was... Oh, maybe it's this. And then Chi. I think this thing is longer. And then Chi. We had Chi before too. Which is D. Was it this? Oh no, it's not water. It's the snail back. Okay. Right, the snail back. This U and Chi. Right, like Chizu. Right. We took the Chi from Chizu. And then we did the N from Koen. And then we took the U from oh no. We couldn't take the U from that, right? Because it's... No. I took the Ryu from... I took the Ryo from Ryoko. However, it's actually U, which is on Snailback. It's... Oh, wait, I screwed up. I forgot, there's no tail in Japanese. It's just straight down. Yeah. I can't think right off the bat where the snailback version was. It's a vacation park. It's a vacation park like place, Earth. So vacation like, so theme park, right? Like it's a getaway park place. So UNT wa kondeimashita. Oh, we just got kon. We recently got kon. Kon is, although in Shashinko we had kon. Right. This is komu. Komu. In the past progressive. Kondeimashita. Okay. 遊園地はとても混んでいました. Alright, let's try 遊園地 again. Oof. Slippery. Right. And komu. Wait, did it have 2 strokes at the top? I don't think so. Okay. Yeah. Oh, and I think I screwed up the first character. It's actually supposed to be this. Yeah. Not the cross. No cross. There's no like stroke. There's no extra stroke there. Komu.
ノートをコピーします。
Noteをコピーします。Okay. Notes or notes. Notebook. コンビニでこのレポートをコピーします。Okay.
他に何が欲しいですか？
I think 他 is wait. No. Is it? Hoka. Hoka is ta. Yeah, is ta. Something very generic. Yeah, it's ta. Hoka ni nani ga hoshii desu ka?
他に何が欲しいですか？
Desu ka? Else.
他に誰が来ますか？他に
誰がね？
他に誰が来ますか？
来ますか？
来ますか？
Right, hoka again. Okay.
手紙を読みます。
手紙を読みます。Okay. I guess I or she will find. What? It could be she. Oh, wait. It could be she. Don't give me that, Duolingo. I don't formal protest. Okay.
手紙
手紙を書いている or 書いてね
書いて
います。
ます。
Okay. I'm starting to like go back and forth between 書いている and 書いています. Right? You can write either. If you use a keyboard, if you type in いる, it'll still be fine. What else is coming? 誰が来ますか？
誰が来ますか？
Oh, who else is coming? Right.
他
ね他にとって
に
I might need to make a mental note of this thing where it's using the ni article
手紙を読みます。
Formal protests. There's not enough context to ascertain what the pronoun is or the topic of the sentence.
いい会社を紹介します。
いい会社を紹介します。No 紹介. Is it still kai? So it could be kai and show. Oh, there's too many shows. What would be relevant to introducing? Oh, to show? No, that doesn't work. Oh, okay. Oh no, it's really different. Oh. This one is going to take a while. Can I connect to anything with this? This one can... Oh no, you know what? It's the same thing, actually. Right? That's J. Jiao. Yeah, that's Jiao. Jiao Jie. No, just kidding. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. Oh, it's reverse. Jie Xiao. Jie. Jie Xiao. Yeah, it's the reverse. Okay, I can remember that. For Shoukai. And oh, this turns out not simplified. Interesting. Yeah. Jie Xiao. Jie Xiao is the same as Shoukai. Shoukai shimasu. It's to introduce. And of course there's no sudo or anything because there's no tense. We don't have to worry about tense. Okay. Oh, this is that situation where they reversed it. Largely they reversed it, and here's one of the things, right? Why is it in reverse? Well, predicates, this my running theory, as in like how I normalize this, is that predicates run towards the end. And in terms of the order things in Chinese, predicates run towards the middle, right? So, 借, oftentimes it's flipped if it's a part of a predicate because it's the other way around for Chinese most of the time. And we already talked about this multiple times. So if you're saying like sing, and if sing is composed of two characters, and the second character will likely come first in Mandarin as opposed to this character. So they tend to be swapped around because of the whole, in my opinion, this thing going on. So this ends up being the action, and this is the associated nominalizer, sort of. Like for example, like 跑步, right? 跑 is to run. 跑步 is to run the road, or like run something else, or like 走, 走, right? 走路, or 走, not 路. Is it? It is. Like you walk a path, right? 走, yeah, 走路, right? So the first action is 走, but 走 is second in Japanese, so it's closer to the end, and that ends up being the action as well. Although in this case, 走 is only a singular kanji, so you don't have to do this like flip. It's really interesting. It's such an interesting relationship. So if you keep in mind that if there's I don't know, this is my working template right now. If you have a multi kanji predicate, oftentimes that multi kanji predicate is reversed in Mandarin, or the other way around, whichever point you start. And oftentimes one of the characters, one of the hanzi is swapped out for a different character, or vice versa. In this case, there are cases where both characters are the same, however their order is swapped. It's super rare for the order not to swap, or one of the characters to have been swapped in a predicate situation. Unless they're a singular character, then it doesn't matter because it's a singular character. Such an interesting relationship. Anyways, let's write kaisha again to like solidify it a little bit again. Getting rusty on characters that I don't write very often. So kaisha. And shokai suru is right. So we take, in this case, Chinese was introduced first, so I take the Chinese and I reverse it. Interestingly, no. I haven't gotten a chance to write this in Chinese. Not a lot of exercises deal with introduction or to introduce. Okay. いい会社を紹介します。Right.
私の会社の仕事を紹介します。私の会社会社の仕事を紹介します。紹介します。
Okay. So we have kaisha again, right? Things get progressively sloppier as I continue to write it a little quicker. Shigoto. I guess this is shigoto for Japanese, right? Yes. Shigoto and okay. One more time. Whoops. I talked about this the other day at the end of the Chinese session, or one of the things, that I'm doing this to keep myself engaged. So I'm spending the extra time writing things again, looking at the characters again, and trying to focus on radical associations that I'm creating myself with the knowledge that I have, in order to make myself not be complacent, not get into a groove of saying, oh, that's what the character means, oh, that's what this character means, because I'll get less and less involved with my writing.
昼ご飯を作りましょう。
昼ご飯を作りましょう。Okay. Right, 昼ご飯. Not all of it, like constantly doing all to slow it down too much. Enough to keep myself interested in doing and juggling more tasks, because before it used to take just as long. Like now I have a lot of extra time. Instead of going faster, I put in more things and more effort into doing the same task, right? So now I'm juggling more things. I'm thinking about more meanings, more connections, and maybe in the future I can make some puns off radicals or something. That would be kind of fun. Like, oh yeah, you know, this radical is nowhere near this radical, but let's just make a story up that connects those two for fun, right? To engage ourselves. 今日何を作りましょう。作りましょう。カレー works. 今日カレーを作りましょう。That sounded really weird. Kind of sounded a little weird. We should cook a tasty meal. Okay. Meal. I suppose they went with Gohan. Wait, is there no other choice of Gohan? No. Okay.
おいしい。
おいしいご飯を作りましょう。
作りましょ
まずいカレー。
まずいカレー。Oh, actually, I'm not sure if we have mazui. No, we do not. However, there was a context clue for mazui. It's boo. It's boo, not tasty. Yeah. It's boo, taste. Boo, bad taste. Boo, yao. Oh, boo, dao. Like, wei dao. This is dao. So usually it deals with taste. Wei dao. Taste. So, and this is boo, so not tasty, right? So it's bad in taste. Yep. Chinese to the rescue. We haven't learned this combination of for mazui yet. But this is not. It's a negation of taste. Mazui kare. So just bad curry, right? Shokudo. Okay, shokudo. Right. Shokudo is the same for both. For both Chinese and Japanese. It's shi and shi tang tang shi tang shi tang. Easier to write because they're the same. Sometimes writing gets reinforced a lot better because they're the same and the reads are different, so it will require an extra step, right? At least from my point of view. So shokudo no kare wa mazui desu, because the kan is like it's not clean, right? Chicken mo. Oh, just kidding. Wait, how does this? Oh, it's the e adjectives versus na adjective.
まず綺麗
So there's not enough context for the actual meaning, because you could kind of see with enough things they can go in either direction. But the janai des and the des gives away which one it is. Mazui is an e adjective and kirei is a na adjective. So you wouldn't say mazui janai desu. You would say kirei janai desu. That was like the unit's grammar demonstration. So yes, again, not enough context. You could kind of argue it's bad, but then the what is that? Wait. Teburu. Yeah, teburu mo. The table could be clean, even if the cafeteria curry was bad, right? However, you could argue the sentiment is that you would say two negative things back to back. Generally speaking, though, then you would input like demo or something that turn the meaning. So that's where they were demonstrating that too. There's no meaning change, which if you're saying something bad, it usually follows with something that's bad. If it's something good, it's something that follows with something good. However, in normal conversations or like in conversations, people's logic, they can have leap of logics. So some people can say something that's good, followed up with something that's bad. However, the way Duolingo is introducing it, oftentimes that requires a tone shift, like demo or something, right? However, something like that. And I do that in writing. I'm not sure how frequently I do tone shifting or like attitude shifting when I'm speaking. So if I'm speaking like very positively, I tend to try to speak positively most of the time, actually. So I don't usually shift from positive to negative without a disclaimer. And I think a lot of times being concise or giving the impression of being concise and logical involves carrying your conversation in a way that is logical or feels logical. So you can sound very positive while saying a string of negative things, largely due to consistency, as opposed to things that I notice most of the time, which is cognitive dissonance. When someone says they're really enjoying something and suddenly only saying negative things after they said they enjoy something, that is oftentimes a form of cognitive dissonance. Sometimes, though, there are individuals who actually normalize this type of conversation strategy, where they say something positive and characterize it negatively. When they say something negative, they attempt to characterize it positively, and that, in a sense, can be a little disjointed. If you ever get the feeling like you're listening to someone and suddenly you're like, why does this feel so scatterbrained, right? Like, do you like this or don't you like this? That little weird impression, and you're not like really into what they're saying, so you're not breaking it down and observing the behavioral pattern. Oftentimes, that little confusion that you feel, in my opinion, that one feels during someone's presentation, is the idea that the tone of your remarks keep on changing. And I think I'm not sure how concise Japanese people are. Like, what I mean is, what is the baseline of switching tones? To me, as someone who has a very limited understanding, like learning of the Japanese construct, because there's no compound sentences and paragraphs, even within like 2 sentences and 3 sentences that Duolingo does, they usually stick to both what I think the English and the Japanese convention, maybe also the Chinese convention, of you don't suddenly, one is discouraged from suddenly tone shifting. And I'm not talking about like pitch now. I'm talking about the tone of your sentence and your ideas, randomly tone shifting in the middle of things. Like, oh yeah, this game is great, but it's hot garbage. That's like, wait, so is this game good or bad? Like, what are you saying? That's usually scatterbrainy. Now hear me out with one little comment. Sometimes if you're meeting a high functioning person, right, a person who is thinking at light speed, and I do this from time to time if I don't develop my skill or like develop my idea in advance, right? You would skip over things. So you would do essentially a quick leap of logic, as in you said you like the game and you imagine yourself saying a bunch of things you like, but then you skipped. The moment you talk, you skip to the negative side of things immediately. So there wasn't on average, for another person outside, there wasn't enough time to say, oh, you like this for this reason, and then now here are some cons to those reasons, right? So naturally, one has to become accustomed to using lead-in words and transitional words. And in Japanese, the only one that I lean on is demo, right? Demo is my only maybe yeah, I just stick on demo. Yeah, that's it so far. That's all we got. So anyways, this is a grammar. Let's write mazui. Mazui is, it's kind of interesting. All these things are making me want to digress, but we gotta try not. From what you know, frequent contradictory sentences are common, but sudden tone shifts aren't common just due to Japanese culture. Yeah, okay. That's good to know. Yeah. That's good to know. Yeah, I think the impression I've gotten was that really drastic tone shifts are not common. However, people can make like contradictory comments, but the tone doesn't shift. Like, oh man, suddenly like now this person is giving me the impression that they're angry while they're making lots of analyses and whatnot. They don't suddenly go from I'm really, really positive about this and then I'm really, really negative about this. However, when you encounter online, when people are typing, like if they're used to texting and stuff, I often have to remind myself, I don't know how often other people remind themselves, that a lot of thought is happening between separate texts. So when you read it as a continuous thing, right? When a person reads text at a continuous thing, they have to keep in mind that time passed between those texts. It's not like a necessarily the most ongoing conversation. So when someone suddenly says, talking about like, oh, I love this thing, it's happened a bunch of times. I've got into many misunderstandings when someone says, you know, oh, this is a great show, and then suddenly they say another remark that's kind of negative, and they're like, oh, sorry, I'm not talking about the show, the above show, because I've already moved on from that show, that kind of thing. I have come into contact with people who have speech like that though, and oftentimes when they have to give presentations and stuff, you can really tell when they are lacking transition. There's a lot of lack of transition, so it's very quote unquote hard to follow. So there is still that to take into consideration when you're watching content in your target language, right? It's not assured that the type of content you like is not characterized with a lot of sudden leaps. So that's a thing that when you're learning a target language, for example, there's a lot of thought about what happens when you're learning English now, and where do you learn this English? A lot of times people would champion the idea of, oh, immersion is the way. You want to talk to native speakers, natural speakers. Well, what do they look like in English? There is a possibility, not that it's a bad or a good thing, because eventually you become understandable in any way. The idea is you could possibly normalize this sudden, like, maybe potentially undesirable to that person, undesirable tendency to do tone shifts and stuff without actually knowing it because of learning a target language. Nevertheless, it's something to be aware of and one can explore, right? Do you want to appear that way? Because can be very disorienting, right? It's the character, for example, your favorite character, very scatterbrained, right? And to elicit that feeling of scatterbrain, you can do it intentionally. It's part of the character, it's part of the acting. My favorite example when it came to Japanese was when I was learning Japanese, I was also, this year was, or I guess earlier this year and then maybe a little bit of the previous year, was the year of Frien, the anime. And there's a character in Frien, that is very, very distant. They're very socially awkward. So they only speak in the formal, speech, regardless of their relationship with the group of characters. They try to be empathetic and casual, but they continue to speak in formal speech. And it was supposed to give you the idea and the feeling that this person is very distant but trying to be close, right? And in no way did that character ended up breaking the formal speech yet. And that was supposed to give you an idea. So when you're like learning English, the question is the person you're following, the person you resonate with, already habitually scatterbrained, as in like they tend to be, it's part of their act, or maybe it's part of their personality. It's not a bad or good thing. These things you normalize or not, right? Nevertheless, it will require a tone shift to make something positive into negative, which I thought about. Like, you're like, someone asked me before, like, how will I reconcile sounding native or not? Or how do I acquire punctuality or being articulate and concise? It was the people that I was around, the people that I spent time with when I was growing up and developing English. So my diction and my ability to present ideas with, say, less filler words during complicated sentences, and when to pause, when to emote or like nod and whatnot, right? Those are acquired from being around people like that, right? So it's a very interesting thing when you sit down and doing language learning and you start really revisiting all these interesting tendencies because you're, as a consequence of learning a new target language, right?
あのコンビニは今開いています。
あのコンビニは今、because this is a regular opening, so開いています。Yes, 開いています。
あのコンビニは今開いています。
Right. Yes. I'm reviewing in my head the transitive and intransitive tendencies. So it's aiteimasu because they're using aku as opposed to akeru, which is commonly transitive. This is suggesting that it's an intransitive, right? The convenience store happens to open now, as opposed to someone opened the convenience store now. Let's see. Oh, that store.
コンビニ
コンビニはまだ まだ空いていますか？
空いていますか？
ワインは全然美味しくなかったです。
ワインは全然。全然。Oh. We won't get into the 50-50 between Chinese and... Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Yeah, Zen. We won't get into the 50-50 stroke order between like these patterns between Chinese and Japanese. We just go with it. 美味しくなかったです。Okay. Oh. Okay. Oops. All that. そのレストランのスキー、ピザは美味しくなかったです。Okay.
これは私のものです。
これは私のものです。Okay. Just our mono. Actually, that's kind of an interesting thought. Is there a special case in which mono is kana only? No. Oh, there is some case, but it's not this case. Yeah, it's not this case. This case happens to be mono. So sometimes it's hard to tell yet. This is like a really early unit, so almost exclusively outside of a few kanji are written in kanji for the purpose of being in kanji most of the time. But mono in this case doesn't seem like there's a frequency exclusion that this would be written in kana. But there are a few examples, which is interesting. Like used to emphasize emotion, judgment, etc. Used to indicate a common occurrence in the past after a verb in past tense. That's interesting. So mono, right? Mono butsu, mono butsu. Okay. This is mine. This stuff is mine. That is hers. Okay. 彼女、あれ？あれのね？あれものは彼女、no, I'm just kidding. 彼女のです。Wait, I was kidding, but あれものは彼女です kinda works. Is that what they were going for? Or is it the other way around? あれは彼女のもの. Okay, dang it. It's kind of funny because what I was doing is I was thinking maybe it wouldn't have worked. I just wanted to test. It was unlikely to work. I was testing if you could do like a implicit possession, and then this might serve as like a noun holder. So then it would say that stuff, right? That, oh no, but this is are. So this is are. Never mind. I don't think it can work like that. It would require something different here. So I was gonna say like that stuff is hers. So it ends up being like somewhat similar, but that's more of a Chinese thing, actually. What I did here is more of a Chinese thing. It's fine.
細い道はゆっくり進みます。
It would have been funny, or it would have been interesting if that was acceptable. Okay. 細い right? Yeah.
細い道はゆっくり進みます。
ゆっくり No. ゆっくり進み right? 進みます。
細い道はゆっくり進みます。
進みます。細い道はゆっくり進みます。
細い道はゆっくり進みます。
Okay, ゆっくり。
店で細いペンを買いました。店で細いペンを買いました。店で
細いペン
を
を買いました。
買いました。
Okay, so
あれ
あれは彼女ものです。おーきどき。
パン屋でパンを買いました。
パン屋でパンを買いました。
コピー機
コピー機。Oh no. Dang. I haven't written this in a long while. I think, yeah, it's a key and thread, or close to thread. Do this. There was something down here. I think it was this. Something like that. Yeah. Gotta check this character. Yes. Yes, right. Key. Oh, I still remember this being like, oh man, it's a complicated kanji, but man, this stuff feels great. I think this stuff is interesting. Right. Key. Copy key. Copy machine. Right. このコンビニ機は本当。Okay, so let's write key again. Let's practice. Key and 本当。Right. 本当に古いです。Right.
スプーンはフォークの隣です。
スプーンはフォークの隣です。Oh no. Tonari is notorious for me. We're just gonna have to remind ourselves what tonari is. Right. Because of this up here, that really throws me off. And then yeah, this thing up here is like, I don't know how to remind myself about that one. When you see it, you see it. When you have to write it, not so much at the moment. No, tonari desu. I guess the spoon. Spoon はフォークの隣です。
6月4日にデートに行きました。
6月に4日にデートに行きました。6月4日。悪い。It's so much practice. 悪い。悪い。Okay, what else we have? シリアルカーテン。6月 and シャトルバス。
悪い。
シリアル
カーテン。6月。シャトルバス。
let's see. Okay.
フォーク、スプーンは
フォークの隣。
隣。
Okay, let's write 隣 again. Right. 隣です。
面白いシーンはありましたか？
I'm having a habit of dropping des. Like, I could just say 隣 and end there. 面白い。Okay, 面白い。Right. Sure. Okay. 面白いscene. Oh, scene. That could be so many things, but that's fine. 面白いシーンはありましたかシーン。I guess was there an interesting scene? Sure. Scene. Oh, right. I guess this would be like Saigo, right? Yeah, Saigo. Saigo. I don't know if I recognize Saigo. Oh, I mean, that's not bad. Saigo. It also kind of is very close to Saisho. So you can relate it, you can couple them as antonyms. So Saigo and Saisho. And then that's interesting. So when they use sho, it ended up with, oh yeah, I see. Interesting. Saigo went with outside. Or like on the, I feel I'm interpreting this as the most fringed, like the most on the outside. So when you start with something, the thing that's most late or like the most outside, like late, and also this is also part of like go-go, right? Or an element of being later in the day. So there's also that, and then soto, right? And soto. And then I'm not talking about like outside as in like soto. But it's like late. It's far from the beginning. The greatest late. The greatest late. Yeah, that's fine. This is Jue as well. J, which is the degree. The latest, right? The latest. So the latest is last. And then I haven't, I guess now I finally know Saisho, which this show means beginning, or like first, or like coming into And then that also means this is also attached to beginner now for me, which is just starting off, right? Beginner. 初心者, 初心者, right? So 初心者. And this is the same show. So that's our current unit. 最初. Oh no, not our current unit. Last unit about video games. About video games. So now we have more stuff to attach this to. Although we didn't get cycle, which is interesting. Usually Duolingo introduces antonym pairs when they introduce something like absolutely new. So 最初 was not revealed to be associated with cycle. Although if they introduce cycle, then they would have to talk about time. So the next time we talk about time, they might introduce cycle. Like, well, what time did talk about time, but then if you go last, it's actually a figure of speech of when you did something. When you do something last, it's a time thing. So we'll probably see cycle next time, dealing with going first and going last, or doing something first, doing something last, probably.
わ、
最後はoh
わ、
最後のシーン
シーン、わ、
は本当に
本当に、
bad, worse bad, terror bad. Where are we going with this? 最悪。
最悪で
Oh,
した。
that makes so much sense now. 最悪。最悪でした。Oh. Huh. Right? Wait. Right? Because it's the worst. It's sai. It's the same sai. Oh, now it makes sense. Oh my gosh, this is no wonder they had these in the same unit. These are the same sai. And then this is the like bad, but like interesting. Because aku is the same character, right? Yeah, aku is the same character as warui. And then you add sai to it. Right? You add sai to it. So it's the most bad, which equals worst. Oh, and then they use cycle. This is definitely gonna happen again. It's so obvious that they did this. This was not obvious to me the first time. I think this was maybe 100 days back. Like back 100 days. I didn't make the connection that these are the same sai. And they were expressing degrees of their adjacent thing. Go and aku. Intriguing. Very intriguing. So convenient. Sayako. Aku. Bro is speedrunning Duolingo. Sure. Let's see. Sea river right person. Or actually, I don't actually know the thing before the person. Interesting. So if we combine them, it would be Kagawa Hayato. Okay. Hayato Kagawa, fair enough. Do I want to reach 999 days streak? I mean, we're probably gonna keep up with Duolingo for as long as we live. So I like to believe that I will live more than another 700 days, roughly 720 days. So yeah, sure. time moves consistently, so if you're talking about day streaks, right? If you're talking about day streaks, you can't speed run time. I thought I make that comment.
どんな問題がありましたか？
どんな問題問題問題 I already dropped the mon. I think the mon is like 質問, right? Oh, mon. It was our chapter with mondai, 質問. It's about a very similar thing. And then dai is tai in or tea. So, and then it's the full fat one, not the simplified one. This one. Mondai. どんな問題がありましたか? So, is there a problem? Or, what kind of problem was there, I suppose? What kind of problem were there? Past tense. Right.
いつも問題がありました。
The poetic nature of using the phrase speed running. Probably should highlight some of my frequent commentary on that. I talked to Tio about it. I had a funny story and encounter that I was sharing with Tio 3 days ago about the meme perceptions between the association of usage of words like bro and speedrunning and Duolingo all in one.
いつも問題がありました。
いつも問題がありました。
ありました。
Had all sorts of problems. ありました。all sorts of problems. いろいろ。Seven いろいろ。I think I did have it. Yes, I did have a いろいろ. They use color. いろいろ. Oops. Right. And then use the kuma. いろいろ.
いろいろ
いろいろな、いろいろな、いろいろな問題がありました。
肉まんを2つください。
肉まんを2つください。Oh, we talked about this the other day too, about pork buns being niku in nikumon. Actually, nikuman. So, nikuman is man using like something related to? No, it's just man. Oh, I guess you could. No, that's not close enough. Well, I guess you could use Niku manju, right? Manju. But manju, ooh. No. Well, there's man. That's fine. What was to? Oh no, it doesn't link up with manto. Dang. But it does have man in it. So we do have a connection. It's kind of interesting. So you have like roll, right? Roll man, which is not simplified because Japanese, right? Does it actually have 2 lines? Ain't no way it has 2 lines. It's probably this character, which is the same simplified character. And then man, this man, right? To be connected with manto. And then they ended up using you. Interesting. Overcomplicating things, but roll, right? Roll man, and then oh would have been this, which is our newest vocabulary for Chinese. Mantou, which is a steam bun, quote unquote steam bun. However, it's usually a pork steam bun, which me and Chern went back and forth a little bit, exchanging our common colloquial. And then roll, which is niku. Niku tends to default to this still. So when you're thinking of, and then man is just spelled out man in hiragana apparently, which can be substituted with this. I'm more used to seeing manju for this type of thing. But then when you translate it, it's going to be pork buns. And they drop the steam. Oh, that's interesting. It's a steam bun, generally manju, steamed with meat filling, generally speaking. So like tatsu, so 2 like pork buns, please, right? Because it defaults to pork, even though it's roll and niku, and it's all it says is it's a meat filled bun, but what type of meat, right?
このガムとこの切手をください。
And
肉まんも1つください。全部でいくらですか?
okay, they're at a start. They're asking about how much things cost. And I don't think it's a coincidence between the two, because that specific type of cuisine and that item is attached to a Chinese legacy. So those two still carry over. The idea that this item tends to be filled with pork has a legacy that carries really, really far back between Japan and China. At least that's my take on it, I suppose. I'm sure a historian would love to regale me in the nuances if I have the opportunity. Ocha? What the heck is ocha written like that for? Ocha to nikuman wa 1000 yen. 1000 yen ni narimasu. Yeah, naru being used as an accounting, a form of accounting. And then it requires ni. I think. Yes. Here. It has become this much. Like in accounting is this much money and those items. And then I don't think we need ocha, but right. Ocha. Okay. Alright. Lots of review. We got lots of review. Oh, we're back to our current unit. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Alright. Okay. Back to our proper nouns. Shibuya.
渋谷
私たちは新宿でバスに乗った。私
私たちは新宿駅? I must wait.
新宿
新宿駅で no, just 新宿でバスに乗った。Okay. I thought they were at a station. That's fine. 渋谷
天
花見 Harajuku.
原宿
Harajuku. Harajuku, and then this was Kosaten.
交差点
Kosaten.
週末はコスプレをします。
週末はコスプレをします。コスプレをします。週末は。
紅茶
紅茶。動物。
動物
動物. Oh no, I'm a pep. I thought about favorite foods and suddenly I said 動物. 動物
渋谷
Shibuya 原宿
原宿
3日間
3日
about comic books in Ikebukuro. Oh, comic books referring to manga no hon, which is kind of weird, but that's okay. Ikebukuro, the pawn bag.
池袋
Ikebukuro de
漫画
漫画の本を買いました。
かまた
3番ホームの電車に乗る。3番ホーム
ホームの電車
電車
に乗る。
馬の背に乗った。
馬の背に乗った。Oh. Intriguing. 背に乗った。馬の背に。Oh, really? Interesting. That's kind of funny. So umano se, right? We got se before. Se usually refers to like height, but senaka was the phrase that we had for back. But I'm guessing they dropped the naka and it's implying back as well. Kind of like a very Chinese thing, actually. But so the way this makes sense is you rode on something and it says you rode on a horse, and say it could be you rode on a horse's height, but it could also mean back without the naka. But it's not really implied anywhere that you could say it for back, but it only makes sense that you rode on a horse's back. So uma no se ni notta. Interesting. Stop. You know what? I don't know if I wrote stop as a new verb. Stop. So tomari, right? Was that part of the vocab? I don't think so. Tomari. We'll keep that in mind. Tomari. So tomarimasu. Kono densha. この電車は秋葉原駅に止まります。Okay. 秋葉原駅に止まります。Oh, 止まりますか？ Question. My bad.
新宿のカフェで会いました。
新宿のカフェ。新宿のカフェで会いました。原宿、うん、原宿は渋谷 is the station next to, right? So 原宿は渋谷の隣、渋谷の隣の駅です。Okay. 原宿は渋谷の隣の駅。Or is it 駅の No, the station is next to Shibuya. A senior from your course fitted you with contact lenses yesterday, so this is my second day wearing them. They're really interesting. I noticed the lenses have katakana on the blister packs. Oh, that's interesting. How's when you say it's a interesting experience, how is it? Did you do some cartwheels and somersaults and handstands to test out the fit? I'm kidding, but maybe crab walk. Do some calisthenics, roll around. The first time I had contact lenses for on and off. Like I have like one-time use contact lenses on the side, just stored like one pack on the side whenever I have to have the occasional like physical event, like if I go out to a running event or a dear me mud runner. A mud run can be a little challenging because you get mud in your eyes quite often, but that's perfectly all right. But yeah, you share an image of them with your Japanese friend, and finally enough he wears the same ones. In Japan they're called akuaro usu. Akuaro. Maybe like accurate cups. You know, like contact, like in where does the akuaro? It kind of sounds like accurate cups. Aqua locks, I think. Oh, aqua locks. What the? Oh, that kind of makes sense actually. Oh, I see what they mean by aqua locks. That's actually pretty clever. It's kind of sort of describing what it actually is. Like the contact lenses. Interesting. Aqua locks, huh? I was thinking more like accuracy cups. You know, like it's concave, like the shape. They kind of look like cups, and then when you put them on, it increases the accuracy. Here they're just called infused. They're made by, oh yeah, Bausch and Lomb. Yep. Bausch and Lomb. Bausch. I don't remember how to pronounce their things, but which is a couple hours away from you. Oh, you actually are next to the head, an HQ of it. That's interesting. Yo, what do I use? Yeah, I still have like half a box of AcroView 2 thing. I think they are probably, I might have to discard them soon at some point, largely due to I haven't gone out to do physical events in a long while, and they have technically contacts have like pretty decent shelf life, but they're not indefinite shelf life. You got them for free from your college, but I looked them up on some website, and my goodness, they're expensive. Yeah, it's basically $1 a lens for dailies. That's fairly reasonable. That's a pretty reasonable price. $1 a lens. That's a very reasonable price. And I'm guessing it's probably gonna be a vendor like 1-800-Contacts or something like that. Not sponsored, by the way. For screen time and stuff, you'll probably see me nonstop using glasses because contacts does this thing where it sucks the moisture out of your eyes if you stop blinking. If your frequency of blinking changes, and oftentimes when you're looking at a screen or a fixated distance, you blink less frequently. Sometimes you could try to actively remind yourself to blink, but contact lenses get really ripped out. Like it starts sucking the moisture out of your eyes. It enhances how the contact is creating a barrier between you blinking and the material itself. So remember to blink. Remember to blink when you're wearing contacts and staring at a like a fixed distance. Or if you get too focused on something like reading with contacts, when you're like reading text and you're just hard grind, don't forget to blink. Gotta wet those eyes. There are people who use if they're used to wearing contacts, like there are people who glasses can't really, they don't work as well as contacts because contacts can kind of address some things that glasses may not be as convenient. So for those people, they actually use eye drops. Like they add eye drops to their routine every once in a while when they're doing something like this. It's just incredibly interesting to you as well how you can take something so soft and malleable as silicone hydrogel, yeah, and just slip it on an eyeball with certain curves, yeah. To like contacts have that wonderful advantage of being able to create like a curvature, right? Like to complement the curvature that is causing maybe like astigmatism and whatnot. And I think one of the things that I enjoy quite a lot about contact lenses is astigmatism is addressed even further. Like at least from a practical sense for me, if you have like a very noticeable astigmatism, especially at night driving, contact lenses go a long way. So, and oftentimes when I was driving back in the day, I would leave for a physical event, like a running event or something. So I would wear contacts during that trip. The clarity of your vision through a contact lens I feel is greater than through your glasses, but your lenses are made from polycarbonate, which isn't the best of see-through. Oh, so you skimped out on your glasses, Valentine. Do I have to go? No, I'm just kidding. I was like joking, like, do I have to go into a 4-hour discussion about how the things you use every day in life is worth the potential exponential cost? I'm kidding. Oh, I'm glad to hear you're having a positive experience with contact lenses. There are quite a lot of early insecurities about wearing contact lenses for someone who wears prescription glasses. I think I tried out contact lenses about 2 or 3 years after I got maybe 3 or 4 years after I got hit in the face multiple times while wearing glasses. Can't help it. You're in high school, you go to a PE class and someone's gonna spike a volleyball right into your face, right? That's gonna happen. Or play dodgeball and someone deliberately throws a ball at your face, right? Kids. Unless you go the other direction and get a pair of rec specs. I don't know if they still make rec specs where they make like glasses deliberately made to take like blunt force trauma to the face.
Shinjuku.
Shinjuku. Whoops.
Shinjuku.
Desu. You'll definitely continue wearing your glasses. I really like your frames, and honestly, putting the contacts in is a bit of a pain. It certainly is. Who wants to physically touch their own eyeballs, right? Kind of gross. well, you know, you hope you don't touch it with your fingers, right? One thing I would say is eye fatigue in the morning is something that can play a really strong role on putting on contacts routinely. When you get up in the morning, your eyes are incredibly sensitive. Like it's like most things when you are in a state of sleep and then you get up. And oftentimes, if people wear contacts daily, the first time they would put on their contacts would be early in the morning, right? Oftentimes, I found that a routine where you wake up early in the morning, you still rely on your frames, and then you go out and work out or something, get your body acclimated to being up, right? Having wind hit your eyes and whatnot, and then put on your contacts. But the thing that I've discovered a lot is if you don't do morning activities or anything like that and you go straight to your contacts, ooh, it can be a hit or miss because your eyes are so like sensitive. And if you're prone to being a groggy early morninger, then that routine can be really non-sustainable because your eyes are incredibly sensitive and if not a bit low droopy in the morning if you're not an early riser or someone who feels very pep straight out the gate. I would say I'm about a 6 out of 10 most of the time. I'm slightly above average when I pop out of bed. However, that run, I choose to run in the morning because energy levels are high, but boy, do my eyes. Sometimes, this is going to sound really peculiar, but I live in a neighborhood, there aren't a lot of cars, but half the time, if I go out really, really early to run, like, you know, straight from getting up to running, I kind of close my eyes when I'm running. I run the same path for so long now. I largely rely on my ears and like the feeling of my foot hitting the ground when running. So oftentimes I would like close my eyes, not necessarily always out of fatigue, but more for I want to imagine myself somewhere else or like taking in more senses. So I sometimes I would run like a quarter or half the distance with my eyes closed because it's a straightaway. There's like 4 straightaways and then 2 bends. As what you do in this morning? I would describe myself as a minute man every day. I get up and my morning routine is to throw my clothes on, brush your teeth, and leave for school. Oh, okay. You don't really do much before the start of your routine. The start of your routine is the required task of the day for me, so to speak. It's more, I'm still the same. Like what I mean, the last thing is your routine, you start a routine. There are people who don't have routines. My routine is to wake up and sit down, warm my body up and warm up. That's still a routine. But there are people who don't have routine. As in, contacts are not for those who do not have routines, in my opinion, in the morning. So, even if you're someone who gets up and go right out the door, the contacts could ruin someone who don't have a routine. Like someone who occasionally have off nights and then occasionally have on nights. So you and I both have routines. We just choose to have different types of routines in the morning. Like running with your eyes closed. Your morning routine is usually fairly slow unless you oversleep. Hopefully that works, right? And then you don't miss what you have to do, right? Yeah, I like hearing about morning routines. My morning routine is the moment I open my eyes is when I feel that my body gets slightly cold. So what I mean is it's warm until it's not. So I get up, I would reach over, look at my phone, check the time, right? Specifically the time. I don't have any other form of clocks. So, you know, always on display. Lift it up, it shows the time. Then I do this like, I sleep on the floor, by the way. Not like directly on the floor, but I sleep on floor level, like a futon, right? I get up and I do a squat straight up. Sit right here. My bed is like legitimately rotating. I rotate this chair around and I squat down, go to bed, right? And I get up, look at my clock, squat up, right? From a squatting position, get on the seat here. I have a hot air device, air purifier device here. I turn it on to a temperature that gets my muscle warmer than I usually am because it started cooling down. Your body warms up as it's getting ready to get up. And then if it's a cold day, it would start to cool down. So that's like my morning wake up call. I get up, I turn this on for like a minute or two, like start rubbing out my legs, right? Get them ready for the run. And then change my clothes into my running clothes, straight out the door, come back, then I wash up, change into my indoor clothes, which you'll probably see me wear all the time, and get a light snack, and then I'm on stream. So here we are now. After this stream goes off, right, I would eat dinner. Read as many things as I can possibly do, and practice and update as much topical things as possible. So this is just taking in knowledge, not really like practicing anything. It's to update myself with the current situation, come up with ideas, address ideas. Then I would turn on my hot cold device and cool myself down and go to bed. Yeah, that's probably 80% of it. All the other stuff fits in somewhere in that big template, the template routine. You usually wake up at 5 a.m., turn off my alarm till my second one around 30 minutes later. Okay, brush your teeth, get dressed, talk with my brother for and around an hour, then head to school. Oh, that's a pretty nice one. You throw in some socializing too. Yeah, this is as much socializing as I get on a daily basis. I usually spend most of my time alone. I know how that sounds. Alone, and I'm brainstorming topical discussions for a future thing. And since most of my time is spent speaking, I save that social time for now. Hence why I suppose I'm always ready to have a discussion. I'm prepared to have a discussion. Sometimes you wake up at the first alarm, though if I plan on getting something extra done in the morning. Ah, very nice. You got like a more flexibility in your alarm. Yeah. My first fork in decision making is when I get up and I turn this device on for like a minute or two. I feel out my legs. So I do like seated extensions. I get up a little, do some standing squats, maybe some calf raises, and then like kick around and extend my legs and stuff to see where my legs are. So over time now, I stopped doing the whole performance gain thing where like you're constantly pushing yourself harder. I'm more like checking for how my legs and my calves and thighs feel. So then I get an idea of how much above the current baseline that I want to push for. So that's usually when my fork happens. And probably the same way I would approach it like an event day. Like if I had to go for a 5-hour drive or something right after, I kind of be able to gauge how well I can handle that 5-hour drive.
その大きな交差点は少し危ないです。
If I'm very tired, I consider some meditative routines thrown in. There's like it's kind of funny. I would love to see other people's flowcharts. So like you could do a flowchart where like this is the start of the day, right? And then you try to create a template description of what you do 80% of the time. As in what I mean is, or maybe even greater than 50% of the time. So you have a stencil, right? Like this, as time proceeds going down, you have some additional forks, right? Some loops as you're going down. And then you have alternative loops in decision making that's inputted in various places, or contingencies or like events and whatnot, to say like everything outside of this routine, this is your routine, and then everything else is auxiliary to that. And to see what it's like, to compare it between like, I would love to have like a database of different people, different backgrounds, different, occupations, and then seeing, obviously you can't have this, it's more like a privacy thing, so this stuff is more like a idealistic dream of a system where you can then use like filtering systems, like dear me, AI assisted pattern recognition to bootstrap and data mine through these routines to see if you can experiment with your routine. So there are systems in place like these and data mine things like these out there already. However, there's always a contingency of privacy, right? Privacy and the accuracy of that information. Self-reporting can be nebulous, right? Self-reporting can be bias, right? And it's also a selection bias for these type of things. Like those who are willing to forego privacy to provide accuracy. And however, you can probably do this with your close friends or your family collectively and integrate new patterns. I call these like little Y intersections habits. A lot of times these are habit units or atomic habit units, right? I thought about writing these things in a formal way. However, I feel like it can be misguided or it can be misused. So I haven't really crossed that idea of publishing something that is for fun, but also could be misused. I have often worried about these type of things. Anyways, there are other people who do these things. I think what's his name? A certain person who talks about mental health a lot and gaming and build their things and have an official practice. I think they sell a program that kind of looks like this too, where it creates like decision making webs, right? For the day, and or for like analyzing your therapy and your mental health. It would look something like this, like a decision making web. It's very similar. I don't think anything I have or say typically is novel in terms of its analytical properties. Generally, anecdotal sharing is what's novel. Like my life is rarely ever, I like to think I'm not easily replicated, right? The actual anecdote of my life, but the framework of how routines work tend to share a lot of similar foundations between people who share time with each other, right? People who end up resonating with each other. If you don't resonate with someone, usually there's some very foundational things that are very different. And that's probably also reflected in the difference in routine. I don't think the three of us perhaps vary that substantially when it comes to the moving parts. Anyways, good. Excellent. It's an excellent topic to talk about in the future. It's an excellent topic. I don't think there's a... Oh, welcome back. Sorry. Okaeri nasai. Yeah, I don't think there's anyone who has ever expressed an interest in that type of thing, at least coming from me. And it's probably too I would say it's very long.
その大きな交差点は少し危ないです。
交差点。その大きな交差点は少し危ないです。I did do like a slight brief tentative outline of how I develop study plans for myself. Whether that's useful or not, it's oftentimes my apprehension about doing improvisational study plans or life plans or lifestyle plans largely is due to the idea that I prefer it to be helpful to one person than trying to be semi-helpful to millions of people. I know how that sounds, but generally speaking, I have a natural fear of accountability. So accountability requires that I don't divide my attention. And for better or for worse, I'm more of a person who is inclined when someone is incredibly amenable that I devote appropriate amount of attention and data gathering before suggesting something. I did work out some general ways of portraying or like disseminating curiosity, right? So the stuff that I've already prepared, I've actually prepared this discussion in advance. So the thing when I was drawing, like I was drawing down here, routines and units and this type of thing, I've already prepared this in advance. Most of the stuff that I talk about that might seem a little surface level, I'm making them sound superficial, largely because if I provide specifics, then you'll have that person that says, it depends. Like, well, yes, it depends. So I prefer to offer a superficial template because largely it does depend. And what I follow up with is, can you tell me how it depends for you? Right. You. And like, so I'm asking you what your dependencies are. As opposed to it depends as a way to be fair to everyone else. Right. So one of the downsides of providing a specific plan, often then it gives the person to counter argue. They would more inclined to counter argue with specifics, and then then it goes back to it depends again. Happens quite often. Instead, I prefer to ask the person, well, what do you depend on? That's the conversation we're having, right? Overgeneralization tends to have normalized the whole idea that everyone has their opinions. It's like, well, yes, I'm aware that everyone has their opinions and their subjectivity and stuff. My question is, we are two human beings and we are talking to each other about each other's opinion, not a representation of everyone else, right? I think there's a little bit more to that I want to say. However, I think the take-home message here is when people ask me about general recommendations and general things, I share anecdotes. I share other people's anecdotes in order to inspire someone to consider different things, as opposed to providing some overarching prescription for everyone. You've never thought about starting conversations surface level for the purpose of understanding the other's dependency in a conversation largely based on dependency? Smart way of thinking. Yeah. This to me is an adjustment. Like, I don't think this was always the case. I don't think this was always the case. However, nowadays, because of the way people socialize online, right? I'm the main character of my world. You're the main character of your world.
So in order to circumvent potential friction, oftentimes if you say superficial things, a lot of times one of the worst case scenarios you can get is someone's like saying, why don't you ever share your own opinions? Like, what are you afraid of? And then you get called a snowflake or something like that, right? And my answer is what I just described now. My motivation to start on superficial topics and general things is to prompt someone to investigate or depends. So if someone goes out of their way to say it depends on something, tell me what it depends on for you. And what happens is it's less likely to create a friction that makes you sound like you're presuming a lot of things about other people. And at the same time, you're not really showing your hand on anything other than someone saying, why are you so careful and tiptoeing? And my response to that in terms of the whole emotional ad hominem argument is that I prefer to listen to other people before forcing them to listen to what I have to say. That is not what a overly sensitive, insecure person have problems with. It's actually the opposite. When someone calls you, why are you so precarious and being careful and politically polite or something? Are you afraid of being hurt? It's like, no, that's exactly why I do the way I do, because I don't need to share my opinions to feel like I'm a strong person. Like, I'm motivated by what other people want to share with me. So if there's anyone who isn't weak, is a person who doesn't need to stand out in order to feel strong or influential. It's a person who's willing to start by listening to other people, because they don't need to feel self-importance in a conversation in order to be important to another person. You listen first, then you respond, right? At least that's my counter argument. I think it's served me very well up to this point, until there's a paradigm shift in the way the internet promotes conversation. So I might sound like someone that doesn't behave like a lot of internet people. However, I think it gives me an edge in knowing who is willing to invest in a conversation and who isn't. So then you can control your own feelings, right? Like, you don't end up investing in people who are there to say hi, no offense, right? Hi, how are you? And then someone's outside like, I think Duolingo is trash. Bye. Like, okay, well, I would have loved to hear why they think Duolingo was trash, so then we could talk about it. But since the person didn't bother staying long enough to do it, then I have the evidence necessary to understand that at least I didn't go out of my way to presume they cared about Duolingo and then feel betrayed about it, or, you know, all the presumptions that come with it. Right? Anyways. Try it out, I suppose. I'm not suggesting this is like a panacea for approaching strangers. But generally speaking, for those who are very socially anxious, perhaps, and I think there are quite a lot of them, the way I approach conversation topics might be a potential avenue for people to overcome insecurities, right? When someone says, oh man, I don't know what to say to someone, like, I get nervous, maybe I run out of ideas, let them provide the ideas. You can start there if you want. If both of you don't have ideas, you can share the idea that both of you don't have ideas. It's like, how do you deal with not having ideas, right? Two people come together, they're both socially awkward, and they both think that they don't have ideas, so they don't have anything to talk about, right? And the idea is, well, hey, what do you think about being nervous and suddenly running out of ideas and the conversation stops? It itself is a conversation in itself, right? Anyways, Duolingo, if I type using my own words and keyboard, is wrong even though it's correct.
in daily use. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That is certainly one of Duolingo's experiences. Today's one was, the one that I had was, she will read, I don't know if you were here. I think you were here. She will read the letter. Right? I wrote she will read the letter, and they wanted I will read the letter. And you're maybe you figured out why I said she as opposed to I, because most of the time when I think of an implicit topic, right? In this, it's a simple sentence, so there's no topic involved. The actual Japanese phrase does not have a topic, right? It's an implied topic. It's an implicit topic. So I deliberately say someone else. I imagine someone else before I do things. So this was marked wrong, by the way. She was marked wrong, and it's either. However, my natural tendencies when I use my own word is I think about what other people are doing first. Like when I write a sentence, I'm describing something. And most of the time I don't internalize it. I'm not concerned about what I'm doing at first. I typically concern myself with others. So when I see like she, he, I would probably choose she or he first before I choose I. It's a tendency that I do a lot. Or they, I suppose. This is not a commentary on the whole other controversial topic about pronouns. This is a more of a internalizing and externalizing situation. I have plenty of time to worry about what I'm doing. I have less opportunities to worry about what other people are doing, and not in an and trying not to be like an obsessive thing. I have time to concern myself with what other people do. It's very different, in my opinion, from the poor, bad acting representation of people who are overly concerned with other people when they themselves do not have a healthy routine or lifestyle, right? So oftentimes people talk about like, you do you. Don't let anyone affect the things you want to do and you love to do. Those situations, that type of advice, in my opinion, generally helps someone who is overly concerned with someone else, as in they don't have the time and luxury, yet they continue to do it. And for me, it's kind of the opposite. I choose to do it because I have time to do it. And that's how this relates to the first digression, is that my conversational techniques that I choose to do helps me more likely get more information and make the other person feel like I'm listening, right? Because I want them to know that I'm listening. I want you to share things with me because you are important. I'm not on here for self-importance. I don't want to give people it's great, by the way. It's super wonderful. It's a great feeling when people come by and say, you're the reason why this is awesome and whatnot. That's great. However, I want to be able to say the exact same thing. I get on because there are people who I interact with. I don't necessarily get on motivated by the idea that it makes me more important. I think I can be important without being online, without having likes or views or anything. I've done, I think conservatively, I have felt important in my life already by things that I do before streaming, before the internet. So that's kind of an experience that I think there's a large majority of people online that do not have that experience elsewhere. And it can be very hard to understand that if you're a person who has a loving family, loving friends outside of the internet, right? A professional career outside of the internet. And it's the type of interaction that personally I want to bridge, in my opinion. I think that is going to be a bridge until it's not, until people like the millennials pass away from old age. Then that might be an entirely different story. For now, though, for as long as I'm alive, this is going to be a bridge that I talk about quite a lot. And Duolingo represents kind of that too. So here's a deep cut, Churn. If we're thinking about language learning, right? And we're thinking about tendencies and what is considered your own words and what's considered normal or daily use. Imagine a world where the vast majority of knowledge and conditioning comes from an online source. I'm not saying that's Duolingo. Perhaps. The idea is, if you understand, if you knowingly come to an environment where the vast majority of people learned language and something a certain way, would you choose to first introduce yourself by projecting what you do and what you do on a daily basis when you clearly know that the other group doesn't do this? That is definitely a choice you can make if you had the knowledge to do so. So my selection to hear and enable people to tell me their position before responding is usually the consequence. So when someone tells me they hate me, the first question I ask is, can you explain that to me? If they're gone, then you don't really lose anything. When someone tells you they absolutely hate you, you only have in my opinion, the knowledge that is most important to me is finding out why that person hates me, not how they should feel about me, in my opinion, because you're willing to gamble that you have control over what comes after versus what them trying to control how they hate you, right? So that's kind of the whole Duolingo thing as well. When someone comes to me and towards me or at me for using Duolingo, they're telling me what they believe, so then I get that information. Do they stay on understanding that they understand nothing about me in return? They don't. They're presuming they do. So there's only a one direction exchange. I'm growing. I'm getting more knowledge. That person is not getting or learning anything. Right? They don't get anything from me. They don't get any, and they might get some pleasure for themselves, but they didn't get it from me. I didn't feed their anger. They don't know anything about me. They didn't gain anything about me. They didn't learn anything. They didn't practice anything they didn't already practice the rest of their lives. So how does that person look in another 50 or 60 years? Probably the same unchanged person, unless they meet another person who's equally as powerful as projecting their own hatred. So that hateful person could end up meeting an equally hateful person back at them, and then that's how they define their reality. They define their reality that, oh, Duolingo is like a cult, and the people they interact with, quote unquote, interact with, as in the people that they are able to interact with, defend vehemently Duolingo, and then the people that Duolingo person interacts with vehemently attacks Duolingo. And that's what you get on the internet. That is what you see on the internet. And that creates the echo chamber. Not me sitting here watching two people duke it out and being indifferent and only seeing two of the same personalities, fundamental personalities, who had a chicken or the egg problem. For the right hand, they fell in love with Duolingo. On the left hand, they didn't. They fight each other exactly the same way. They could practically become friends if it wasn't for the existence of Duolingo. for me, I've learned that I could tiptoe around either of those situations by understanding that those people just want to be heard. So, going back to that first topic, right? Yeah, and I smile because if someone is hating me, I can smile back. That's, or maybe like as calmly as possible, try to diffuse their hatred for something. It's very, streaming has offered me a lot of experience that I can use, and I can earnestly say 6 years plus, right? Where are we at now? I think we're at 6 years plus, has made me all the more comfortable in this day. Hang on, let me do the calculations. I actually put the number on each stream. So we're at 2,250 since I started. So let's divide that by 365, shall we? Yeah, we're over 6 years. Yeah, 6.16 years. And largely my mannerisms haven't changed too much. The context and semantics probably have changed. And I feel like I can talk with most things. When it started, I talked around most things, right? There's a very, very subtle difference between feeling like you're heard and feeling like you're being deflected. I feel like bad actors or people who are very unaware of their own social environment tends to accumulate a lot of experiences that confirms their experience, as opposed to stay long enough to discover that humans are quite dynamic after a while. It is kind of a low point in this discussion to end with the idea that I hope in the future this is not the case, right? People sit around, share a drink, pull up a drink, and have a conversation. This is the closest, one of the closer ways to achieve that all day. You feel like you can talk with or about nearly anything fairly well. That's excellent, and that will go a long way. It makes life a lot less self-defeating. I think when you can feel like you're comfortable in talking with and about nearly anything, and that gets reaffirmed and whatnot, and you continue to like talk about different things, I think that gives someone a lifetime of joy that is underappreciated nowadays. That is very underrated comment, and it's not necessarily if you literally do those things, right? Like when someone says, no, you can't. It's like, here, I'll challenge you. That's not quite where I'm getting when you say, I feel like you can. As long as you feel like you can, you are more likely to talk about anything, right? And that idea opens opportunities that no longer exist or get normalized in the internet space. How do people talk about things now? They talk about the things they want to talk about, and then they avoid and block and refuse to talk about the things they don't want to talk about. And when you do that for maybe 5 years or so, or you do that while growing up, then your social norm is you tell people your opinions and you never grow or learn from anything, from expressing that. You learn and reinforce your own opinions, and you learn that you actually don't talk to anyone. You yell at them. You talk at them. You don't talk with or about different things. You talk at people. So you make a comment and you leave. No growth, no social growth whatsoever, in my opinion. Maybe some negligible growth when someone like a unstoppable force meets an unmovable wall situation where someone yells at someone and then that person yells back because they are in fact as egregiously ignorant back, right? Like this person's hateful meets another equally as hateful and avoidant person, then there might be some growth there. And I talk about growth because you'd be with enough interactions between two people who are like of similar personality in that situation, the violent interaction could be prolonged enough that those people could change each other's lives. They could become more reasonable in the long run. And it doesn't work out most of the time because it can get very violent, right? Vitriol like personalities tend to repulse each other as much as they bring each other together. I like to think that those become learning experiences too, right? When someone spreads hate, eventually they will encounter hate because the people who want to interact with them are people who are likely hateful enough to interact with a hateful person. Unless they're directly harming someone, the idea is if you're expressing hateful opinions, the people who might talk to you are people who also equally either express the same hateful opinion or a counter stronger, if not equivalent, hateful comment. So then when you talk to someone, their life might be the world is a hateful place. You know, their perspective would be, I've self-selected myself. The only people that I would typically sit around and talk to me would be people who are equally as hateful. And if you're not with me, then you're against me. So all your friends will be equally as hateful towards the same things, and all your opponents would be equally hateful towards you. And what happens then, in my opinion, is the extreme behavior that is enriched on the internet, right? It's us versus them. And hopefully that's not the case for the future. I think sitting down and saying you can feel like you can talk with and about a lot of things shares the feeling that everyone in between the extremes are the things the people at the extremes don't see, right? If you think you're truly an agreeable person, you look to your friends. You look at your friends, your colleagues, your family. Are they agreeable people? Do they have lots of varying differences? That is observational and converging evidence that you are a person that's able to talk with and about a lot of things. You don't necessarily have to be extroverted to have people around you who literally cannot necessarily agree on an interest or most important interest, yet you talk to them, right? You trust them. There are fundamentals that exist for the human condition that creates togetherness that isn't starting at the superficial level. However, to converse with a stranger, I choose to start at the superficial level because going deep really quickly would mark me as someone who's extreme, right? When someone says, they come in and say, you have to hate Duolingo if you're a serious language learner, that immediately circumvents all the steps of knowing a person. And then that person literally says, basically, I know you well enough. Trust me, bro. And my thought is, well, I'm still up here. Can you explain it to me? So I will take the person's opinion, go back to the beginning, and ask them to explain all the steps to me. If you cannot, then in my opinion, it will be very difficult for me to understand you. So let's let bygones be bygones and hope that you find someone who resonates with you. If you don't like starting over and talking to a stranger as though they were a person, then you can continue to decide to act like you know everything and project your opinion as though you knew everything about the other person. I think nowadays, if you're someone who is able to talk about anything, about nearly anything fairly well, to me, it's a great advantage. It's a advantage in the sense of its scarcity. Because the people who can tend not to be in an environment that are filled with extreme behaviors, right? And one of them would be something like TikTok or like interacting, right? They'd be the watchers. There's one last hot take that I often want to say about extreme behaviors and takes. What you don't see, what you don't hear, what you don't experience, basically the bottom line is experience, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I'm using the negative sense because that's the most resonating point. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And in this case, one of the biggest take-home hot takes is that what doesn't exist can end up, right, being the majority. Can end up being the majority. So when people go around and say, oh, you know, all these people always act like this, all these people are like, everyone hates me, everyone's out there to scam each other, my first question is, can you describe the environment that you're in? Like, what do you think about yourself? What are your friends like? What are your family like? Because if they don't have the opportunity to experience any difference, then my first thought is, okay, now I understand. So let's talk about other things carefully, about how other things exist. Since you're talking to me, may I share with you that I exist. Now that I understand your position, because you basically described a whole life in which everyone betrayed everyone, everyone had problems trusting with everyone, then it will feel like everyone hates each other and don't exist, like basically yell at each other and whatnot. I understand that now, because that's all the only experience you have. You have a natural, or one would say, you find yourself, because I'm not saying this, I'm not presuming this anymore. That person literally described the environment they're in, and yeah, that pretty much describes everyone. Now, then I can acknowledge that and say, I exist. So let me share my experience, knowing that you were generous enough to spare me your time in telling me what your environment's like. If you spend most of your life being hated on, and then you reflect being hated on all the time, that sucks. I want to tell you that I have a different experience. Please be open, perhaps, to sharing with someone who doesn't spend most of their time extremely behaving, and you might like it. If you don't like it, definitely feel free to go on and live your life with your choices, right? I can't do anything about that. However, the idea is, maybe I can change their mind, knowing that I'm a person who's willing to listen to how their environment is. That's one of the ways to connect to someone who has traumatic experiences, right? If you yourself do not experience those traumatic experiences, you have to establish a level of understanding that they get to say their piece. And then you find that you can reciprocate your piece and assure them that you're not imaginary. Like, you're trying to illustrate that their reality does not include people like you, right? Or a differing opinion. So naturally it connects back to why I start superficial. I start superficial with an open approach to having people share something. If they don't share anything, then you default, in my opinion, then I would typically default to pleasantries, right? Pleasantries are ubiquitous. They are ubiquitous on the internet. It's to the point where people meme with controversial topics as a form of pleasantry. Like, yeah, you know, them people are not so great, right? Haha, haha. And I'm like, oh, okay. Why do you think that? And they're like, oh, you know, just joking around. It's like, oh, okay. Well, sorry, I don't resonate. However, I can see how that might be funny, right? You've met some people that were hateful purely due to their surrounding, and when met with someone in the exact same situation, they either bring each other up into a better space. Oh, that's kind of cute. I would like to hope that is the case. However, it could the opposite and happens. Yeah, it could create an echo chamber. Yeah, I forgot to mention the opposite, right? The quote unquote as a contrast. The echo chamber could be even bigger, which it exacerbates. It exacerbates in both ways, right? There's an echo chamber effect when two people meet, and it can either go gloriously well because it's using two extremes and they either clash or they don't, and can explosively be dissonant, right? Explosively be dissonant, and it's echoed a lot. Arguably the minority opinion of hateful extreme behavior, right? We have to, at least I think right now, it's not a bimodal distribution of hate, like extreme behavior. It's more like still a distribution, right? What I mean is, it's not this is not the internet's distribution of behavior. It's still more, maybe it's slightly heightened now, but there's still like there's still a distribution, right, in the middle, right? So if you take it in reality, there are more people here than they are here at the extreme ends. So what happens though is when these people meet and or clash, in a way, the echo chamber of the internet, basically sensationalism, algorithm based stuff, will raise their influence disproportionately. So then you have this type of output in terms of influence. Basically a smaller subset of groups at the end have louder effects and voices due to how well the echo chamber happens, and not necessarily like propaganda by people. The system itself, like the internet, propagates this, and the internet is agnostic in a sense, as in like it's a mechanical thing where it selects for these things, like business, whatever the practice is. It happens to encourage this at the moment. How you moderate this is being discussed. I'm going to say it's being discussed, and different ideas are being used at the moment, right? Like things of moderation, different elements of moderation. But at the moment, this is what I feel is a very conservative portrayal of what it's like at the moment. Maybe it'll change in the future. Yeah, the ignorance of both people clashing, yeah. or the opposite, because of the stubborn ignorance, like the unamenable interest. Ima. Oh, okay. Let's see. What did you do while playing game? Ima wa game. Ima wa game no so what is that? Something. Oh, your game ended? Oh, wait, which game is it? I don't know what that means either. Something. Resting? Itai desu ka? No. No, that's not what that is. Resting doesn't have that. I don't know what that means. And kumu. Kume kono yaro. Let's do this. Okay. Watashi no hon ni. Watashi. Oh no, that's not home. That's body. Body. What's body? It's body. So body and ni something no strong arimasu. Oh, fire. That guy looks like fire. Okay, so I don't know what this is in reference to, but all I get is the game ended. It's the end of the yeah, it's the end of the game. Some comments. Let's do this. Something about your body and fight or fire. But I don't know what it's referring to. I don't know what it's referring to. And who's Kume? Is Kume a... Alright. I'll leave it up to you to explain that to me. Sono okina. Okay. That big. It's a little dangerous. Is there a maid at your house?
家
家に
にメイド あなた
あなたの家には
は
メイド
に
にはメイド No, just
は
メイドメイドはありますかねいますか Oh no, ありますか Whoops いますか
いまか
いる
原宿は渋谷の隣の駅です。
Talk about a maid here. 原宿は渋谷の隣の駅です。Okay. Sorry. I read Churn's sentence without reading it. Like I translated Churn's. I'm like, we translated to English. Sorry. Yeah. Bun wa mayo. Is that mayo? Yeah, mayota. Mayota. Ego no. I don't know what translate is, but I know it's translate. Translate shite kudasai. What is translate?
It's probably like hon honyaku shite. Probably honyaku. Yeah, honyaku shite. Honyaku shite kudasai. Yeah, reading kanji is kind of funny translationally. I think I got hon. Yeah, I think I got the hon part. I got this character already, the hon part. So I basically just guessed. I'm like, oh yeah, that's got to be translate. And then the other one's got to be confused because if Churn is asking to translate, it's got to be confused. I have like bits and pieces. Okay. But real talk, there are words that kanji comes first. There are words that sound come first, and there are words that reading comes first. I don't know if this makes sense. So I have certain words that are strong when I see the kanji, right? Or sorry, not kanji. This is more sound and reading, right? I have words that are stronger if I know the sound. Oh, it was context. So I have certain things that context are stronger. And then some things sound comes stronger, but sound is not relevant here. And then reading certain like kanji comes first. So what happens is when I'm reading, there are words like, oh yeah, okay, I get the gist. And then, oh yeah, I get the gist, but it's coming from a different source. I prefer sound, yes, because you got to understand what other people say. Yeah, I prefer sound most of the time. Unfortunately, you guys aren't going to send me voice samples. So you know, that's the... Yeah, sound is my strongest suit. It's largely what I do most of the time. In English, sound speaking patterns tell the most. With that said, all the stuff that I talk about largely comes from sound and writing. Most of my experience when I'm talking to Twitch, right, on Twitch, is coming from reading and stuff. So this is me practicing reading comprehension and reading in between the lines and all that. So this is less emphasized. It's a bit underrated. If most of the time you spend texting people, right, you can choose to rely on the limitations of text, as in lots of people would focus on the idea that, oh yeah, there's no subtext, for lack of a better word, sorry, this is a pun, a subtext in texting. But there is. The idea is you view texting across a body of text, right? This is, in my opinion, how some people treat speech. And then, in my opinion, people who self-select themselves and say that you can't have subtext in texting. You have to be explicit, right? Explicit because it's limiting. And their argument is it's not the same as speech. And I agree. It literally is not the same as speech. However, that subtext of texting is understood differently. Like, how do you get someone when they only text you to go along in a way that is useful, like speech? And since I spend most of my time speaking to people where they text back to me, with 6 years of experience, when you're analytically used to looking at collective messages and their patterns and whatnot, you kind of get another level of nuance, right? However, in the long run, when someone chooses to speak, I am most inclined. Actually, here's another thing. Not only is it speech, when you have speech and vision,
And what I'm talking about, the other thing that most people don't do very often now is nonverbal communication. Nonverbal communication, that's when it hits all cylinders. And what happens here is, think about an interview. Meeting in person. In fact, I have become a little rusty in this. I recently met up with one of my closest friends, right? And my fluency in IRL meetings took a little bit of a hit. It wasn't as efficient anymore. So my efficiency went down. Like, I noticed that I'm taking in so much more stimuli, right? Like I notice a lot of things, and what happens is it slows down my speech, right? Because when you become under practice, you don't practice hanging out with people IRL anymore, even when you came from a background that you spend nearly all your time talking to an actual person with their nonverbal cues and all that, and body language and whatnot. You get really used to the stuff, the pattern, the current situation. But now when I encountered my closest friend and their friend, which I've met recently, I'm very engaged. You know, it's kind of like learning a new language, right? I'm looking at it and there's so much to take in. And what happens is it slows down your output, right? Your output slows down. So there were moments in there where it collectively took me a while to determine, like, okay, all right, clothing, hair, like posture, right? So it used to be very, very quick. Like, I used to do those things where you walk in, you start organizing your thoughts, you look at all the patterns and whatnot, you say something, then you analyze, like, okay, it looks like lots of tells, their body language, right? And then you correlate it with their speech pattern. And then if you ever do anything visual, like texting, drawing, or presenting a presentation, then you have other stimuli to process. So that kind of thing, all those things are incredibly intuitive over time because you do it so often. And now, since I spend like 80 to 90% of the time either exchanging text messages, right? Exchanging text messages, occasionally being on voice chat without any visual accommodation for nonverbal communication. That nonverbal communication becomes like, there's so much going on, right? And what I'm describing here is what happens if you have, for example, ADHD. And I'm not saying I do, and I'm not saying everyone experiences to the same extent. The idea is it can be very crippling when you have too much stimuli all at once, right? However, you can collect so much information. Like, there's just so much information going on the most incredible level of interacting with someone literally in the same space. And that to me is why I often think perhaps I might give the impression that I'm okay with speech and okay with reading and whatnot, but it pales in comparison to having to integrate all of this stuff at the same time. So one-on-ones might be okay as a start, but then you go into a party situation and my brain is fried. Like, party situations are really tough, and I do that once in a blue moon. You could get used to it by always going to like really large social events constantly, but I can't process that. It's incredibly overwhelming. And the thing that I'm describing is not necessarily ADHD, in my opinion. It's describing the social anxiety. Social anxiety that, in my opinion, is not necessarily the cause by ADHD, but it's a social anxiety due to lack of practice and familiarity. So most of the time nowadays, I think this is a little bit of a controversial topic. People who have social anxiety that often is seen as a symptom of ADHD as opposed to social anxiety as a symptom of a lack of practice or a lack of familiarity. And when I talk to people about things that can be tangentially related to social anxiety, this topic comes up a lot, and my way to empathize with them is I describe how I feel, right? How I feel when I'm tackling social anxiety. And oftentimes the person's like, oh yeah, I feel exactly like that. It's like, well, that's not ADHD. And at least I don't feel like it's the extreme case of ADHD. It's I explain what it's like to feel like doing something that you're uncomfortable with, not accustomed to, you're way out of your element, and you're heavily engaged with the topic, right? When you meet someone in real life, you almost forcibly have to overwhelmingly engage yourself with that person. And if you spend 80 to 90% of your time not doing that by texting and only being in VChat, right? Adding a separate stimuli is incredibly overwhelming. You spend most of your time doing this pretty much practically as and it's crazy. So, you know, that's another topic for another day, though. It's kind of a hot topic. Personally, I'm glad to hear that when people get their like diagnoses, for example, ADHD diagnoses, they continue to say, well, I know how to take this in strides and address the things. But I think social anxiety is a consequence that everyone experiences because of the egregious difference. Are you saying you can read better than listening? Yeah, that's a very common problem. Yeah. Boku wa same? Is that feel the same? I don't. I wish? Oh. Oh. Wait. No, Zomu. You wish you could read better than you listen? Huh. Interesting. No, I mean, what Yumeko said. So you listen better than you read, or how's that working for you? I think most of the time now I still respond in English even though I read the sentences in Japanese. I think I'm more inclined to do my Chinese ways, where like someone would talk to me in Mandarin, right? For example, they would talk to me in Mandarin, right, at me, and I would output English as a response, because I hear the Mandarin, I process it because I tend to do interpretive work, and then I would respond in English. But then that other person I typically talk to have enough English in which they reply in Mandarin, so then it just goes back around. So now I'm like doing that with Japanese, where when I read someone's sentence, I don't read it out loud. I process it, interpret it, and then respond to it. Which might not get me to interact with the text in Japanese. So we'll find ways to encourage myself not to do. I think reading is really quote unquote faster for me, because we have to keep in mind that I'm only doing reading. And you guys are not like literally speaking to me or anything like that, and I'm not typing back, right? So what did I say? Hanasu yoru kiku hoka jouzu da to omou. Okay, so you think you think you are better at listening than speaking. I see. Yeah. Oh, listening than speaking. Oh, okay, okay. I see. Yeah, so now we're thinking about you have a good input, right? You have excellent input, or except your input is better than your output. Unless the speaking also deals with creating. Oh, no. I think this is more of an input-output situation. Your input is, I'm going to write in a more agreeable way, acceptable. You have acceptable input. However, it's less than your output. I understand that for sure. Because, like, for example, or actually, no. I'm actually, it might be different types of output. There's also different types of output. So you prefer to, like, your reading, there's a reading output, right? There's a visual output. Maybe it's more like visual output and then auditory output. There's also that, which involves typing versus speaking, right? And then the input is listening, right? Listening and reading, right? And in this case, from what I read from you is that you told me that your speaking is less than your reading, or less than your listening, which is a combination of comparing output with input. That's an interesting thought. How can I relate to this? I think my listening is far greater than my speaking, for sure. Listening is definitely far greater. So is typing. So is, I think my listening is greater than all of these, actually. My reading is slower than my listening. My listening performs more efficiently. If we're talking about time, I guess we're talking about time and maybe potentially accuracy. Or maybe consistency is the word we're going with. Generally speaking, listening is probably my prominent thing. So what do we have here? Demo something touchy. Oh, that's probably you. Demo ore tachi. Ore tachi wa gengo koto. Koto. No. Oh, eru. What does eru mean? Eru koto tada. Okay. Oh, I see. To understand futari no. Wait, no, futari. That's probably hitotsu no. Well, I don't know what that is. And then tanin no message. Oh, okay. So something about language, maybe like learning a language by understanding other people's messages. Okay, interesting. Oh, I don't know what that character. What is this character? Hagase? What kind of... Who said that? Funny. You consider yourself decent at basically everything but reading. Interesting. Ah. Oh, you finished? Oh, you're about to start? Nice, funny. I can't wait. Wait, did you get Ryuk ga Gotoku 8 yet? Does that mean you got it? Oh, sorry. Oh, you mean 7 as in it ended, and then are you gonna play 8 soon? I consider myself decent at basically. I slowed my studying to around like 30 to 45 minutes a day, so I may just have to pick up on studying kanji more often again. I see. I haven't asked you this, Yameko, or Yumeko. Yumeko, how are you with everything now? Like, where are you at the moment? I feel like 30 to 40 minutes a day sounds pretty nice if you're already conversing like that anyways. Gambaro. You can do it. I mean, you can always talk with Churn. And I'll just listen and read what you guys say. Yeah, I think reading and listening are my crutches. Input is probably my crutch. I have a crutch on input, as in the reverse. And I think that's pretty common. It's a common thing since, in my opinion, language learners tend to start by inputting as opposed to outputting. Although I wouldn't say I'm apprehensive about speaking or producing sound, but constructing is the word I would use. Like when you output, right? When you output, you have to go through a construction phase. And that construction is limited because there's usually you want a cue. You need a cue in order for construction. Valentine has been doing that though. Valentine has been using me as an opportunity to construct. So whenever Valentine has to construct, eventually they might have to explain as well. So when they explain, they're constructing again, and then they're constructing, they're interacting with, right? Which is kind of nice. I have yet to find something like that for myself. I haven't been strongly constructing on my own at the moment to get used to it, but I have no problems like failing to construct, so that's a start. Anyways, what I mean by failing to construct is I use Japanglish. I use Japanglish as a form of construction. Like, you know, I don't know if I'm going to I don't know if cafeteria ikimashita kind of thing is a good idea, right? That kind of thing. I around mid N3. Oh, you need to listen to more podcasts. Your listening sucks. Interesting. Maybe slightly above it. Oh, wait. Did I just hear N3? Oh, okay. You're still N4 maybe. I am totally N4. You know what? Let's use levels, right? Let's use levels. I like this thing. Let's say N4. If I were N4 in stuff, then my speech, my construction is N5. And what I mean by that is I think the vast majority of time when I'm saying something, like speaking something in Japanese, usually it doesn't use a concept from N4. It mostly uses concepts from N5. If we're gonna use N stuff. Right. What the heck is Poto Yasuto? Oh, Poto Yasuto. Oh, podcast. Poto Yasuto wa Motto. Okay, motto listen. So kiku na ket. Can you actually do that? Kiku. Oh, interesting. Kika na kareba na nai. Kareba na naranai. You need to listen to more podcasts. Fair enough. I don't know how to process the last part, but since you say listening to podcasts, that's the part that I understand. You're probably suggesting like you want to or need to listen to podcasts more. I wonder how that works. Yeah, I don't know how that grammar works, but it's got to be something like that. Last part, you search Google how to conjugate need to. Oh, that whole last part is need to. Wow. Yeah, I don't know how to conjugate that. It makes sense though. It makes sense. I see the parts, but I have no idea. That's how you do. That's great. I guess. I don't know. Do you ever explicitly study conjugation outside Duolingo? No, I don't, or I don't learn conjugation outside Duolingo. No. I practice conjugation outside of Duolingo. I want to clarify again. Studying, so there's learning and then practicing, right? I practice conjugating outside of Duolingo, and then I learn conjugation whenever it comes up through Duolingo, like via Duolingo. Ikanakera, if not speak. Oh, narimasen. So naranai, not good. Okay, so combined together, if not speak, not good equals need to. Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks for the breakdown. That checks out. Yeah, so most of my conjugations I pick up from Duolingo, and then during Duolingo. Also during Duolingo. Duo, to make it clear, Duo doesn't teach, quote explain. I think I should not use the word teach. Duo doesn't explain conjugation per se, like all the conjugation. Right? They don't explain all the conjugation or grammar. They use exposure. And then during Duolingo, I look at conjugation and grammar stuff when they come up. So like, for example, right now, oh, this is not a great example. I guess this is a copula right now, perhaps, or not even a copula actually. When I do practice conjugating outside. However, I learn conjugating during Duolingo. So there is a difference between using Duolingo and being outside of Duolingo. I don't want to give people the impression that what you see on screen is the only thing I'm looking at. I'm not only looking at Duo right now. Much like when I'm reading your messages, I'm not looking at something else. So I do learn conjugation during this time. So during this time, but also outside of Duolingo. So long answer short is yes, I do conjugate. I study conjugation outside of Duolingo. You know, in Japanese, they don't call conjugation. They are, yes, I know. But as foreigners, conjugate sound easier to understand. Yes, we all know. I'm pretty sure we all know that. So if you're qualifying, remember yesterday or the 2 days ago when you said there are no tenses? Well, you know, in English, there are not a lot of things that Japanese have. And then when you explain something to Japanese, you have to do the same thing and explain it in Japanese term. So when you say that term, you're reinforcing something that they won't understand in English as well. So as a language learner, in my opinion, collectively, most people understand that. Colloquialism, by analogy, is often useful. Being technical creates friction, almost unnecessary friction. Right? It's one of those things that prevents communication. Right? When you go around and say like, you know, they don't conjugate anything, it's like, well, they do. The conjugation just looks different. So that's why foreigners use the word conjugation, because the act is, the feeling and perception is similar. However, if you're a linguist, if you focus on linguistics and whatnot, then yes, English and Japanese are fundamentally terminologically different, right? Like when someone says, oh, you're being bad. Well, being bad is different in English and it's different in Japanese. So if you go out of your way and say, you know, being bad in Japanese is not the same as being bad in English, well, yes, it isn't. Okay. Is bad an adjective? Well, you could start describing like, oh, is bad an adjective? Is it a verb? Is it a noun? Then you start trying to unify using linguistics, but colloquially, they would be treated differently. Yeah. Understandable. Yes. And I didn't learn those terms for a reason. But I've seen those terms around. Actually, you used those terms before. You decided to write the terms for SOV versus SVO 2 days ago when we were talking about Chinese. Right? And the problem, or one of the friction parts about this, is you use three terms that not everyone knows, right? Not the people you're talking about knows. And what happens is it ended up artificially creating an esoteric message, right? An esoteric message. And that can happen. That's when you get really invested in something, right? And then now you're being very specific. Yeah. Fair enough. I don't actually know how to pronounce that word either. I don't have the reads for either of those terms. But they'll come with time, I suppose. Yeah. Kind of like, I don't know if you were here, Yumeko, but Churn and I, someone asked, oh no, wait, it was the three of us, right? The conversation about tenses. Yeah, the three of us. The same conversation. We're having the same, like, we're talking about this stuff now. Yeah. And I don't think it's easier to understand. Sorry. I'm not sure. Here's another, I can be technical. Like, I'm going to try to be technical here too. I don't think it's easier to understand. I think the thing is, I don't want to make things sound easier just because you can relate to it, right? I would say it's a bridge for sure. I don't think these things inherently make things easier. Like you, for example, you clarifying what it actually is in Japanese, it may not necessarily make it any easier as well, right? That kind of thing. It's what it's done to reach a level of empathy, I suppose. It's a level of empathy. Not what you call it, EQing, right? EQing. Emotional intelligence. It happens. Hideyoshi, for example, is incredibly technical. That he knows a lot of things, or Hideyoshi knows a lot of things. However, most of the time, it's very difficult to empathize with the technical information. Like, oh, okay. And without empathy, understanding is not achieved. At least in my opinion. Empathy, understanding is different from knowing. So I know that this term is a helper verb in Japanese. I don't understand it because I have no empathy with it. If you understand that it's like conjugation, then you understand, you get closer to the essence of understanding what this word means, right? So that's probably the best way I could say. The difference between like, what is shiru? The difference between shiru and wakaru is the difference between using something colloquially and metaphorically to understand something versus to know something. The difference between knowing and understanding. Right? You can know a term, the accurate term, without understanding it. And then you can understand something without knowing it. I think for language learning, personally, as a personal bias, my thing that we resonate with this on the idea that if you communicate with someone in their target language and they can understand you, that's what we want, right? Like, or at least the two of us expressed that before, where it's great that someone could understand each other that isn't bound by its competency, right? Like the level of competency. So if I can express and give the idea of something, that's great. Do they understand the exact terminology of the stuff? For me, it's optional. So sometimes it puts a halt to conversations, a lot of times. Oh, I have a lot of personal anecdotes in which I halt the conversation when I was younger, where like you have that person in the background where they like push up their glasses and say like, well, you know, technically this is what they call the thing. And then everyone's like, oh, okay. And then it goes dead silent. Like the conversation just goes dead silent. Or you have that unfortunate situation where the in-group proceeds to like say neat, and then they go on with their business, and then the person on the outside will continue to keep to their thoughts, and that's a weird situation. It does happen a lot in intellectual circles though, where someone was more preoccupied with the specifics while the other individuals are connecting on an empathetic level, you know? Oh, I got into trouble once. What was it? Oh, wa? Oh, this is a good one for first year Japanese learners. When someone says wa is a subject marker. This was the first example of me and Hideyoshi talking about things. Calling wa a subject marker. as opposed to calling it a topic marker. Technically, you would say, it's called a topic marker. It's not called a subject marker because the subject marker can be confusing. A subject marker would imply that this can be the subject of something, but it's actually marking a topic, right? And a topic can be a subject. And that would be like an English term, right? It's a difference between like, oh, it's actually called this as opposed to calling this. And the question is, does the person get confused? Or do you need to know it? In the moment, there are a lot of things in English grammar that I don't know what the terms are anymore for them. So I try my best to use the terms in a context that is enough to understand it, as opposed to know it, right? You can definitely both know and understand, for sure. That would be the ideal case, when people know and understand everything they know. You can understand everything you know and know everything you understand. I think the Japanese language clarifies that really well with shiru and wakaru. Wait, is it wakaru or did I mess up? Or is it wakeru? Arimashita. Oh yeah, it's wakaru. Yes. The difference between shiru and wakaru. Okay.
原宿は渋谷の隣の駅です。
Okay. Many people are riding the subway. Katetsu. Riding the subway.
多く
多く人。
の
多くの人
は
は地下鉄。
地下鉄
地下鉄だ
にの
乗って
います。
Oh. I don't actually know what to read. I have a relatable English thing for. Oh, that stands for particle. Joshi. Interesting. Okay. Japanese particle. Let's see. I have a relatable English thing, right? The relatable English thing is the difference between a helping verb and an action verb. And then how they are both understood as a verb, which is short for a verb phrase. So like, is talking, right? Is talking. Is talking is often referred to as the verb, but this is a helping verb. And this is an action verb. And verb is short for a verb phrase. But a verb itself is this. There are two verbs composing of a verb phrase. that's something that I think if you stop to interrupt someone and correct someone over and over again, that becomes a little bit illustrates my kind of feeling about that when I hear it in amongst language learners. Many people are writing the, what am I missing here? Ga?
に
Maybe like this.
に
Well, you write. Oh,
に
wait. Oh,
地
wait.
下鉄は
No, there are many people writing.
地
What?
下鉄がに
That doesn't make sense. That's gross. Wait. Wait.
に
Maybe I do it this way?
には
Okay. Alright.
この近所にコンビニはありますか？この
この近所にコンビニはありますか？
ブラジルの首都は何ですか？
ブラジルのね。ブラジルの Oh, I skipped this I skipped 2 vocabulary words. It's not that big a deal. Like dai toshi. I missed toshi. And then this is shuta. Shuto. No, shuto. Shuto. So toshi. Toshi is the linker for shuto because it's the same to. So shuto wa nan desu ka? Right.
彼の部屋は庭に面しています。
彼
の部屋は庭に面しています。
彼の部屋Oh, wait, did I include this? I did. 面する。彼の部屋ね Where the heck is 部屋 Oh. 彼の部屋彼の部屋は海庭に面しています。
面しています。
交差点。
交差点
I say Stop saying 交差点。
点
原宿。山手線。渋谷。
山手線に乗ったの？
山手線に乗ったの？
点
交差点。
原宿。
都市。
都市。
渋谷。
こんな場所に行ったことがない。
こんな場所。こんな場所にsomething 行ったない。
こんな場所に行ったことがない。
行ったことがない。So they are not going What place have you not been to? I have not been to a place like this. Oh. Oh, wait, not a question. Just kidding. Not a question.
私の
私の彼氏は、彼氏は山口市、山口市に仕事、no, not work, 働く, right? You're using 働く, so 働きます。働きます。私の彼氏は山口市に働きます。
働きます。
この建物は海に面している。
この建物は海に面している。サラリーマンにメトロはサラリーマンにオンしていました。オンでいました。混んでいました。Probably just say 混んでいる or 混んでいた。Whichever one.
メトロ。
メトロ。Oh, メトロ。What? Oh, no. Oh, wait. Or do we use で
でサラリーマンはで
混んでいた。But I guess it's a means by which is crowded.
東京の人口はどれくらいですか？
東京の人口はどれくらいですか？
この
住民の Oh no. I think I skipped this vocabulary word too. What is it? 金所. Oh no, 金所. I missed two vocabulary words. Three vocabulary words. この近所に
コンビニはありますか？
メトロはサラリーマンで混んでいた。
メトロはサラリーマンで混んでいた。 What is your favorite city?
1番
Ichiban. Oh, there's no modifier. Wait, there might be an article here. Ichiban 好きな
な
好きなは好きな都市は何ですか？
都市はなでか
山手線は毎週とても混んでいます。Sorry. I'm slowly becoming a snake. Just holding out that S until I figure out where we're going here.
山手線
山手線では
は
No. I'm looking for 週末. Oh, no wait, weekdays. Oh, weekdays. 平日.
平日
Weekdays, not weekends. 平日. What if I do? No. Wait. Hmm.
とても
とても
混
混んでい
ま
ますす。So, what if I did?
平日はが
Yeah, 平日は山手線がとても混んでいます。I was like, The day is the subject. Short. Oof. 増えます。
増えます
彼女は銀座で地下鉄に乗った。
ね。
彼女
We're doing internet slang in the Chinese unit today. And we gotta revisit this topic about colloquialisms.
彼女は銀座で地下鉄に乗った。
彼女は銀座で銀座では
彼女は銀座で地下鉄に乗った。
地下鉄に乗った。減ります。山手線
増えます
減ります年
人口
人口の都市の人口
都市の
人口が増えるincreasing 増える so 増える so 増えている
増えている
Wait, that's also a good question. Nah, it's fine.
都市
都市
減ります。
山手線
増えます。
Population has fallen.
人口
人口が decrease. So 減る fallen. So would you 減りました Oh no. Oh, they went with 減った
減
Okay,
った
fair enough. We're plain.
都市の人口が減りました。
都市の人口が減りました。And then, of course, the other formal. I'm starving. Oh, this is one of the peculiar uses for heru, interestingly enough. I don't know how often this is used.
お腹
お腹が減った。
減った。
Kind of makes sense if you think about it. I
広
suppose.
島の人口はどれくらいですか？
広島の人口はどれぐらいですか？ I have fallen and can't increase anymore.
都市の
都市の
人口
都市の人口が減りました。or 減った。Which one are you going with? 減りました。
減まった。
都市の人口が増えている。
都市の人口が増えている。私の一番好きな都市は広島です。or 広島だ。
私の
私の好きな都市は一番好きな都市は、広島だ。
広島だ。
銀座線は時々混んでいます。
銀座ね。Oh, wait. I totally forgot about writing sen in today's review. That explains why that looks weird. I dropped 4 vocabulary words today in the recall. So what are we down to now? We are down to 首都都市sen and I forgot the number, just the last thing. Dang it. I've got 4 things. I'll make sure to remember them for tomorrow. 銀座線は時々混んでいます。
彼は毎朝銀座線に乗る。
彼は毎朝銀座線に乗る。銀座線に乗る。毎朝。Okay. Oh, hunky dory. We have 15 minutes, so let's go and do some of these. Need to go to the bathroom.
秋
You have that. Oh. Okay.
秋葉原
秋葉原
秋葉原。
秋葉原。
原宿
秋葉原
秋葉原、
原宿、
原宿
秋葉原、
秋葉原、
原宿、
原宿、
渋谷、
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 渋谷
渋谷、
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 渋谷
渋谷、渋谷、
渋谷、
渋谷、
渋谷
渋谷、渋谷、
渋谷、
渋谷
渋谷、
渋谷、
交差、
交差点、
Okay. That checks
交
out.
差点、
I was kind of thinking my
交差点
stroke order wasn't a 50-50
交差
here,
点、
but it
交
is.
差点、
It's a 50-50 stroke order.
交差点、
交差点
交差点、
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 交差点
交差点、交差点、
交差点、
Not the biggest fan at the moment of the vertical line, pretty much sure of the two horizontals.
秋葉原、
秋葉原、
原宿
原宿、原宿、
原宿、
秋葉原原宿
原宿、秋葉原、
秋葉原、
秋葉原、
秋葉原交差
交差点、
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 交差点
交差点、交差点、
交差点、
交差点
交差点、
交差点、
Oops. That was awkward.
交差点、
交差点
交差点、交差点、
に、し、
渋谷、渋谷、
渋谷、
渋谷
渋谷、
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 渋谷
渋谷、
交差点。
交差点
Oh, I
交差
typed
点。
sa. I mean, I typed se.
交差点
交差点、
That's actually a more of
交
a
差点、
listening
交差点、
listening typo.
交差点
交差点、
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 I'm saying Kolsaten, not Kolsaten. And then it caused me to write se instead of sa. Kolsaten.
交差点交差点
Chinese thing.
交差点
It's a Chinese thing.
交差点
交差点
Sa versus sa, not se versus sa.
交差点
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 交差点交差点
No sas. No, as far as I know, no. I haven't encountered a sa in Japanese. Let's see. What am I? Oh, Hakihaba.
原宿
秋葉原
原宿
原宿
秋葉原
原宿
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 秋葉原
原宿
秋葉原
秋葉原
原宿
交差点
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 交差点交差点
交差点
交差点
Okay. Hatsu. Noru. Noru. Hatsu. Noru.
出す
Dasu. That's one way to look at it.
乗る
Noru.
走る
Hashiru. 返す
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 勝つ
勝つ
勝つか
乗る
勝つ
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 見る
見る
乗る
乗る
届く
届け届く届く引く
引く
乗る
く
泳
泳
ぐ
ぐ
走る引く
く
乗る
乗る
勝つ
勝つ
届く
届く
走る来る
来る
乗る勝つ
勝つう
交差
交差点
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 交差点交差点
宿題
宿題 Right, 宿題 What? Oh.
宿題
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 Juku.
宿題
宿題宿題宿題
宿題
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 Kosaten. Kosaten.
交差点
Oh, we are definitely not going to try to complete at least
交差点
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 a confirmation on the stroke
交
order
差点
on some of these characters.
交差点
交差点
Way too long.
交差点
I should pause before we get into the the story section. Hmm.
No.
That could be seen as taking, but okay.
No.
Like to take on a ride, but okay. That is messing with English. That's messing with fire right there. Yikes. Wow. Yeah. That is some fire.
使います
Oh, that's some fire. 乗る
太る乗る乗ります
That is messing with fire right there. Having norimas be take and noru be ride and then reverse. Oh man.
書きます
乗る
乗ります
That is some fire
乗ります
fire
乗る
meme.
乗る
Noru. What do they want again? Ride? Noru.
走る乗ります
ます
話します
話します
食べ
食べます
乗る乗ります
Wait. Yeah. They want that. And then norimasu. That's kind of a meh.
交差
Osaken. Osaten.
交差点
I don't know how I feel about it.
交差点
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 Norimasu and noru
交差点
is both taken, right? Like one could interpret it as taking something, not in the sense of riding something.
交差
Osaten.
交差点
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 交差点交差点
End of 15. Yeah, we're gonna skip that for now. Let's finish this up and swap over to Chinese.
交差点
Kazu.
数
Did I write Kazu today? I think I did.
人口。面白い。
面白い場所。場所です。
で、
原宿、交差点、花見、渋
明日
谷。
集まりましょう。
明日ね。
明日
集まり、wait. 集まりましょう。
集ましょう。
います。
減ります。増えます。
す。減
減る。
る。
渋谷。
原
原
宿。
届ける。
届ける。
ポスト
ポスト。封筒。
はがき。
はがき。Oh. いい。太い。はがき。kind of mixed up. Oh. Oh is. Uh-oh. Yikes. Yikes. It's the face. Right.
コス
コス
プレ。
プレ、
住所。
住所。
原宿は渋谷の隣の駅です。原宿
原宿は渋谷の隣の駅で
駅
す。
です。
山手線に乗ったの？
山手線に乗ったの？
地下鉄には多くの人が乗っています。
Okay.
地下鉄には多くの人が乗っています。地下鉄には多くの人が乗っています。
Okay.
地下鉄
地下鉄は多
多く
の
のます
Oops.
ます人
と
に
人に
の
乗っていま
い
す。
ますにが地下鉄には多くの人が乗っています。
毎朝。彼は
毎朝銀座線
銀座線に
に乗った
乗った
乗
乗る。
る。
メトロはサラリーマンで混んでいた。
メトロはサラリーマンで混んでいた。
この
この近所。この近所はコンビニはありますか？この近所にコンビニはありますか？
帰りはとても混んでいました。
帰りはとても混んでいました。Alright. All right, we had enough digressions today. There were very interesting things. Oh, one thing. I think there was someone thought when I can see where that there was a slight difference in response. I think at least I thought earlier that Yumeko was asking me if I deliberately explicitly study conjugation, but the comment that was the timing dealt with something that isn't conjugation, but I was talking about conjugation. That's a thing that might have been a miscommunication. Like I wasn't even thinking about whether it had anything to do with the helper words. Actually, I don't think it had anything to do with helper verbs the way I was thinking about it. Okay. All right, folks, that's the end for Japanese. We're falling behind. ここに2人でいることに今 something? Ima something. What is that? Uita? You just realize you're alone here? That happens. What you call it? Churn does the thing where there. Oh, actually, I don't know what time it is for you. Yeah, what time is it? But it's the day for churn. So churn kind of goes in and out all the time. Yeah, I think you were asking me if I was doing conjugation. Oh, it's in the middle of the day for you too, or it's before. Oh no, it's at the end of the day, 22:34. Yeah, we are in our evenings, right? You and I we're only 1 hour apart from each other. Churn is in the morning. Like Churn has afternoon right now, so doing Malay things, whatever that means. But yeah, I thought I think one of the bigger confusions about that comment was that the thing you were calling conjugation, you were just asking me if I study conjugation, right? You weren't talking about the thing that Chern was talking about being conjugation. I think what I was talking about had very little to do with whatever he was talking about. So that was a little confusion too, where he was calling something I was practicing when I said I was practicing not conjugation, but it is conjugation unless it's not anymore. So now I'm a little confused, just a wee bit confused, because when you ask me if I practice conjugation, I'm talking about things like taking I don't know, taking taberu, right, taking taberu and then conjugating it. And that's what I was saying yes to. So to clarify, when I said, do I do it outside? Do I explicitly practice conjugation outside of Duo? The answer is yes. I think conservatively, yes, I practice this a lot. I practice during Duolingo too. You'll probably hear me say it a lot of times. Like, I'll read a sentence, but then I would use the plain form. Or I would read it as the plain form, maybe out loud sometimes, and then I would conjugate it. I would conjugate it myself. So unless this is what Chern is saying is not conjugation, then that might be even more confusing. However, I think he was I think Chern was referring that you might have been asking, do I study conjugation? And it happens to be Chern was talking about something else. They were talking about the combination of narimasen and naranai. Although I feel like naranai is also a conjugation anyways. Talking about that part. So I don't know. I wanted to clarify. I think you were asking me if I conjugate things and practice conjugating, not referring to something that isn't conjugation, which the thing about particles, which is a helping words, that's a whole different discussion. So I might have gone on a digression that was just because I misunderstood what was read. Like, we are discussing something that was dealing with conjugation, and Chern was making a comment about something that isn't conjugation. Yeah, I like conjugating. Oh, which, by the way, I don't know. Do you study Spanish at all? Yumeko? Because Spanish is like my squeeze back in the day. Back in high school, I liked conjugating because it was Spanish. All the conjugation stuff, when I talk about it, is coming from Spanish. If you're into conjugating, Spanish would oblige. Yeah. So I actively conjugate. In fact, when Duo, you'll hear me say it a lot, and I find myself, it's very helpful when Duo wants me to translate, right? Something that's not contextual. So when you have Spanish classes, but I'm doing really bad. Why? How so? You're already learning 2 languages. What's wrong with what's happening with Spanish? I actually, that's interesting, because lots of people who are interested in Japanese have some background in Spanish, which is Spanish not interesting to you? Maybe it's not interesting to you as much. That's interesting. So here's my example of Duolingo, right? You don't think you should be doing as badly as you am, though, considering the similarities? Yeah, exactly. The Japanese and Spanish has a lot of commonalities when it comes to the department of orienting yourself in conjugation, right? Because in English is not really providing that much, right? English it doesn't do that much, or doesn't even do it in a similar way. So that's interesting. So you have Spanish right now. That's interesting. We're gonna talk about Spanish a little later. It's due to disinterest. Yeah, that's what I figured. I feel a lot of times when it comes to, I'm guessing this is school related, right? It's oftentimes, I would say, for younger people. I'm not saying this might be the reason. Like, I don't want to like keep confirming this, but it often plays a strong role. The disinterest often plays a strong role, and getting yourself I don't know how long you're gonna have Spanish class, but I'm starting Spanish in February. Perhaps you'll be able to inform me more, and we can talk about specifics in the future in Spanish. I can kind of talk about specifics in Spanish right now, but I would need to review. I had approximately 3 years in Spanish, and it started in high school, and then I went to college. But that's over 10 years ago. So I can't even say, like, I can't even like describe the conjugation tables that I enjoyed, because it's so far in my memory. Yeah, and in Duolingo, when they say like, I will talk or I will eat, right? I'm like, you will eat, huh? So is that going to be taberu, taberu or tabemasu nowadays? And then there are things that are even more more weirder, like just this unit when it's to be crowded, right? When something is crowded, or when something was crowded in English, because English does not have this type of conjugation. You're thinking, or at least I'm thinking to myself, okay, so now let's narrow it down a little bit. We have komimashita. Is that a thing? Can you komimashita? It's komu, right? Komu. So then komimashita. No, but it's probably like, then you have to conjugate. Then you have konde, which is the te form, right? Konde. So is it kondeimasu or kondeimashita or kondeiru or kondeita, right? So I think of these things on the fly. It's largely why I don't go straight to the answer first. I would stare at the translation, or I would stare at the English thing, and I would think to myself, okay, all right, those are my possibilities. Then I narrow it down, and it gets a little faster over time, and it's not for speed, it's more for comprehension. So like comprehensiveness. So I am doing like the Spanish thing where I'm like, oh, well, if I say it this way, it would mean this. If I say it this way, it would mean this. So I'm like going through all the stuff as I'm going in Duolingo. So every time when Duolingo introduces a new tense, a new conjugation, I rap through it. So like, for example, if I saw okina, right? Right. Okina. I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, it is related to oki, right? Oki. But and okina, it often occurs, they use it in the middle of a sentence as an adjective or like insert noun, right? Insert noun. However, at the end of a sentence, if they were going with oki, I have separate options. I also have to check if it's past tense, or if it's past or non-past, right? Because these can be quote unquote conjugated. Adjectives can be conjugated in the sense that it could be in the past tense or in the non-past. And then it can be negated, right? It can be negated. But okina here, in this case, you can cut to the chase and say, oh, it's okina. Okay, that's fine. Like, we can move on. But while I'm reading it, I'm also thinking about all the other possibilities. Like, oh, wait, I could say the noun wa, oki, right? I could oki it the other way, right? And then it would express similar things, but then they would play into conjugating. Yeah. It's kind of like that personalized practice where there was the two clauses, and one had a janai, right? One had a negation of a non-adjective, and one had a positive, I guess, an affirmation of a e-adjective. And their choices were an e-adjective and a non-adjective, right? The shortcut, if you're a person that does shortcuts, to be most efficient, you could shortcut and say, oh, there's janai. It can only be this choice. I don't care about what this word is. And then this is des. So, okay, it's an e-adjective. It can only be this choice. Or even more shortcutty, you could say, if I know one of the answers, I know the other answer, and just do that. earlier on, much early on, I still go through the process. So go through it. I try to practice the routine, and that routine gets faster. As in, I'm practicing recognizing, oh, non-adjective, conjugation, this stuff, and as I'm going faster in that regards. I can do shortcuts every now and then to save time. However, my goal is to be comprehensive as opposed to being, again, speedrunning. I'm not like, the whole idea of speedrunning would suggest that you cut as many corners to optimize as possible. And I totally get it. People like to go fast. My familiarity with conjugation and building foundation is to do all of these things while going a little bit faster. So once they become faster, I pile on more things to think about. And then when I go and practice, so this is when I'm learning with the side of practicing, right? Learning with the side of practicing. This is my duo time. What I do during stream. This is my stream time. I learn, but also reflect on as many learning. When I go to practice, as in immerse, when I go to practice outside, when I'm not streaming, I consume media and I do everything as fast as I can. Like, I practice what is natural or what comes naturally to me, not to other people. So if whatever gets me to the answer faster, I do that. And then I find out, oh, I realize that most of the time I do a process of elimination to get answers or something. Like, for example, the JLPT exams. It's been a very long time, but I did a practice exam. The singular practice exam that's available, the JLPT 5 exam. It was around day 100. I spoke about this back in day 100 because people keep asking me about my JLPT thing. I don't plan on taking the JLPT like officially, unless it's like involved in requiring me to do it somehow, or someone maybe wants to take it with me and they need help or something. I don't usually take it because I need to confirm for myself. I don't take exams if I don't have to. Not the greatest with exams. However, I took a practice exam at day 100 and I have like, I don't know, 75% of the N5 concepts, right? However, when you take an exam, I shared my thoughts about it. I used a lot of shortcuts. So a lot of the exam involved me using shortcuts that wasn't really related to Japanese comprehensive comprehension. So that goes back to my carefulness about when you know something, it doesn't necessarily translate to the understanding of something. And what I mean by that is, if you pass an exam as well, does it mean you understand something? No, not necessarily. I told myself, to be honest, I knew more about exam taking. I knew more about exam taking than I did about the Japanese that they were asking about. Like things like, a lot of it is multiple choice, right? So how do I get myself to not do these shortcuts while also getting more and more understanding and knowing practice in? And that's how I go about it. So when I'm doing personalized practice, it's actually slower than speedrunning. That's kind of why I talk a lot about the whole meme. I personally think it's a meme now, but maybe like it's an association. When you have someone who's maybe mid-aged, not mid-aged, that's like I'm referring to 40-year-old. Someone who, this is a generalization. Statistically, I'm going to say more than 50% of my interactions, more than 50% of my interactions with people who are less than 30 years old, it goes much higher when it's less than 25. They are self-selected into a target audience that's interested in Japanese culture. Like, the probability goes up if it's anime related, because it goes back to the idea that they're more in youth culture. So there are a lot of self-selection, but when it happens, there are terms that are associated with Duolingo. I literally said these terms multiple times. The use of the word bro, which reduces the English comprehension to less than 25 years old because it's a generational thing. The way bro is being used in a specific way. Bro, in that case, is being used like this, right? Bro. And then speedrunning, and then Duolingo. These three things were literally 3 out of the 4 words that this person said. 3 out of 4 words. That is statistically likely that this person is likely to be less than 25 years old, interested in Japanese culture as a form of Twitch and gaming interest, probably, but it happens to be on YouTube, because these are kind of associated. So when I legitimately talked about these correlations for a while now, and it since have become more of a meme, right? Like, I'm actually anti speedrunning. However, I can't tell you how many times someone associates a passage of time with the efficiency of time. So what I mean by that is, lots of times Duolingo, it's not malicious or anything. It's a conceptual thing to rationalize these. Duolingo's streak is a passage of time. It's not a passage of efficiency. So when someone says they're speed running something, oftentimes you can increase or decreasing the efficiency of time, right? Now hear me out here. I could be super fair and say, okay, well, if someone uses their freezes, so there's this mechanic called a streak freeze, and every, I think it's 100 days, you get 3 freezes, and then you can keep a stock of 5 freezes. So technically your efficiency can go down if you use all your freezes every like 150 or 100 days. So then you're actually losing efficiency per day. However, without even considering this, the passage of time in terms of streak is constant. There's no like speeding up or slowing down. You log in, you do 1 lesson, and your streak continues. So in no way does that reflect a speed run. And yet that is considered generally what makes people think they're speed running. Like, oh yeah, this guy's on day 360, they're speed running Duolingo. And the idea is they're suggesting that as opposed to someone who do not have a streak. As in someone who doesn't do 1 lesson a day. It's less than 5 minutes a day. Now you might be thinking, well, okay, so they're speedrunning, right? No, because you don't know if someone spends more than 30 minutes every other day. So they don't maintain a streak. If they spend 30 minutes every other day, it will still be more efficient, or speed, if you will, effort in a given time across 3 days. So if someone had a streak for 2 days, they spent maybe 10 minutes, then it will still be less than someone spending 30 minutes every other day. So there's no element, like you cannot ascertain that. This is the cognitive dissonance that I'm referring to. And not that it's bad or good. It's an interesting thing that I encounter most of the time. Like this is a significant understanding that one must comprehend. Like I'm not going to go out there and say, well, okay, well, hear me out here. Let's explain how passage of time and this metric does not measure the efficiency of speedrunning, because speedrunning is being efficient. You can improve your time across something. The time consumption. No, there aren't any metrics in Duolingo that can measure efficiency in a normal sense. It has to be a clocked thing from beginning to end. Apparently. Honestly, you don't think JLPT or exams in general are the best measure of understanding due to the really common use of exam taking skills to ensure a decent... Exactly. I'm illustrating that point now. Exam techniques are incredible. And the reason why I mentioned that is because, well, how educated are you, right? So I'm making a disclaimer, right? This is the objective nature, or a bit of a more open objective nature of making disclaimers. I performed well, quote unquote, ahead of how much time I used to understand something, because I want to tell people that a lot of it was because of my exam taking techniques. And you might be, and then, you know, before people jump off the rails and say, well, that's a weird flex, like, so you're good at taking exams, that makes you... It's like, okay, hear me out here. The reason, like, I want to give a reason why I have maybe useful exam techniques, because I am a terrible exam taker. So in order to become less terrible at taking exams, I learned a lot about how to take exams, how to rationalize things. Now, you might be thinking, okay, well, then isn't that a good thing? Yes, for critical thinking and problem solving, right? And one could be a stickler and say, well, doesn't that help you with language learning? Language learning and speaking a language, you know, like learning a language and acquiring a language? The answer is yes. However, the JLPT is trying to measure your existing comprehension, not how you comprehend it. So if there was a measure where like a test is saying, oh, how do you solve problems? How do you solve critical problems? Then there is an intersection between how quickly you acquire a language or understand a language through a higher aptitude of critical thinking and problem solving. JLPT is a performance exam on Japanese. Unfortunately, or fortunately in a way, exam taking techniques reflect on someone's ability to learn something. However, not what they have learned. At least in my opinion. In my case, I got a passing grade on the practice exam because I noticed that a lot of the answers, they were largely incomprehensible in the sense of I don't really know all the content. I wasn't comprehending the content. However, I could get to the right answer without knowing it, Is Duolingo my only learning language source? Do I use others? Just wondering. I do use others. Wait. Hold up. Okay. Let's do this really quickly. Scott Lee. Duo is currently accounts for 90% of my language learning. Okay. So it does account for the primary of my language learning. And during a Duolingo session, I spend 90% learning as well, and I spend about, I want to say about 10%, sometimes 20. So this is like this, practicing stuff. Now, while I'm doing my Duolingo, I do use grammar sources. I use grammar sources and I use dictionary. So I check and stroke order and writing references. So the answer is, during this time while I'm spending time practicing and learning, Duolingo is the exposure. It gives me the exposure. However, while I'm during Duolingo, like during these streams, what I'm not showing is I cross-reference with grammar, a dictionary, and a stroke like reference thing for writing. So the answer is yes, I do use other sources, for sure. When I'm not on stream, which I'm not using Duolingo, it's not Duolingo. I don't use Duolingo when I'm not on stream, and when I'm doing that, I'm practicing. So I practice the things I learned on Duolingo, the things I'm learning during Duolingo, while using immersion. So I do things like watch anime, listen to podcasts, and not so much these things really. Actually, I listen to vlogs a lot more, vlogs on like cooking, Japanese culture, and multicultural life. I think right now most of my content that I consume is multicultural life. So that's like a Japanese person trying to explain what it's like to be in the United States, or a Japanese person what it's like to be in Germany, or what an English speaker feels like living in Japan. Those are the multicultural things. And these channels will go back and forth. They'll go back and forth between the two languages. Or they might even combine the languages. They might speak in half languages. So Japanglish, if you will. And they talk about things that involve, what it's like, how the language barrier is overcome, or something like that. So, way more than Duolingo, obviously. It doesn't stop at Duolingo. Like, I use Japanese, or I think in Japanese, when I'm speaking English. Like right now, I could be explaining, preparing a Japanese response if someone suddenly wants to talk in Japanese. So you can speak in one language and think in another language momentarily while you're pausing in between things. I'm not saying you can do them simultaneously. True multitasking doesn't. That's kind of a myth. There's no true multitasking. That's a digression for another time. However, yeah. I hope that helps. Yeah, we're gonna end our Japanese session now and move over to Mandarin. Yeah, thanks for chilling again, Yumeko. We're gonna get into more digressions later. Hopefully your Spanish goes well. I want to hear about your Spanish. In the future or now. I mean, like later. I would love to hear about your Spanish stories. Yeah, good night. Oyasumi nasai. Yumeko-san. Now I say you're using Duo correctly, so keep it on. You've been doing Spanish and Korean on it. How is that? But I make sure to get other resources across certain grammars, which is what Duo lacks to me. Yeah, I agree. Duolingo lacks. Great. You might talk about it next stream then. I'd look forward to it. I look forward to it. Tanoshimi desu. Right. Tanoshimi desu. Oyasumi nasai. Let's see. Spanish and Korean. I've heard lukewarm feelings about Korean, but Spanish is like eternity long, so yeah. I agree with you. Scott. Scott, in terms of grammar, it's also, since you're doing Spanish and Korean, in terms of grammar, it's the same. They use the same approach. They expose you to some concept, and if you're lucky, there might be a guidebook blip. But generally speaking, while you're using Duolingo, whenever something is new, like you observe it that it's new, you cross-reference. And then there is also something that Duolingo obviously lacks, right? And that is context. Context and also construction. And I don't know what you're doing for construction. For me, I'm doing journaling. I do journals and mnemonics. Like mnemonics for connecting all the vocabulary. So for example, at the end of a new unit, I take this stuff, I connect them all in a flowchart or a category. And then after the day is over, I use that flowchart and category and talk to myself or like construct the connections between all the vocabulary. You can see these in the beginning of every stream. So the beginning of every session, I'm constructing it myself, and then when I remember it, I'm only writing those things down. So then you practice the construction part. And then the context part, right? The context part is you gotta consume content. You need some form of immersion, like a CI, like comprehensible input, something that provides context with like frequency of use and associations, like phrases that are associated with each other. You can get that from being exposed consistently with patterns and whatnot. So this is lacking, right, in Duolingo. So requiring something that can provide that. And then an incentive to construct. If you have a friend, I don't have a friend, by the way, that speaks Japanese or want to speak Japanese, you have to also, one has to encourage themselves to construct. So that construction is a way of practicing what you learned. So once you get what Duolingo has to offer, you have to encourage yourself to do all these things. If you can't construct, then you can't output a sentence, right? You can't, in both speech and writing. You have to encourage yourself to write and speak in a different way, like, because Duo can't do that. With one big asterisk, this is a huge disclaimer, okay? If you're a Max subscriber, I'm not affiliated with Duolingo, and if you have resource limitations, I wouldn't recommend this. If you're a Max subscriber, technically, you can construct something with an LLM, right? Alternatively, you can open an OpenAI account and then go talk with the newest version of ChatGPT to get a little bit, right? Like, I mean, to get some construction, to get some back and forth. So you can, if you're socially anxious or awkward, or like you just can't find Japanese, like other language learners or a native Japanese speaking friend, or like your target language, like the people in your target language, then an option is to use a large language model, which I will probably demonstrate how I will go about that in a very near future. Not for Japanese, but for Chinese, because the Chinese course is actually coming to an end in another 10 days or so. The Japanese course has like another half a year to a year. So I will be learning how I do with my Chinese things, and then when Japanese comes along, that's so there are other ways. There are plenty of ways to go about interacting. In Duolingo, though, this is an actual thing. So you can be a max subscriber, and they have LLM functionality for Spanish. Now, I don't think they have one for Japanese. The higher ups, the top 3, maybe French, Spanish, and English, does have an LLM model available. I think at least English and Spanish. So if you're a Spanish learner on Duolingo, technically they have something that allows you to construct. So then you'll have a conversation. You can role play with a large language model and get some construction. So that can alleviate something. It's something that it's not apparent from my experience because I haven't actually subscribed to anything yet. So that's good. Yeah, you pretty much summed it up. Spanish is pretty good on Duo, but Korean seems, yeah, haven't done much yet. So which is why you put in more resources. Exactly. I think we're on the same page, Scott. You broke the mold, by the way. You broke the streak. You broke the streak of the Duo is supposed to do everything. Is supposed to do everything. So I hate it because it doesn't. A streak. Most of my interactions very early on from people who either used to use Duo or never used Duo before and used better things, they often talk about how they hate it because the tool doesn't do everything. And way to punch above the curve, Scott, about integrating other things, right? Trying to know what's lacking, know what it has, what does work, what doesn't work, and then you can still continue to use it in a way that it does work, and then incorporate things with what it doesn't work. I started with Duolingo, and slowly I supplement and I complement. It goes both ways, you know. A lot of people say, oh, Duo is just a lesser product, so you complement it or you supplement it. No, you start with the product, in my opinion, and you fill it in. So whatever you start with, it's a starting place. And then you fill it in. You start understanding how it works. And yeah, you used to think that way when you first started, when you were like 10. Holy, you started so young. But now you started up again about 5 years later. Wow, 10 years old. You wanted to learn. Are you by any chance from a multilingual background? Or do you live in an environment that involves people who speak more than one language? 10 is pretty young. Like, what I mean by that is pretty young for someone who's returning to it, returning to a target language. Oftentimes, if it didn't catch on young, most of the time, you know, the statistical norm is that into your older age, you don't end up revisiting a target language unless you're in an environment that is constantly giving you cues of, hey, other people speak different languages, or you've encountered different languages consistently, like your interests maybe you're interested in Korean drama or something, and it's on an uptick, or Spanish is all around you, so you're constantly reminded like, hey, people speak Spanish too. Yeah, I know, you're 15 now, right? Because you're going back to it for 5 years. But yeah. But every time you used Duo was your first ever time using 10. Nice. Well, keep at it. I mean, you're 15. You'll probably be trilingual at some point. By the way, as a disclosure, hopefully you want to make sure that you're in a safe environment and whatnot. Being that young is very important that I say this. Be careful around the online, and hopefully you have loving and supporting parents that help you with these things, and friends, right? Friends. I'm 37, so if we're gonna talk about being away for a very long time for target language learning, I think it's been over 10 years since I've touched Spanish, and that was in high school to college. It's been well over 10 years. It's actually almost been 20 years. Yeah. So anytime, in my opinion, is a fantastic time to learn and pick up a language. So I hope you're having fun as well, enjoying it, and have some friends along the way that might be interested in learning another language. Glad to hear that you have such a wider perspective at a young age, actually. Yeah, thanks for sharing. With that very lovely note, right? I'm gonna end my Japanese session. So, and then I'm gonna take a break, go to the bathroom, grab an energy boost, some glucose. I'll be back for my Chinese lesson. So, to all the Japanese language enthusiasts out there, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right? Until then, minasan mata ne, ja ne. Right? And I'll be back. Thank you for sharing, Scott. Don't feel obligated that you have to stay or anything. I really appreciate. Let me know when you graduate from high school and all that stuff, how your language learning goes, how your language learning went, what you're doing in school. That's pretty cool. I love hearing stories from younger people and what they're doing today. Okay. Alright, folks. Welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第184天。Okay, so today is day 184. Welcome back, Churn. See, Scott is around still. You are learning how to use Teshimo. Teshimo. Not sure about that one. Chao. I don't know that one either. Morao. That one's, oh no, Mochiru. I don't know what that one is as well. Ureru. Not sure about that one either. And then Ageru. Okay, Ageru is the only familiar one. Interesting. Wow. By the way, what are you learning? How are you learning this stuff, Churn? For 1 hour. That's a pretty solid 1 hour practice. Practically the exact center of the US. Wait. Where are you? Oh, okay. Practically the middle of nowhere? Really? Yeah, Churn's from Malaysia. I think you need to get a bigger screen. The texts are small for you. Yeah, it is. Oh, you watch yeah. I know. So you probably so it's not a bigger screen, but I need to somehow boost the so this is a misnomer. I'm on an ultra wide Churn, but it's more I need to get a bigger font size for my YouTube chat, like for like the chat display. So the bigger screen has very little to do with resolution, right? Like it's fine how big the screen is. Like no matter how big the screen is, the text will still appear a very specific way. So the idea is I'm still looking for a different. I need something. I'm still looking for my ideal like workflow where I can have the text be a modifiable font size, so then we can get larger. For now though, whenever someone types in Japanese, I'm actually moving them to a location where it's like larger. I'm gonna be real. I'm being a little bit lackadaisical. This is something that I think pragmatically I should be working on remediating every once in a while. But yeah, I totally understand what you mean though. Not really the big screen part, because the main monitor is very large. It's very big. Otherwise I'm gonna have to sit back a lot farther in order to see things. Okay. I totally understand though, and it's a good point, being able to read the text. Twitch chat, on the other hand, is a different story because you can just bump the font size. Not quite as friendly when it comes to customizing. I'm using like the default to pop out right now. I'm gonna have to use some sort of chat manager or something. Well, I've been perusing for a useful software that integrates into my workflow with the proper features. So no worries, we'll get that under control soon enough. So we concluded Unit 5 2 days ago, right? Unit 5, I mean Unit 7. I don't know how 5 looks like 8. Okay. Unit 7. So now I am using the OBS chat for Twitch. You can do a YouTube URL plugin for the YouTube's live stream chat. However, that URL changes every day. So it would add an extra step in which I fetch the URL into the new plugin each day. So alternatively, I'm looking for a manager that requires a work that does things that I want it to do and displays it the way I want. So right now I have both the chats next to each other. And the YouTube default live stream box is like, it's a little bit, it's not that fantastic. And it creates some sort of artifacting or like displaying windows within the bounds of the chat box, which is not that hot either. So work in progress. The answer is both as opposed to or. The answer is both. They are right next to each other, largely because I have a large screen, and it used to be that case the whole time. The YouTube thing has been a more newer thing, right? Anyways, more on that later. I'll find a very more palatable solution as I slowly peruse the options. I've considered 4 or 5 different things. The one thing that a lot of people generally say they would use, it involves account creation, and I tend to avoid juggling more logins. Many of the things tend to do with account creation. Let's see. All right, so let's go over our recall for Chinese, and then we can get into whatever internet slang means. I'm not familiar with any such thing, but it will be interesting to see what constitutes as internet slang according to Duolingo. I find that this topic incredibly fascinating. It's probably a short unit, so I've seen some internet-ish. Oh no, there's a invisible box here that is preventing me from writing. So we're gonna go up here. Okay. Let's see. Unit 7. Yeah. So let me do my recall first. So Unit 7 was... It'll be about 30 minutes. Unit 7 was... What was Unit 7? Festivals. Unit 7 was festivals. Oh, this unit was fantastic because my parents happen to be Chinese, and all these things are so nice to be able to see what they are now. So let's start. Oh, Karen, you can tell me, you can explain to me this. Where does Gong Hei Fa Cai come from compared to Gong Si Fa Cai? Like, the moment this is the phrase that I'm about to write, Gong Si Fa Cai, I usually rarely ever see I usually rarely ever say Gunsi. I didn't even know it's Gunsi, but they use Gunsi instead of Gunhei. Is yeah, I know. that? It's winter solstice. Wait. Oh, it's Cantonese. Okay. Oh, it's winter solstice right now? So you're gonna make Zhong Hangyuan. Oh, delightful. Yeah, Gunghei Facha. Okay, so it is Cantonese. All right. I was gonna say that's what I said to myself the whole time. I'm like, it's probably because it's Cantonese and people like the people around me are probably Cantonese speakers as well. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for confirming. I suppose. Thanks for confirming my suspicions. Yeah. Oh, the 21st. Sorry, the 21st. Oh, you mean December 21st? Right. Oh, yeah. I can't wait too. Actually, my parents, do they make zhongzi? Yeah, they make zhongzi too. I mean, not zhongzi. So tanyuan. Oh, they don't. Sometimes they make tanyuan. They make zhongzi as well. During the winter solstice. Either or, actually, it's a combination. What kind of feeling do you usually have with your tangyuan? I know it says like I know it's like sticky. It's supposed to be glutinous rice balls, but occasionally there's like, you know, other versions of it. Hang on, let me make sure I'm. Yeah. What kind of filling do you usually go for the for your tangyuan? My father typically gets like the traditional. It's either store-bought already pre-made, or you can buy the dough and make the balls yourself and put in the pandan. Oh, pandan leaf, ginger, sugar water. The tangyuan. Yeah, in terms of what's inside the tangyuan, black sesame, I really enjoy the black sesame, but my parents tend to either have pre-mates, right, or occasionally they would make them. Usually it's some black sesame or some sort of peanut thing. Is that the pandan? No, I don't think so. Is it? Yeah, usually those are the typical flavors: black sesame and something peanut buttery. Or in Malaysia, we also can put in gula Malacca. If I've seen it. Oh, that's interesting looking. What is that? Palm sugar. Yeah, palm sugar. Yeah. Malacca's sugar. Oh, okay. I'm not sure what type of sugar that I've had before. It usually goes with a side of zhongzi. The zhongzi provides like the savory stuff, and then followed up by a tangyuan, right? Tangyuan. So you get like a bowl of tangyuan and zhongzi. Again, I'm using these terms, but I haven't ever known these terms as the stuff they are now. I don't ever refer to the lotus leaf, like the sticky rice covered in lotus leaf, as zhongzi before. That's just your version, only because of local ingredients, right? Local ingredients. You gotta stick with the local ingredients, the regional ingredients stuff. Here it's largely black sesame and peanut butter, some sort of peanut butter filling. Sells the most. That sells the most. You've had Jones before? Hey, food you can only say what it is by tasting it. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Like for example, one of my favorite like Chinese greens, right? My favorite Chinese greens. The problem with greens is everything is Thai, you know? Thai this, Thai that, Thai that. Like, how do you know? And then when you're trying to translate it and tell people what it is, it turns out to be water spinach. After many years of my life, the closest thing I got was it's called water spinach. And I'm gonna be real. When you're trying to translate like Chinese terms into English, it's like my parents telling me that bok choy, right? Bok choy. And the translation of bok choy is Chinese broccoli. Like, oh, okay. All right. So water spinach. I don't know if you've ever had water spinach, but it's a fairly leafy green. But one of the characteristics it has is its stem is hollow. It's like a hollow stem, and it's so good. I don't know what it is, and you can tell by tasting it. You can tell by tasting it. Yeah, water spinach. Wait. Let me see what happens if you type in water spinach. Are you asking me? Oh yeah, that's right. You guys know where. I'm from the northeast of the United States. Scott. Yeah, water spinach. Yeah, it comes up. The correct thing comes up. Water spinach. Yeah, the thing about using Chinese name is I know the Fujianese name, but I don't know the Mandarin name. Ngai ai would be the water spinach. Oh, it's actually close. Ngai choi, like nya. I see it. It says nya choi, ngai ai. So yeah. Oh, we can. Oh yeah. Oh, we can also use a scientific name. That's right. I'm telling you, whenever we go to New York and have like something imported in an Asian market or something, if they have this lettuce, I would legitimately ask my parents, let's buy some of this. But it is quite expensive, like per pound. And water spinach is like a classical dish. And my parents always say like, oh, you know, this is how we prepare it in Fuzhou, and I'm like, yeah, it's like my childhood dish, and it requires so little. Like, you blanch it, it kind of wilts up slightly, and so it takes up sauce. So you can use something very simple like ginger garlic sauce with some like oyster sauce for richness, and then just put it together, scratch as much garlic as possible, throw it together, toss, and go to town. Is that what it's called? Okay. That's how you write it? Let's see. Gong xing cai. Really? Gong xing cai, huh? Let me type gong xing cai into the image. Oh, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah, gong xing cai. Yeah, this stuff. Yeah, so inside is hollow. Exactly. Sing, yeah, it's empty. That's exactly the characteristic that I'm talking about right here. The stems are hollow, entirely hollow. So what it kind of tastes like, hear me out here. This is going to be a little bit blasphemous for Italian people. I'm sorry. But this is like a veggie pasta. Like, what I mean by that is it's hollow inside. Think of it like a penne, right? And it just soaks up. Like, you put something in, it just takes it in, and it has a really wonderful, like, light taste to it. It's like easily one of my favorite spinaches. And oh, that makes sense now. Gongxing chai. Yeah. I guess maybe I should ask my parents how. I thought it was ngai, but it might be bai or ngai. I'm really terrible with Chinese names. They all sound the same. Oh yeah, this is a cut, right? In terms of Italian, it's a type. Yeah. So penne is a cut. It's a different cut of the pasta. So you're correct. You're correct. It is a type of pasta. Yeah, macaroni, or actually, I guess elbow. Those are like cuts of pasta, or as far as I know, cuts of pasta. So like spaghetti is a cut. It's a different cut of pasta. Yeah, so penne is that, the one with like, it kind of looks like this. Oh no, wait, you can't see the back. So it kind of looks like this, right? And it has like ridges. The digressions we go into. All right, we gotta refocus. I gotta finish this lesson. We gotta figure out what the heckin' slang like internet slang is, okay? We gotta learn how to say bruh in Chinese. I swear, if there's a bruh equivalent in Chinese, I think my mind would be a little blown. Why is it a little bit mind-blowing? It's largely because of the segregation. The segregation between like China's internet and the non-Chinese internet, right? So I've often wondered what it's like there, like how does the vernacular change and whatnot in a largely isolated digital world, right? It's a very special case, or not completely unique, but a very large example of one. It's a very significant example.快点像华语华语课。Sorry, it took me a while it took me a while to process that. Hurry up and take the wait. All right. Hold up. All right, we're gonna go through this. We're gonna make it. It's probably gonna take like another hour. All right. Okay. Yeah. She. Yes. She. 哎，um, I can't stop laughing. Oh no. 春节，端端，端午，端午节，中 中秋节。聚会，聚会。Don't want to say anything. I got caught between Japanese and Chinese stroke order. I don't want to talk about it. 聚会。聚会。月亮。不一样。Don't worry, I won't forget the radical today. It's fine. Quick. Oh, what do you think, Aaron? What do you think about the saying? What was it? What was the saying? I haven't ever heard this, but I quite like it. It's the 恭喜发财红包拿来 I love it. It's so funny. It's very cute. I like it. It reminds me of like a 13-year-old. Like if you were a 13-year-old and you're like going to a family dinner or like you know, the spring festival or the lunar festival, and your parents are telling you, oh yeah, don't forget to like congratulate, you know, like wish everyone a good happy new year, and then immediately followed up by where's my money, you know. Oh wait, there's more. Wait. I'm so out of touch with this stuff. Wait. 恭喜发财红包拿来没有红包不将进来。that's kind of that's so funny. Congratulations on good fortunes. Bring me the red envelope. If you don't have the red envelope, you're not allowed to come in. Oh, that's so cute. It reminds me of, you know, you're about to enter a house and you ring the doorbell and it's like your grandson or something. Like say your grandson walks up and greets. It's like, okay, so you guys have money. Congratulations, good fortunes and all to you. Did you bring the red envelope? It's like, if you didn't, you can't come in. Like in the sweetest way possible, obviously. In the sweetest puppy dog eye possible, right? Because you know, and what happens generally is like, I mean, my parents and I literally, if our family go and visit family, we would be ready already. You know, the red envelopes are already on us. Whenever we visit for family situations like a wedding or something, one of us has at least 4 or 5 red envelopes ready. But that's such a cute saying. All right, sorry. All right, let's refocus. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. All right. It's so good. All right. So where we have so na. That's how I'm not gonna forget that phrase. Na. Na lai. Oops. Na lai. Hong bao. Have you ever said that when you were younger? I haven't. I didn't. I mean, I didn't really speak, in Mandarin, so that didn't happen with me. Some of my relatives did give me red envelopes, though. Hua guo. Hua. Hua guo. Hua guo. I think it's hua. Hua guo. Hua guo. Chun. Chun. I wouldn't be. I would be a sucker. I'm definitely one of those people. If I had grandchildren, I'd probably spoil my grandchildren too. Be like, oh, you precocious thing. Here you go. You know, throw in a few hundred into a red envelope. Like, go out there. Don't spend it all in one place. Let's see. Long zhou. Long zhou. You might be like, I hope no one's taking that out of context where like a few hundred for your grandchildren. I'm like, across their lives, right? Because if I'm alive and I have grandchildren, right, they're gonna remain my grandchildren. So I'm just averaging it out, right? What are you gonna do giving grandchildren $100 and whatnot? It's like, I might not see them very often either, you know. There's a lot of stipulations. Let's see. So obviously it's not possible if I don't have children myself. Maybe I'll become someone's godparent, you know? That's kind of a thing in Western culture. Zhen Zhu珍珠奶茶. I have a terrible habit of spoiling younger children, so let's not talk about my my debilitating inability to discipline young children. It's not my thing. I'm very forgiving. Shuan la tang. La. 방 I'm definitely harder on adults or older people. True all right, here we go. Let's rattle it off. Okay. All right. Stuff. So, kumpo gear is kung, 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 bao, kung bao. Kung bao ji bing Beijing 北京考 Whoops 北京烤鸭，北京烤鸭。Right， 猪肉，no， 卤 ，wait， oh no，it's 卤 ，no， 卤肉饭。okay， 卤肉饭 is 班主 ，whoops， 班主 ，no one saw that. Okay, now we're going to smaller items, right? Smaller items. 冬子。冬子馒头。wrong this 馒头。Okay. What were you talking about? There's a 春卷。Oh wait. No. There aren't dots. Just kidding. I thought I might have written 春卷. 卷 is this way. Good enough. 月饼 not 冰 月饼 moon ice 月饼 or For a moment there, it sounded like I said "Yue Bing," which I did. Moo nice. And 豆花 Oh, you know, 豆花 with some palm sugar. That sounds delightful too. Some warm tofu pudding with some palm sugar, or like dissolved palm sugar water, like a simple syrup. So nice. Such a nice light thing to have. Okay, unit 6. Okay, so we're leaving this unit behind now. Unit 6 was communication, right? Ganglu. 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 Nima. Wait. That's awful. Whatever. Wait. Điện子 邮电子邮件短信星号Okay. That's me losing a life in a video game. Okay. 面试开会Oh, did I mess up the left? Oh, yeah. My bad. wrong radicals. Yeah. Fine. Got it. 开会这段时间根据wait. 根据关于 老板同事 In Malaysia, you call it 豆腐. Oh, 豆腐花. Yeah, I actually call it that too. But Cantonese pronunciation, so rhymes with the dao. Yeah, 豆腐. Yeah, 豆腐花. 豆腐花. Every time I see do, I say tao or dao a lot of times, and it's like a between a D and a T, because dao is Fujianese, so it's the ao as opposed to o. So whenever like the first vocabulary word you get is doufu, right? Doufu for tofu, but I oftentimes I say daofu because of the southernization of like Cantonese and whatnot. It's an ao. So yeah, daofu. And I catch myself saying that very often. Yeah. Yeah. Daofu fa. It's delicious. I like it. Is tofu from China? Cause kind of same pronunciation. Tofu, yes. Yeah. At least that I'm aware of. Tofu is from China. Same bean curd. Yeah, it's the same bean curd origin. I like la mian, right? La mian is one of the other ones that are pretty gyoza as well. Gyoza. Not manju though, but gyoza. Jiaozi. Other than that, I don't think there's I can't think of something right off the if there's anything like more nuanced. Yeah, tofu. Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. Your guess is as good as mine for that one. Oh, did I? Oh, I put the wrong thing at the bottom. Yeah, that's fine. It'll be corrected in its own way, so you don't really have to correct it, but I put the lime in the coconut. Oops. Actually, yeah, it'll be corrected when I review it. So this isn't like this isn't an accuracy test. This is a recall test. But that's understandable. Like I double check it before the end. I double check it afterwards. Like after I'm done streaming, I double check it. So on the next day you'll hear me say like, "Oh, right, I wrote this incorrectly." Yeah, that's what I do. On the following day, you'll probably hear me. If you if I start the lesson, you'll probably hear me say, "Oh yeah, I noticed that yesterday I wrote this incorrectly," but that's okay. Or like, but it's still fine to correct it along the way. I'm not that. It won't really do like. It's all right if you're concerned. If you're like, if you feel like something might go wrong or something, don't worry about it. I actually look at these. I look at the beginning and the end of the stream most of the time. I look at the end of the stream every 3 days, and I look at the beginning of the stream in the evening when I'm not streaming. It's like writing my in my journal, basically. It's like, today, these are the things I remember, but instead I write it on screen, so then I just skip in my video to this place and see if I've forgotten anything. Yeah. No worries. No worries. I got this. Yeah. Kanbu. Kanbu. Jian. Kanbu Jian. You have the urge? Okay. Yeah. Kanbu Qing. What is 轻盈 哦，看不清眼睛，看不见眼，看不见音，看不清音。What is the third character? It's a 清楚，看不清楚。The fourth one feels to remind me of 眼睛. I don't remember the last two characters, unfortunately. For the record, Churn, there are some people. The reason why I'm saying this is I've already had several people having this problem. Churn. So now I explain it. I try to explain it, and some people still choose not to hang around because that's kind of the urge, right? The urge is that if something goes wrong, you're gonna keep doing it, and then it hurts people, right? And then especially in a sense of, I literally have this conversation, for full disclosure. I'm not gonna talk about the actual person, but on multiple occasions, people have become, when you get close to someone, or like in a regular way, like a conversation way, the urge becomes stronger, and then when the urge becomes stronger, it can become a negative feeling, So I totally understand, because even watching video games, that can happen too. Like when you watch someone play sports or something, right? And you know one of the players on the sports team, and you're like, oh, if only, why couldn't, like that kind of thing. And I totally get that. So I wanted to make sure that, rest assured, I'm well aware of the urge. I'm aware of it. But I can't resonate with it. I don't sympathize with it too much. The thought, I had many thoughts when someone makes like an error and whatnot. It's like, I wonder how they're gonna solve it. That's usually my thought. Like, tomorrow I'm kind of curious if they will notice, and the day after if they will notice. Obviously, that's more of a hands-off approach. More of a hands-off. Let's see. Where were we? 表见表现. You can if you want. Yeah, you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome. 表现. The question is, are you going to be okay with my reaction to it? I think that was one of the impasse that we had with with a lot of other people. The reaction is different, right? It's like, oh, okay, I got it, nice, kind of deal, right? Let's see, y'all. So if you're okay with my reaction, then we have no conflict of interest here. Most people don't hang around for very long, largely due to that type of thing. Like, for example, I have to make it clear that I am no one's student, you know? You don't really care about the reaction, you just want the word to look not weird. Oh, that's fine. That's perfectly alright. I would accept selfish requests than a projected concern. So a lot of other people, when they have the urge to correct if it's wrong, they insist that they're doing me a favor. And that is where it can get a little tricky, right? Like, you're not necessarily doing me a favor, you're doing yourself a favor. And if that makes you feel bad, I want to tell you, you don't have to feel bad. That's natural. It's quite a common thing to want to correct something because it kind of triggers you, right? Know that I'm not necessarily benefiting anything from this, but it doesn't bother me. Right? If it bothers you, by all means. So if you're not concerned about how my reaction to it, then it's perfectly fine. That means we have a what do you call it? A mutualism. It's mutual that I correct something so that it doesn't look weird to you. And then know that regardless of whether you correct it or not, I will probably be okay. That kind of thing, right? The two previous people, or 3 or 4 previous people, they're correcting it because they believe they're doing me a favor, or they're correcting it because they think I'm going to fall into the same traps that they do. So what happens a lot of times is the impasse is they don't want to see me encounter all the problems that they have or had, and in a way that upsets them. So they need to correct it because they think it's going to happen, and they're preventing something from happening. And my general thought is, if you're you now and you went through these traps, then doesn't mean that if I go through these traps, I become just as competent as you do. Unless you're telling me that somehow the traps that you overcome and learn are undesirable and you're preventing that from happening for me, and it's like, that's okay. You don't have to prevent that from happening. It seems like I got to know you really well and you learned the language regardless if this happened or not. That's to say that I don't believe full stop that it's going to happen the same way. And aren't you the least bit curious what happens then? That kind of thing. Right? I like to see what happens. I like to see what happens in the long run kind of person. So we're mutual here. Right? It's a mutual understanding. Okay. Biao xian. What's associated with this? Wu Tai. This is gonna sound really weird. Because we're playing a gamify, we're like playing Duolingo. It's kind of like what would the streamer do in this situation, right? Without the outside influence, that kind of thing. And I like watching people as opposed to affecting them, right? So I'm more of a observer than anything. So this is my personal preference. I don't want to make it sound like you can't have your own personal preferences. Chi tai I hit. Oh, crud. I wrote the Japanese. Oh no. It's happening. There's a block down here. There's an invisible element down here that's preventing me from writing on the screen. So that's why I'm like squeezing. You can see that the cursor changes. There's occasionally in the UI there's something blocking. I don't know what it is though. It happens. So here's the thing. If you're going to do that, then it incentivizes me to make less errors. You know? That's kind of one of those things. Man, I'll let you think about. I'll leave it up to you to figure out the pros and cons about that type of behavior. 蚂蚁麻烦觉得 oh no 决定不决定 no what am I thinking of 不同意a little space 同意觉得决定决定 We're almost there. Don't worry. 决定相指 Chinese stroke order 相指 there's some 不要 whoops is it left or right? It's left, right? 不要跟才其实 I can 其实 what 一哦一是 sure is gonna be a problem. This sure. Okay, we're good. Let's go. It's time for the internet slang, whatever that means. Let's look. Ooh. So what is considered internet slang? My friend and I are both foodies. Oh, that's not internet slang. Oh wait, foodie. Oh wait, how do you say foodie? 我和我的朋友都是吃些
我和我的朋友都是吃货。
货。Do I have that? As a standalone? I don't think so. Do I? Whoa. Where else could I hopefully learn internet slang with you two? So Hua. Where is Hua from? Not sure if I have a Hua example. 吃货 Foodies. 吃货 You don't know any Chinese internet slang? I don't either. It's so closed off, right? It's so closed off. Oh, and otaku. How do you say otaku? Something 男喜欢做什么 Wait.
宅男喜欢做什么？
宅男
宅男喜欢做什么？
That sounds weird. 宅男 Oh, because you don't use Oh, you don't use 小红书 Okay. And 刻印 Oh. Uh, 请给我一个 what is the heck is that? It's two xians on top of a
请给我一个赞。
赞 Okay. All right. 为什么人为什么人喜欢 Oh no, I don't know what's going on here. So I guess that could be 景 I don't know.
为什么人喜欢自拍？
自拍 Oh, that's 自 Oh yeah, that's right. 自 and then 拍 Oh, I get that. 自拍 like 拍键 like taking a photo and 自拍 Okay. So me photo, me so selfie. Okay, 自拍 That makes sense. Fair enough. Like 拍照 right? To take a picture and then 自拍 That's a cute one. I think selfies is a cute one. 我加了你好友
我加了你好友。
好友 I added you 好友 Interesting. 请帮助我，我是菜鸡 我是菜鸡。Wait, is that 鸡？
请帮助我，我是菜鸟。
鸟 Oh no, wait, that's 鸟 Sorry, that's not chicken. That's bird. Tai is suck at something. Oh, it is? It's suck at something? Oh, Tai. Oh, that's interesting. So, Tai niao, a beginner bird. Oh, that's kind of funny, actually. Tai niao. Interesting. Okay. Internet famous. The words in some Chinese slang are quite different to their original meaning. Okay. Zhong. I don't even have that character yet, so I wouldn't know. Zhong. Zhong in annoyed or helpless face, meaning bright, is used to express annoyance and helplessness, given that the character looks like a face. Oh, but there are a lot of characters that look like a face. And maybe because otaku is... Oh, I don't know. So, oh, that's a good one. Yeah, otaku uses this. Yeah, true. That's a good one. That's a good connection for otaku. In a different meaning, of course. But why otaku only boys though? Yeah, that's also that's also a thing too. Yeah. Otaku not. Because you know, patriarchy. Okay. It's unacceptable the other way around, obviously. Is in kana though. Yeah, it's in kana. Yeah. It's usually in kana. And otaku also means something else as well. It can mean something else other than otaku with the character. No kanji. Yeah. So it's a bit of a stretch. The funny thing is there's another phrase with otaku. What chu mean again? Oh, chu huo means foodies. Chu huo. That's kind of funny. I don't know how to relate huo to anything. The huo I can think of is like choices. Huo can be related to choices. So like maybe being restrictive, like eating stock. Oh, foodie? Oh, that's interesting. Eating stock. Oh. I didn't consider the stock part. Oh, I'm thinking of a different huo. I'm just kidding. That's a different huo. And now I don't have the... Oh, it can mean goods. Goods, money, commodity. So food, commodity, or goods? So apparently huo also has good, money, and commodity. So you're thinking about chu huo, a food commodity? Like the stock, like you work at supermarket, you stock up things. Oh. And package that you buy. Okay, interesting. Foodies. I like selfie. Selfie is self-explanatory, for lack of a better word. Selfie. I'm not sure about this. So I guess the slang is the term is just yo, right? As friend. It's not how yo. How yo is the friend term, because I added you as a friend is more like 我加了你好 yo, right? Or it could mean a good friend. I add you as a good friend. So 好友 could be the friend. There's also 达客 wait. Yeah, 打卡 And what is that one? Nyo. And I don't know what the right thing is. It's like darn. Oh, Aka's like to go to famous places and take photo, and you can post onto social media. Oh, interesting. Daka. Interesting. I don't know any of these either. They're giving me examples of which I don't have yet. Meng means sprout, but it's also used as cute. Okay, I can get behind that. I think a sprout is kind of cute though. So Meng, almost like cute young cute. Sprout, Meng. Schwa. Scroll through is brush. Why have I seen this character before? Oh, in Chwaka. Oh, I get the swiping thing. Oh, that's Moe? Oh, Meng is Moe? Oh, that's kind of cute. That's actually pretty cute. Meng is Moe. Okay, I get where that's coming from then. Schwa in Schwaka, I get the swiping thing now. Schwaka, like to brush or scroll through. Interesting. Means to scroll through social media. Schwa, okay. And then that's how I write. Oh, okay. Yeah. The annoying face. Fun Fancy fan or Chinese vermicelli. Oh right. Oh right. Fancy. Yeah, that is Chinese. Chinese vermicelli. It is used to mean fans due to similar in sound. Oh, that's kind of funny. Mino used Bilibili too. Yeah, I don't use Bilibili as well. I did use Bilibili a little bit, and it was to look for Fujianese. Bilibili had a few videos on Fujianese, like a Fujianese class, and Fujianese. I wanted to look for some content, so I did end up on Bilibili every once in a while. You don't get, yeah, it's separate, you know, it's very separate. There was a really popular video that is Jong, or S, or you forgot, okay. STH or something, yeah, or something. You don't really play games too, let alone Chinese games. I don't play a lot of Chinese games. I play a lot of games that are in Chinese or made by Chinese developers, but they don't use Chinese as their primary advertisement. They use English largely. So I did play a couple like indie games, you know, like game mill games, where Chinese companies tend to like roll out a lot of things that are very similar, right? Deck builders have a large base for that, and simulation like auto RPGs and stuff have a lot of Chinese counterparts to them, and that's as close as I get to exposure to them. This one's funny. Fancy. Fun. Yeah, fancy. Anyways, all right, let's get into this unit. There are 4 lessons. Oh, this is going to be a short unit.
How?
It kind of sounds like fancy. So, instead of saying fans, it kind of sounds like fancy. I guess it's more the same.
How?
How? There's a house in there.
Yuan.
Wang?
Ta. How?
How?
Mei.
Okay, Mei. Okay.
How?
How?
Mei.
Okay.
信
姓
没
没
好
好虚 right 虚
虚特
对特特别 no what else could 特 be connected with
没
为什么人喜欢自拍？
自拍 I like 自拍 is great 为什么人喜欢自拍 I asked the same question too so it means bright or window bright then 贬义为 don't know what that is 不明亮营生为光明明亮的Okay. So the meaning of that, whatever that is bright. Yeah. It's copyrighted from Baidu. Oh, okay. Oh, this word is outdated, so it's just used for slang. Oh, okay. I see. Wait, as bright as in, are you going off of like bright as in bright? Where are you going with the whole bright thing? Bright window. Where are you coming from with that? Oh, why do people like selfies? I know, right? Why do people like taking selfies? Yeah, take selfies.
请帮助我，我是菜鸟。
菜鸟. Please help me. It's 菜鸟. That's kind of funny. I like the sound of 菜鸟. What do we got? This is mirroring Japanese, right? Well, 1 unit ago. It's a video game, so we got 手心下, right? 手心下.
我学中文学了1年了，还是菜鸟。
I'm not gonna say this. I'm kidding.
我学
我学中文，我写
文学文学。
我写中文。I heard what I heard I studied Chinese for quite like a specific period of time, but I still suck. Basically call someone noob.
我学中文学了1年了，还是菜鸟。
还是菜鸟。我学中文，我是中文。
中。
我是
文学。
I guess why did they group it like this?
我学中文学了1年了，还是菜鸟。
学了
一
年，还是菜鸟。还是菜鸟了。
我学中文学了1年了，还是菜鸟了。
Wait. 我学了中文学了。
我学中文学了1年了，还是菜鸟。
Why did they separate it like this? It was so hard to connect because I was looking for 中文 and then 学了, but they decided to put 中学 group together, and I'm like,我学了中文学了 they like 我学了中文学了一年还是菜鸟
我学中文学了1年了，还是菜鸟。
菜鸟 4 菜鸟。文学 is literature. Yeah, I know, right? 文学 gay something. I don't know what does this say? Oh, wait. Oh, I don't know that one. Ha Liu. Ha Liu. That a hello. 你好 你好 X. Hello. That's a good one. Oh, I screwed up. 我写中文学了1年了。Oh my.
我和我的朋友都是吃货。
我是菜鸟。我是一个菜鸟。我是一个中文的菜鸟。哎，我不知道我说什么了。你好 You're asking. 我和我们朋友都是what did I, oh wait, we're going, today is day 1. We can do 拼音。吃货 Okay.
我是吃货，喜欢每天吃不一样的菜。
Little complicated, you say? A little complicated.
我是吃货，喜欢每天吃不一样的菜。
我是吃货。Did they just say 我是吃货？
吃货。我是吃货，喜欢每天吃不一样的菜。
Okay, fair enough. Yes.
明年
每天
吃
不吃
的一样菜。我是吃货，喜欢每天吃不一样的菜。
Interesting.
每天
How is this?
不
I
吃
guess
的
it's wait.
一样菜。
Oh
不
my gosh.
每吃
Oh my
的
gosh.
一样菜。
I can't slide the move. 我是吃货，喜欢
不
吃
吃的一样菜。
哦，每
天
Dang it.
吃
Oh
的
gosh. Oh
不
boy.
一样菜。吃
It doesn't let me slide. It
不
doesn't let me
一样
slide
菜。
properly. 每天
吃不
一
一
样的
菜。
菜。No judgment zone. 所以 所以如果我见错了，就非常抱歉。Yeah, that checks out. I think yeah, I think Axe is asking you, right? Yeah. Oh, how do you say? Oh, I get to learn how you say Malaysia in Chinese. Malaysia. Ooh, I like Ya. That character is pretty good. Alaikum. That's about the only phrase that I know.
我是吃货，喜欢每天吃不一样的菜。
喜欢每天吃不一样的菜。
这个土豪只买贵的东西。
这个土豪，a tycoon， 土豪是买过的东西。That can't be tycoon. There's no way that's tycoon, right? Wait, this tycoon buys only expensive and beautiful things. Oh yeah, or expensive stuff. Tycoon. I have someone recently learning Kanto. That means mansion? Oh yeah, that does mean mansion. Huh. Oh, I can see the relations. Tycoon, huh? 土豪。这个土豪是买贵的东西。Oh, come on. Chern, don't be makes sense because means luxurious. Yeah, I figured. Oh, it doesn't also mean mansion? Oh, okay. If it meant mansion, then it also makes sense. Because it's something expensive, right? It's something expensive. And it's like I like the idea that they also incorporated like expensive crown. Expensive earth. Yeah, I don't understand the earth part. They put it next to the ground, the earth. So the luxurious earth tycoon. Oh, it's a provincial tycoon. Oh, that kind of makes sense now, actually. Oh, and I put Anne. I accidentally put Anne here. Oh, wait. Hold up. I could kind of see where the provincial comes from, though. I accidentally left and in. That was my mistake. Yeah, local. So two makes sense. Two makes sense because it's like when you have like earth things, it can be referring to like the general area, like a place of the general area. So a provincial tycoon, I could kind of see the earth part. This or not necessarily earth itself, but this character of a land. So it's more like a land tycoon. And when regarding to land with these things, it can be a region. Yeah, it can be a region. So provincial, I can kind of see that. That's why.
那个美眉不想跟我说话。
The what? What kind? 那个美眉不想跟我说话。Is it a particular, like, it's a beautiful girl, or what's the slang here? Does not want to talk to. Is it because it's particularly beautiful? Like a beautiful girl because of May, right? May is beautiful. There's beauty in it. I don't know about the May. The other May. I don't know how I would get girl out of it. Mei Mei 是美眉的 I don't even know what that character is, but it's funny. So Mei Mei is the slang version of Mei Mei. Oh, hello there. Hello there, Lyra. So basically different but same sound. Oh. I don't even know how to read that. I don't know what the left character is. Something Ying. According to Wikipedia, it has negative connotations. Local tyrant. Yeah, okay. Uncultured. I see. Rich person. I see. Oh, shit. Oh, Ying. Interesting. Xie Ying. Maybe. May. Oh, it's okay. Okay. Xie okay. Xie Ying. How it's going? You two must know I've been using these days. Oh yeah? How's your Duolingo going, Lyra?
先自拍，然后用美图应用。
美图应用。美图? Is that a brand? There's no way Meitu is a brand. It's got to be a brand. This is a plug. Meitu? Because Yingyong is app. This is someone's app. I don't know what Meitu is. I don't know. I've never used the Meitu thing. This is probably a name of a brand. The algorithm has kidnapped you. I'm not familiar with this.
美图美
Wait. Oh, wait. No. Maybe I've encountered this before. Hold up. Oh, no. I have encountered this before. Yeah. This is the... This is like the other side of the world Instagram things, Magic. It's the other social media thing. It's the counterpart social media thing. The video editing, like a photo editor. Yeah, it's the alternative photo editor from across the ocean. It's like Snapchat filters and stuff, like a popular Snapchat app kind of filter. You know, like when Instagram and Snapchat had the beautifying built-in things when you take them, and then they put filters or things like that. Yeah. So I've seen it. I haven't ever used it personally, but man, they're going a little deep here. Oh, and they went 相继拍然后用美图应用。Please use the algorithm, it works for once. Well, welcome. You are only on in 18 streak, mostly use Anki, I see. Are we talking about which language are we talking about? Usually Anki, I'm gonna say Japanese, maybe? Lira, Japanese? Or Xiao Hongshu is the only one you know? Or Duolingo. I don't know. Okay. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, for learning Chinese. Okay, so we're all Chinese gang here, right? For the time being. Actually, Churn is not learning any Chinese. Churn is like, Churn is doing osmosis right now. You're pretty new to Japanese, but been grinding. Oh, how's that going? I don't know. Since the Anki 18 streak, I'm not entirely sure. It doesn't tell me what type of like format or what type of deck you're using in Anki. I don't use Anki, but I know that it's very because of the type of deck you use. That's a good question. Axe asks a good question. What is a popular social media platform in Malaysia? If you say Facebook, we can't be friends anymore. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Sorry. Low blow. I know. Low hanging fruit. Hunky, you had like a month for Japanese. Duolingo, you want to keep a streak for once? Ah, okay. We're heavy influenced by US too. Facebook for old folks or parents, and us young people use Insta, Snapchat, and Discord. Okay. The non-Chinese stuff. Oh yeah, tell me, you have Chinese people. Yeah, you have Chinese peeps there. Oh, okay, so you use both of them. I see. Or like the in-network Chinese peeps. You're a banana? Oh. Is that a slang term too that Malaysians use to refer to themselves? Oh my god. It's not the same as potato, right? We're saying, if you're saying you're a banana, you're making that, you know, the fruit thing, the fruit color thing, right? Yellow on the outside, white on the inside thing. Is that what you're going with, that banana analogy? I don't know if this is okay. Big disclaimer. Banana is a slang where you are Chinese and you don't know Chinese but know English. Yeah. Yellow on the inside, yellow on the outside, white on the inside. Yeah. Here's okay. I'm not sure. Definitely bear with me. This is going to be, I don't know if maybe I shouldn't say this. That a lot of those descriptions and analogies have been available in the US as well, like been used in the US. And in the US, there's a product by Hostess, right? I'm gonna make this as educational as possible. Hostess releases a product. Now, I'm not sure if this product is in Malaysia or not, and anywhere anyone else is, right? But the analogy item that's used in the United States is a Twinkie. Now, it's different from it's very important that we put the key at the end, but a Twinkie. So I'll let you figure out the rest, right? So, although I'm not that, unfortunately, or maybe for lack of a weird sidestep, not particularly that, but that's the item that would be used for something that is that appears yellow on the outside but white on the inside, kind of analogy. Yeah, Winky. you're only fluent in Spanish and English. Well, maybe a little down the road, you'll regale us with your Spanish. I start Spanish in February. We start Spanish in February. You don't have Twinkies, that's why we have Twiggies. Wait, but you have Twinkies. Are Twiggies the same as Twinkies? Are they rebranded? Or are they like a Malaysian company making something that's Twinkie like? Because they do rebrand. Companies do rebrand when they move overseas. When they move overseas for stuff. It's revisiting a 3-year-old like a what you call it, a 3-year-old study knowledge. We're revisiting like high school and college. So Japanese is the one that I have the least knowledge of, but it has been part of my life since I could form sentences. Chinese is because my family is Chinese. And then Spanish is because I grew up in the United States and that was my first learned language. Spanish was my first learned language. So since I live in the United States, it's kind of nice to be able to brush up on my Spanish, right? I like formally brush up. Ni something si Malaysia yeah学校 Oh, I see some traditional characters. 学校读中文并I don't know what that is. Or that must be something about studying though. Your goal is to have 5+ languages under your belt? That seems like a very reasonable goal.我知道我家错也讲闽南语话别话 right 别个话别 like 我家错我在福州话我父母 right, my parents speak something different at home. It is a dialect related to Mandarin, but generally speaking, there's no like formal text or anything for it. So there's a really big asterisk to me learning Chinese. What the Churn, please. All right, you guys keep on chatting along. I like this. I can't. This is a no judgment zone, as Axe has declared. This chat has a no judgment zone. You'll be fine. I think Churn, you have a hyper. It's okay to like do silly things. So Japanese, huh? What may I ask that since you're already bilingual, what motivates you to learn Japanese, Lyra? What is your Karen is a bit of a silly dude, I know, right? What are your motivations for Japanese? Has this been like your whole life's pursuit? I've been consuming Japanese content since I was 5 years old. So now or never, really. That's probably my general summary of my thoughts about living 32 years without learning Japanese. 自拍 I don't feel like they said one.
先自拍 然后
先
用美图
自拍
应用。
哦，先自拍，然后用美图应用。So first take a picture. First take a selfie. And then beautify yourself. Got it. Nailed it. Yeah, same here. If you guys wanted me to respond to you, if you wanted me to respond to you about Cantonese, you would have to speak into my ear and I'll respond in English most of the time. And Mandarin is the same way. Until now. Like a year before I started, it would largely be someone would speak at me. Most of the time, most people speak Mandarin and or Cantonese, Canto at me. And then my response would be through English at them. And then they will proceed to communicate with me in Canto and Mandarin. And it goes back and forth. Like that. And now we're going to change it. We're going to break the cycle. You know, we're going to go, whoop. And then we're just going to return it. Canto, maybe. I'm a second gen. So I'm a second gen ABC. So I'm an American born Chinese. And it's a very common thing that happens for diaspora. Or in other places. But in the United States, like, so ABCs, in the United States, it's a very common thing. Speaking, like listening is intuited. Listening gets intuited whether you have complete knowledge or not, and then the response tends to be. And when I'm reading Japanese, it's happening the same way, where first I listen a lot, and I respond in Japanglish, basically, a lot of times nowadays. When I choose, I respond in Japanglish. And then over time, I make the leap to speaking or hoping, you know, to conversation in its own thing. Mandarin is the same way. So over time, there might be an interface, but generally speaking, that's how it works. And then Spanglish is the same thing. That's how I acquired Spanish when I was younger. You start with Spanglish and then move from there. You hope to visit Japan soon. Oh, I see. I think being bilingual has you seeing the beauty in language. The two that have you really intrigued are Japanese and Korean. Oh, okay. So you have two languages. Gotta choose wisely. Who's gonna be your fifth language? No pressure. You're basically obligated to say Chinese right now. I'm kidding. Kidding. North America, Mexico has cool stuff in places, but you're also interested in something that is pretty different from those two. I see. Yeah, it sounds like Churn has a really complicated school. Huh.
他是宅男，只爱在家里玩电脑游戏。
他是宅 Oh, it's 宅。他是宅男。他是宅男。只爱家里玩电脑游戏。只爱在家里 only loves okay he is I like how they also go with he's an otaku. I like, isn't it funny? Here's my thought. bear with me here. Bear with me here. I like how they translated it as otaku as opposed to a fan or a nerd. And then hear me out here. In the Japanese course, they do translate otaku to otaku, but they also translate otaku to nerd. But there is a reason for this. The design between Chinese and Japanese actually overlap. So, and there are evidences of this. There was one time a lesson that says, please translate this into Japanese on the Chinese course. So, for the record, this is being translated as an otaku, but otaku is a Japanese term. Nerd, it would be a term that this would be. They chose otaku. That's pretty funny. Wait. Maybe there's nerd here. Is there a nerd here? Is there like a hobbyist? Enthusiast? No, there isn't. So, you know. I'm not gonna lie, it's between Chinese and Indonesian. Oh, alright, Lyra. Alright, Lyra. No pressure. Hey, Indonesian is easier. We don't care about the region's dialects. Coming from a Malaysian, that sounds very apt. Aaron. So he's an otaku 只爱在家里玩电脑游戏. Listen, I feel like Duolingo is attacking people right now. He only loves to stay home and play video games or computer games. Says the Malaysian person. All right. Fair in games, right? We're being fair here. Let's make sure we don't like ruffle any feathers, you know. To be fair, it is considered an easy language for English speakers by the U.S. military, the Indonesian language, or the Malaysian language, or like whatever all the languages he cited, or Chern mentioned. Oh, Indonesian, yeah, since it's a very consistent language, yeah. Indonesian, I've heard as a novice language learner, right? As a novice language learner, I've heard. The reason why I say I'm a novice language learner now is because when I learned Spanish, the internet was like not that useful yet. For the record, guys, like I don't know what age group we're talking about right now, but when I first selected my language, the language is whatever's offered, like, you know, whatever is available. You couldn't necessarily just go online and say, oh yeah, that's okay, let's get started on Japanese, for example. It has to actually be offered in Japanese, because this is like predating the internet superhighway information years. Just so that we get a little acquainted with our generational gap here, possibly. And there are probably a bajillion Germanic cognates because of the Dutch loanwords. Oh, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. For me, only had... High school for you only had French, some weird Spain Spanish, and German. You had weird Spain Spanish in high school? I had Central American Spanish. No weird Spain Spanish. Although the through my years, like the 3 years, we had an exposure to Spain Spanish, Catalan, definitely Catalan, and I was like, yeah, yep. That's unintelligible to me at the moment. Occasionally they splash it in. And generally speaking, though, for the majority, I had Central American Central American Spanish, Hispanic Spanish. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with Mexico. It's like right next to them. Okay. No British English, only Malaysian. It's kind of funny. Malaysian. Okay. At least we got the flags down, you know. All right.
我学中文学了1年了，还是菜鸟。
How do I screw this? 我学中文，what the heck is
中文学
文学了1年了。Wait， 我学中文学了1年了，还是
菜鸟。
Don't worry, I'll be saying this in another 100. How many days do I have till we reach the year? Oh, we're only halfway. We still have... no, we're a little over halfway. But we have like 100... I don't know. Oh no, we're under halfway. We have like 100 and... Oh no, we're over halfway. Just kidding. I guess we have like 8 months left, 9 months before I can say this. You know, I was still small. I found out that our flag is like US flag. And I was like, why are there so many white stars on the US flag? Did I ever see those videos of people with 3,000 streak? I have. I've seen some of them. Largely due to the thing about people constantly telling me how, like, have you ever seen like their feedback or their thoughts and whatnot? I've seen some of them. Yeah. I've been around.
这个土豪只买贵的东西。
这个土豪，是买贵东西。I swear they probably do like 3-minute hiragana practice or something a day. Yeah. However, there was one guy who was really testing the methodology. So, when they listed the period per day, like in the beginning, when Duolingo asked, like, "Oh, how long is your session?" right? And they stuck regimentally to that session to see and test the theory behind it, right? My Duolingo sessions are kind of it's more based on the volume. So I do a volume based thing per session. So if me and like Axe and Churn here gets way off track, I still complete the volume. It's the volume requirement that is the minimum, as opposed to the time requirement, which lots of people misunderstand in general, that spending a lot of time doesn't necessarily mean you're speed running, because you don't know how that time is spent at all, or you can't even tell for the most part. So, like 3 minutes of hiragana can still look like 3,000 streaks, versus like 6,000 hours could also look like a 3,000 streak thing, right? And mine is, to give you an idea, my lessons tend to be about 4 hours long, but 2 of the hours are spent doing this. I like chatting with other people, learning what they learn and things. It keeps me engaged in hearing what other people are doing. Except for Churn. Churn likes to say silly things in Malaysian that I don't understand. Kidding. Alright.
请关注我。
I don't think I've ever seen Chern type anything in Malaysian. Oh wait. Actually, Chern has typed something like English equivalents, you know, the Roman characters. Just like almost a few minutes ago actually. But I have no idea how Malay like anything like that translates in terms of pinyin or like a pinyin equivalent. Yeah, that thing. I just said like, what was it? Kula Malaka. Like that's like I'm using like a combination of whatever Japanese is and then fuzzy logicking the rest of it using English. That's how I go about it. Fun fact. Oh no, here comes the fun fact. 请关注我. Oh, can you Oh, 关注. Follow. I promise this isn't an advertisement for Twitch, but 请关注我. No pun there. But please follow me. Not that type of follow. I don't think it's please follow me as in please follow me, right? Like as in literally follow me. I think that's 请关注. Oh no, it might not be.
注.
Oh, maybe it is. Now I'm confused. Is this supposed to be please follow me or please follow me? Malay, Indonesian, Tagalog, Maori, and Malagasy, etc. are all part of the Austronesian language family. Oh yeah, I'm aware of that. It is a fun fact. There's panda.
请转发给我。
请转发给我。Please forward me. Wait, what? 发。
请转
Please forward me.
发
I know it's send.
给我。
Oh, please forward it to me. Oh my gosh, English. Dang. I'm like, what else could it mean? Please follow me. I mean, please forward me. It's please forward it to me. It was kind of shocking, but also makes sense. Malay and Indonesian pronunciation easy. Same as English. Use all 26 letters and ayu. Oh wait. No, same as English? Okay. Juan means to reverse. Oh, okay. And here it means forward.
你有微博吗？
Oh, hello there, Lara. I see you made it on the Twitch side. 你有 Oh, 微博吗? Oh my gosh, it's a 微博. I haven't used 微博, but pretty sure they're gonna hit others too, but I haven't used 微博 either. Not to be confused with like other things. Alright, so they're just gonna go through all the apps, huh? Or all the like the Chinese social media platforms.
你的妹妹真萌。
Oh, Weibo, sorry, sorry, Weibo, Weibo, my bad. My bad. No, I was thinking of something else. Sorry. What did they have it with Weibo? My bad. I was thinking of something else. Did not get it confused, and I did. 你的 oh, okay, there's the 你的妹妹. Yeah, Weixin. I don't think you can outside of China. It's usually WeChat. Weixin. Weixin is Weixin in China, but outside of China it's usually WeChat. You thought it was no, it's regional, more like internet regional. Yeah, WeChat. 你的妹妹张萌 That's a little sussy.
"这只熊猫太萌了。
这是这只熊猫。What?
这只熊猫太萌了。
太萌了。Oh my.
太萌了。
All right, fine. You know what we're getting into? We're getting into the kakoi syndrome. You know what I mean? Like this is like internet slang in the sense of slang in how like the first time you are into like surface level Japanese entertainment and stuff and you just hear kakoi everything. You know what I mean? And now they're doing it with Chinese. At least that's how this feels. Like but they're using Hmong as their equivalent of, oh yeah, this panda's so cute. You know? Okay, maybe not everyone's on the same page. You were so confused how the follow button on Twitch was gone, but they put it all the way at the top for some reason. Oh, you're a beta user. Nice. So it's a beta test. Thanks, Lyra. It's a beta test for a new layout for Twitch. I've heard the ripples through the things. My Twitch hasn't updated, but they randomly select people. They randomly select people to experiment with the new layout on Twitch. So the stuff has moved in places. And there's a lot of ripple of discontent or discourse, if you will.
这只熊猫太萌了。
太萌了。
我要把这个转发给朋友。
Oh yeah, probably because I dabble on here a bunch, so they gave me stuff early on off him. Yeah, probably. Yeah. As far as I know, it's supposed to be a random selection, but enjoy the the new layout. 我要把这个转发给朋友。Okay. I haven't been paying attention. I should really be paying attention. I want to forward. Okay. Friends. How do I say share? How do I say share? Is this the same as share? Can you replace this with share?
我每天刷微博。
我每天刷微博。Oh boy. Oh, you know what? It's sharing the same with Bo Wu. That's kind of interesting. 微博。我每天刷微博。Okay. I doom scroll through 微博every day. To broadcast, put something out there. Yeah. 宝物 like broadcast stuff. 馆 broadcast stuff place. A museum to display something. To put something for display. To broadcast. So like 博物馆 a place to display stuff. A museum. 博客 means blog. Oh, and its delivery sounds like the English word blog. Okay. 博客 That's pretty cute too. Oh yeah, probably could Billy stream when? Oof. Billy stream. I can barely manage to the Billy stream. I think I would probably trigger a lot of people. On a like a slightly serious note. There's a bit of a dissonance between seeing an Asian American, like a American born Chinese speaking learning Mandarin and speaking English in the process versus an audience of Chinese. The people who end up on the like the side of the internet, right? The non-Chinese internet, they tend to be from a background that's a little bit more open to that idea. Yeah, it happens, but that's kind of how life is, right? You get used to what we like to see. In my personal experience, it's less quote unquote potentially jarring to see like a Japanese person or oh no, Japanese is off limits like as well. Like an American, like a person that isn't related to Chinese learning Chinese, as opposed to a diaspora learning Chinese and still speaking English as well. Yeah, it's a little slightly serious. Obviously, this stuff many people will come to encounter when you learn different languages. Yeah. My parents certainly enjoy it. My grandfather was pretty happy till his dying days that I still spoke Fujianese, though. At least to some extent.
囧字是什么意思?
What the heck? 囧是什么意? Oh, hey, there's the quotation marks. Recently I was typing up a message to someone, right? Who was speaking in Chinese, right? We were typing in Mandarin. And I was like, what the heck are quotation marks in Chinese? And I realized that they're the same quotation marks. After a while. Because you know, Japanese, you got these things. And I was looking at my like phone keyboard. I was like, where the heck is the quotation mark? Like, do you just put quotation marks? I started like trying to chat and we're using a keyboard and now we have the quotation mark. Yeah, you can use either. Yeah, you can use either. Maybe in mainland it's different though. Yeah. So I was using it with someone who I was like communicating with someone who is in the mainland. I'm like, what the like my keyboard, like the keyboard thing is like, where do I find those brackets? So I was looking for these brackets to see if it's part of it. I'm like, oh no, I can't find these brackets either. But the quotation stuff were in there. Reminds me, you once asked a classmate who was Canadian, what do Canadians speak? Actually, what did the Canadians say? What did your Canadian classmates say? Did they break out their French? One time I spoke to a Canadian out of the blue, and then they said like, "Oh yeah, we're on that side," and they start speaking French. They actually kind of prefer speaking French, but they use English online, right? Because of the English dominance on the internet. So, 种记是什么意思？什么意思？So where are my quotation marks? I need a quotation mark here. It could be I swear, Duolingo. I don't have quotation marks. They accepted both. It's fine.
你看他的脸像一个囧字一样。
No, he said, "Are you dumb?" We joke around, so it was kind of funny. He wasn't on the French side. All I know is that the French Canadians have beef with those who don't use French sometimes. Yeah. They're it's kind of also that way too. Yeah. A lot of times, for example, if I ever try to say something in Mandarin, it can sound like English Mandarin, and that's kind of also a thing. One time I was around someone that had the Spanish equivalent, the Spanish like somewhat beef, the Spanish beef. Or like, oh, that type of Spanish. I'm like, oh, okay. When I used to still use Spanish, right? And it was more like a double take. It was more like, oh, you speak English. It's like, well, I could do some Spanish. And it's like, oh, you speak that Spanish. I'm like, oh, okay. It's nice to meet you.
你看他的脸像一个囧字一样。
你看他的脸，
你看他的脸像一个囧字一样。像
个像一个囧一样。
你看他的脸像一个囧字一样。囧，一个一样。
囧字
一个一样。你看他的脸像一个囧字一样。
Oh, whoops.
字囧。一样
What the
字一样一样
你看他的脸像你看他的脸像一个种子一样
你看他的脸像一个囧字一样。
It looks like a... Oh, okay. I mean... Oh, I get what they mean. Okay, never mind. I get what they mean. I remember they made the comment about... This looks like a face. Right? This face. So his face looks like the character. Okay, fair enough. That's a literal thing. I'm very terrible at literal things. That was a terrible brain fart. Like, oh, I get it. Now look at his face. It looks like this character. I'm like, wait. The person is sad? Or you're the same as your face is the same sadness? Sorry.
我刚才在微博上关注了他。
我刚才在微博上关注了他。It is follow, as in like follow. Don't forget to hit the follow. No, I'm kidding.
Got
Gonna head
ahead for the night. It was nice meeting you all.
It was nice meeting you too, Lyra. Thanks. Have a good night. I look forward to hearing your Japanese journeys. I had my Japanese my Japanese lesson earlier. Definitely feel free to experiment with Japanese. I would love to hear what you learn every once in a while, right? Let it go, grind it out. Would love to hear your little points of interest and experience with Japanese. Get you excited. I challenge you to fascinate me with a story of your Japanese language journey. I promise it's a low bar. Like, I find most things fascinating, so I look forward to hearing some stuff every once in a while. Good luck, and have a great night. Oyasumi nasai, Lyra-san. Yeah. Ganbatte kudasai. You're back from buying dinner, man. Churn is just flexing at this point. Like, yo, hold my beer. I'll be right back. Swings by for dinner, and then it straight up comes back with dinner. I'm pretty hungry right now. I eat dinner after my stream, so looking forward to it. Okay, so I followed her on Weibo. I just在在微博上关注了他。Why does this feel so difficult when we're using these? These don't feel normal. I'm so out of touch with talking about here's one thing. I don't talk to my parents about online stuff, like doing things online and whatnot. So whenever it comes to like electronic stuff and social media stuff, or like describing electronic stuff, it's like non-existent. So if they went even deeper into talking about describing things that you do online, all that stuff is weird. It's like weird. Like there's no intuition. Like, I have no intuition because most of my family, we don't talk about online stuff, like things that happen online or the internet or social media platforms. Legitimately, in my 37 years of life, have not really discussed. The closest thing is like what they already introduced in the Chinese category, like 向往, right? 向往, that's all you need. What are you doing? I'm online. Like, what did you do yesterday? I went online. And then maybe like 电脑, right? Describe a computer. It's like, what are you doing? I'm using the computer. And then everything else gets substituted with an English facsimile. So like my parents would say, oh, 你也在email 咯, 你 email 他, right? That's That's about it. Like he email. Like, and I know I'm saying email really weird because that's kind of how Fujianese says it. Online is young. Huh. I don't know what that character is. Kinda looks. Xian. Oh. Xian. Young Xian. Oh, interesting. Is surfing the internet? Listen. Listen here, Chern. Listen. You're being pedantic. Actually, Xiangwang is more like accessing the internet as well. I don't necessarily think it's just... what is the Fujianese? It still use xiang, but xiangmong, xiangong. But which one is close to that? It's not close to any of them. Oh, it's close to wang, xiangwong. Like online is where it displays on your profile online. Yeah, I mean that's fine. Yeah, but xiangwong is for going online. Like accessing online in Fujianese. So they use the xiangwang for the accessing. So xiangwang. And then that's about where the dialogue ends. It's like, "Oh, what are you doing?" "I'm going online." Or "I'm using online." I'm being online. Yeah. I don't even know how to say game to my parents. I don't even know what yoshi is in Fujianese. The game is my parents almost sound Japanese when they say game. Like, oh, he kariu game. So it almost ends up sounding Japanese. It's more like game. Like it's shorter than game. But it's pretty much Japanese. My parents are speaking Japanese without knowing it. Well, I mean, do you qualify katakana, eigo katakana as sounding Japanese? Okay. 他是 tall 高 wait 他是高富帅 oh, we don't even need a conjunction at the end. I actually didn't know that.
高富帅
他是高富帅但是但是不聪明Should I type in Twitch so you can see what I type better? No, it's okay. We find it. We work it. I'll just laserly predict what you're gonna say, you know? It's also because I'm unfamiliar with the characters. It's fine over time when I actually know what the characters are. But I don't actually know most of the characters. I take a closer look a lot of times because I don't know what the character is. Like I don't actually know the character, like the character. Perfectly all right.
但是不聪明
Wait, what am I missing? Oh.
一个
No way. That doesn't make
一
sense.
个
Do I
虽
need...
然 虽然
I didn't even get introduced to what this means.
在
Oh wait. There was a guidebook thing.
在虽然虽然
Do I really need this? Okay, so they did use... Yeah, they did use 虽然. So they wanted 虽然它是一个, so they did want to use 一个 and 虽然. Okay, fair enough. 虽然它是一个高富帅，但是不聪明. Interesting. Yeah, 高富帅. I didn't realize you could do that. He is tall, rich, and handsome. That's such a stereotype. No, like I feel like this is like an old school. I'm not sure if this still exists in China, for example, like in the closed China culture, but my parents say this a lot. Like as an old stereotype. Where like if someone is tall, rich, and handsome, they are subsequently trading it off with something, and oftentimes they would focus on whether that person is smart or not. So like the whole tall, rich, and handsome thing, that's why it's like linked together like that. And I'm like, I'm chuckling because this is like an age old thing. If they're tall, rich, and handsome, but is he smart? Is he? Or like he's smart, so obviously if he's smart, then he's probably short, hardworking, and pretty meh in the looks department, right? That's kind of like the whole perception of equivalent exchange. Like if you're really tall, rich, and handsome, somehow you can't be smart, or you trade it off in smartness. I'm saying this like I'm not saying it's true or anything. This is kind of one of those kind of superstitious life things. Like you can't be everything, right? You can't have everything. You can't have the cake and eat it kind of thing. So one that is very endowed has some sort of exchange somewhere else, and that tends to be something that I feel, not that I know what Chinese people believe, but there is a superstition of equivalent exchange, or a balance and moderation. You can't be tall, rich, handsome, and smart. Or for example, if you're very athletic, then you don't have time to be smart. If you're smart, then you don't have time for athletics, right? That kind of thing. Where like, oh, you better focus on studying your schoolwork, because if you're playing sports, then you don't have time to be smart. You don't have time to study. So to me, this is a bit of a really a pretty big deep cut into the idea of equivalent exchange. The idea that if you focus on certain things and certain qualities, like kind of a, I don't know if I can even say this, like yin yang kind of thing, where if you're taking something from something else, then you're exchanging it for something else. So it's difficult to be both athletic and smart at the same time. So school first, extracurricular activities second. Kind of thing. Oh, hey, WeChat. We have WeChat. How do you say WeChat? Oh, they just go with
微信.
Weixing. Okay, of course. Weixing.
我是
I guess that does mean Weixing, huh? Sort of. No, not really. At Xing. Eh. It's okay. 我们是 no 我们
是微信
我
囧
oops
囧刷在
我在刷
微信
我的我在刷我的微信 moments
朋友圈
That can't be it, right? 朋友圈 Oh, really?
朋友圈
朋友圈 How does that work? Huh. 朋友圈 Oh, I am way over time. We should keep going. There's so much vocabulary that this is kind of a tough unit. Everything seems to feel like not be related to anything. Like all the new vocabulary. He is not tall, rich, and handsome, but I love him. Chen means circle. Oh, a friend circle. 朋友圈. Moments and friend circle. 朋友圈. Interesting. Circles are loops, so moments can be in circle loops. Yeah, moments are typically shared within friend circles. That would be a great way to remember it, actually. Okay. Circle. I like it. Thanks, Axe. He's not.
What?
Sorry, I smile because one time I remember I'm not sure if it was it's my parents and family and friends and whatnot. When someone said something along the lines like, "Oh yeah, he's not really that tall, but at least he's smart." You don't understand why Duolingo wrote the pinyin as "tu" is pronounced a flat tone. The friend, 朋友. Yeah, so here's one. Are you talking about 朋友? Chen? Oh, when they said it and it sounded like two? Yeah. They didn't write it as, did they? I'll have to go back and look. I'm pretty sure they might not have. It just sounds like they said it. Or we'll see. I'll go back. After this. What you call it? Yeah, that story. There are times when people say things like this. Hear me out. Like these are deep cuts from when someone said like, "Oh yeah, you don't want him to be too tall or else he might not be smart." That kind of thing. Like that's what I mean. It might not be the exact things, but usually it's like if you're too something, like if you get too much in certain things, then you have to trade off the things you want to desire. And that comes about a lot of times in discussion. It's like, wait, is he like too smart? Then does that mean he's good looking or not? Like that kind of thing. Like, oh, he's really good looking. Wait, hold up. If he's too good looking, is he smart? It's almost as though you can't be like too much of a good thing, right? So it's that whole balance things. Dear me, when someone it always makes me think when I was younger and then getting older and whatnot, I often thought, I'm curious if how much of that makes it so that it's unacceptable to believe that someone can be reasonably smart, reasonably handsome, reasonably tall, and reasonably like weight. Like, for example, when someone's really pretty in the face, they would try to look at, like, well, that person's kind of a little bit fat. It's like they could lose a little weight, right? But then when someone's really skinny, then they're like, oh, they must be really smart. And then when they're really fat, they're like, okay, well, at least this person's very lovable. It's a weird thing. I think it's something that haven't normalized because I grew up in the United States. I haven't normalized that. The idea that someone can be generally desirable, like around the thing, because it raises that whole superstition thing. Like, are you really that you can be all these things? Like, I don't believe you. What did you give up? What did you give up for this? Right? If you're rich, then you don't understand the value of $1, for example. If you're rich, you're not hardworking. But if you're hardworking, then you're not rich. Right? Balance thing. If you're rich, you don't expect to work or have the desire to work. And then if you work really hard, then you clearly are not rich, because if you were rich, you wouldn't work as hard. Lots of opposing thoughts. And before this starts a fire or anything, that's kind of like the conventional back in the day situation. This is the trade-offs and the very rudimentary, like practical one-to-one conventional knowledge kind of feeling. Nowadays, it's difficult to quantify that. Or in a different culture setting, it's a little less startlingly clear, right? If you're coming from like someone who grows up in a place that has lots of perspectives, it's not as clear. Like, can one be hardworking and have a lot of money at the same time? That's very difficult to process if the social norm is not the case. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm curious how much of that type of perspective still is reinforced. Personally, some people believe it. To the point where if you're raised to believe it, then it's kind of tough. Like, for example, oh man, I'm not very tall, so I guess I should, like, I'm not very tall, rich, or handsome, so I guess I might as well try my life at being smart. And I'm not saying this is exclusive to Chinese values. Actually, American culture kind of does it a little bit when I was growing up. Like, for example, man, you know what they say, if you're short, etc., but at least he's smart. Or, oh man, he's not really smart, but I bet he's packing. And I'll let you guess what I'm referring to. Not quite the greatest example. We try to keep it family friendly, so use your imagination. Equivalent exchange does exist in cross cultures and whatnot. Interesting. That's a connection I made a long time, like when I was a kid, when high school peeps talk back and forth, like try to sell up their friends, right? Like when you're being a wingman, you kind of do these things where if someone sees something terrible about you or like something mediocre about you, you talk up the other qualities. You tend to talk up the other qualities, the qualities that you seemingly have exchanged or compensated for. Fun. It's funny how that works out. Growing up in a Chinese household and then having being exposed to Americana culture back in the, I guess, 90s and early 2000s. 他不是我是高富帅
但是
oh yeah, see, they dropped the 虽然 They dropped a 水壤 here too. Which I do habitually. 但是我爱他 okay. Or wait, what the
我爱他
just kidding. Okay, that's a cute statement. I like that. He's not cute. I mean, he's not tall. What is it? Tall, rich, and handsome. Maybe a more American thing.
烦
Fun. Oh no.
好 烦
Fu.
没
Lie. Okay.
烦
Short poppy syndrome.
请给我一个赞。
What was it? 赞 Oh, like. Right. 赞 Like. I have no idea how to make sense of this. We're just gonna accept it. This is a rote memory here. 赞 请给我一个赞 Not don't I'm not saying this, really saying this. Please give me a like. 请给我 That's funny, where you use a Duolingo lesson to do subliminal advertising. Like 请给 I'm still waiting to see if they introduce subscribe. Like please subscribe. I don't even know how to say that in Japanese. I don't think they covered that. 请给我一个赞
请在下面点赞
点赞请在下面点赞 Please click below and like? Oh, please. Wait. Please click light below? Wait. Please click below like. Please like below. Please like, click below. Please click below like. I don't know how the English works. That shows you, like, sorry, I'm revealing my hand here. It kind of reveals how often I actually say that. Click below to like. I feel like it's missing a word.
点赞
Please click like below. Please click the like below. On like I mean, that's rough. いいねとチャンネル that's new. Okay, baton. Oh, okay. ボタンを押してをI don't know what that character is either. But push the button below. Push the like button below. Click on the like button below. Oh boy. Oh boy. 如果你喜欢这个 这个what is that？ 西平西饼的话，请点个赞请点个赞和开小铃铛。If you like the video, if you like this video, please give please. There's no give. Please. I guess like and ring the ring the bell, the notification bell. Oh, that's kind of cute. But like what I mean is it reminds me of notifications, but I think it says something like please ring the bell. Interesting. So maybe like please give a like. Please give a like and bell. Please click like below. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
他有100万个粉丝。
For the record though, Duolingo knows how to make Duolingo crew knows how to make viral videos, so I don't question their content creators. Their most recent content creators, their most recent video was pretty awesome. I quite like their most recent video, especially for anyone who's interested in Korean. Oh, I guess I didn't share it with Lyra, huh? I think their most recent video is pretty wild. It was collaboration with Squid Game 2. I quite liked it. 他有100 他有100万个粉丝。
他有100万个粉丝。
粉丝。Fans, right? 粉丝。That's right. You finished bathing, huh? Yes, 1 million fans. Dang, that's one viral person.
你在微博上有多少个粉丝？
0. 零个 I don't know 零的粉丝我没有粉丝。OK 你有
多少
多少
微博上多少
你有微博上有多少
粉丝在
你在微博上有多少粉丝 I'm missing something.
你在微博上有多少个粉丝？
个
粉丝。
So now I still have to think about how many zeros are there in 1. Yeah. Really? That's interesting. Do you not like do your parents not use numbers too often? I've gotten so used to 1 because every time my parents we have to talk about bills, right? Bills and like insurance companies and cars and food costs and like monthly food costs, housing costs and all that stuff. You have to use 1 so much, so gotta just get to it.
你在微博上有多少个粉丝？
多少个粉丝？
我想有更多的粉丝。
我想有，Oh no。我想有更多更多。Have I used that before? 更多。Sure, if I use gun this way. 更多的粉丝。Like usually, for example, 300,000 is 30. Oh, is that supposed to be 4? Oh, interesting. It sounds better if it's 4 as opposed to... Oh wait, it is 4. Wait, I'm confused. Why are you typing 更多的... I'm not saying 更多. I'm confused. Yeah, there is an accent above it. It's 4. It's too pixelated for you? Oh. Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, that's understandable if it's too pixelated. Yeah. The small text is not conducive. Damn, gotta go full screen to see that. No, it's perfectly understandable. I'm sorry. One tiny pixel, I know. It's so tiny. Like usually, for example, 300,000 is 31, but we just say informally, which is 300. Oh, 300,000, because easier for us to think. Oh, you can also change it to 720p. Yeah, you can. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, you can only change it to 720? It doesn't come in 1080? Oh. Do I only transcode to 720? That's interesting. Okay. I want to have more fans. But too expensive for you. Oh, okay.
你看了这些评论吗？
你看了这些评论吗？评论 What the heck? Comments? 评论 Interesting.
你看了这些评论吗？
Huh. 评论 For me, you use one more. I'm more familiar with people using one informally, so maybe it's a regional thing. I don't know what you're trying to tell me there. Oh, is that how you say that? I want to be your fan. That's funny. 我当你的分析. Oh, the character change. Oh, there's a different character for that. Is that like actual? Is that like a literal fan? Wait, was Su really written this way? Am I crazy, or I don't remember Su being written this way? I wasn't paying attention. I haven't been paying attention for a while. I've been so distracted today. Thanks, Chern. Loom means discussion, and ping also sort of means discussion. Ah, comments. Yeah, that's okay. Okay. So is I think that's the normal way. Okay, okay. In traditional, yeah, it's 2 threads. Yeah, 2 threads. Yeah. We know the threads because of Japanese, right? Japanese provides with the threads. It's like judge. Oh. Often in Mandarin, the words are made up of words that literally mean the same thing as the larger word. Yep. I know. And I think that's common in Chinese language. I agree. It is. Yep. Yeah, the literal. Yes. That is one of the stereotypes as well. It's also one of these stereotypes. Which is a stereotype because it's very common. 你看了这些 that's why we're doing it. Are you aware of any unique Fuzhou words that do that? All of them do. Most of them do. It's very common in Fuzhou because it's derived from Mandarin. Like for example, bui bui. So bui and bui bui, for example, when you think of bui bui, you think of something smaller than a bui, or like mongyang. Mongyang is a windowlet, like a window glass, or like a window pane, like a door that is glass, a window. Mongyang. It's a door, like smaller door, a window. Fuzhou was arrived. I thought it was Min. It might be Min. I don't know. It's very difficult to know. Mongyang. Mongyang. Oh yeah. Mongyang. That's how you write it. Oh yeah, that's good. I don't actually know how to write pinyin for Fuzhounese, but I don't know if it's Min or not. It's like a kind of mix of a lot of things. So, I like how you wrote it, Mongyang. I don't know how to write it. I have no formal. It sounds so much like Hokkien. It should sound more like Hokkien. Yes, Hokkien comes from the same region. Yeah, Hokkien is the one that is often associated with Fuzhounese. It's the same region. I like how Japanese just use one word from 2 words in Chinese to make it the same meaning verb. True. Sometimes it's the other way around though. Sometimes, but most of the time it's the other way around. I agree. But then you have to remember your kana. You know, they add kana to it. So technically, are you getting less characters most of the time? Mongyang, what? G? Here's G, right? G. So shui, G. There's no way. Like, there's no like che. Like, there's no X's. X's are kind of off the, or, and then sh. There's not a lot of sh as well. G. This is G as opposed to shui. I don't know what a microphone. Like xiao, right? And xiao. Qiu. This is qiu. B, right? This isn't a pencil, but like B. We'll just say B, right? B. Bake. I don't know how to say mouse. I'd probably say like Dian mouse, right? Dian mouse. So Dian Noi Chi would be mouse. So Dian is electricity. And the Dian tone is not I don't think it exists in Mandarin. Yeah. So it's like it goes up then back down. Yeah. Which does not exist, in my opinion. It's this one. Yeah. So it like goes up and then it drops down. This is one of the tones that sometimes I may end up sounding like I'm doing, but I'm not doing it. I'm not trying to do it intentionally. Same hiragana and katakana from Hanzi. Oh, really? I was mind blown when I learned that hiragana was derived from kanji, but it makes a lot of sense. Same hiragana and katakana from Hanzi. Okay. It doesn't even look the same. The hiragana also seems to illuminate a lot of ancient pronunciation sounds in ancient Chinese, which don't exist in Mandarin anymore. Oh, interesting. What is... Oh, I have neither of those characters for mouse. Let me see what that is. Huashu? Wait. Huashu. Wow, Huashu. Noichi? Oh, that kind of makes sense, actually. It's actually kind of close. They got rid of the SH. So went with chi and Noichi. I don't know about the Noi part. Hua still exists in Fujonese. Hua, like, Hua is Hua. Like, if you're like flower, right? Flower, Hua, right? Hua is still Hua. Yeah, 因為嗱咩花都成為媽咪 right? 都成為媽咪花也是也是花 right? 花也是花 they're about on top of each other. There's a few other words that are really on top of each other that makes me always question if I'm speaking Spanish, if I'm speaking Mandarin or I'm speaking Fujonese. I can't think of them right now. I think of all my days doing Mandarin, there were like 3 words that when I say them, I thought I'm like making a mistake in Mandarin because they overlap right on top of Fujonese. But I don't remember what they are right now. Oh, I do remember one. It's volume. 相音. 相音 is really close. 相音, so it's like 声音, like it's a little bit off, but 相音is very close. The volume. Instead of that, you can also say this too. There are a lot of words for mouse. Oh, for like electronic mouse. Or no, flash your phone? Okay. Flash your phone. 手机刷手机 Swipe your phone? Swipe phone? Oh, that I learned in Japanese. Oh. Scrolling through your phone. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, ja turning into the hiragana ka, where in Mandarin pronounced ja as ja now, sounds dialect like Cantonese. Oh, okay. Yeah. Got it. How to say that in Japanese? I have no idea. I haven't gotten that character yet. How does one say this in Japanese? What type of read would it have? I don't know. I don't know. Tell me when you... I don't know, you need to clarify. Alright, let's keep doing these lessons. I think I'm gonna skip on my 15 minutes of Hanzi today. We've gone way too late. Not that it's a bad thing. no, it's not a bad thing. 评论. So 评论. Oh no, today's new vocab day. So I need to work on we need to chart this stuff out too. 印刷 印刷 oh 印刷 oh, okay, I see. Oh no, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. We have to complete this. So, this is good conversation. Japanese is so interesting. I do find Japanese quite interesting. Turn here doesn't find Chinese interesting. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He Turn said something earlier that I'm like, oh come on. It's interesting because we're also learning Japanese. Have you read these comments? Yeah. 这些评论吗？
我不想跟你分享这块蛋糕。
Am I the Among Us? Oh no. You don't bring that in here. I haven't played Among Us, but I think it's kind of funny. Like the subculture about Among Us. 我不想跟你分享这块蛋糕。分享 share? Oh my gosh, it's share. 分享. Oh, I mean, that's not that bad. It kind of feels like share. Okay. I don't want to share this 这块. Oh, 这块. Oh, this piece of cake with you. You haven't played in years since the popular days. What do you do now, Lethal Company? You edgelord. The chat is just flooded with your message? Ah, nonsense. It's fine. It's usually this way, by the way. It's difficult to hold like multiple long-winded conversations without having like a dedicated person to have a long-winded conversation. Just make sure to protect yourself, right? Don't as loose as candid as we can be, I respect your privacy, right? Let's not get too loose. No, there are always DMs and whatnot, right?
分享
Interesting.
请跟你的朋友分享这张照片。
这张照片 哦，请跟你的朋友分享这张照片。Okay. Please share the photo. I'm basically subliminal messaging everyone to subscribe, follow, like, and share this. What do people say? If you like this video, click that thumbs up. If you hate this video, click that thumbs down. Don't forget to please like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, and see you next time. I'm kidding. We gotta finish this.
请加我好友。
请加我好友。请加我好友。You can definitely tell I rehearsed that, right? I got a lot of practicing. to the mirror alone, to myself. Please add me as a friend. Or请加我 to You think more casual is 请加我 Oh, 喂 Oh yeah, true. 喂 Yeah, 喂好有 Yeah, towards me. Yeah. Yeah, as, yeah. Oh, as a friend, yeah, towards the friend, like concerning as a friend, yeah. But how does this work? Please add me to friends, to friend list? To your friend list. Okay. Fair enough. Please add me to your friend list.
What?
The English has to be explicit. So sometimes like Duolingo has this, you can't do colloquial cutoffs. Sometimes it can, sometimes it doesn't, and I tend to try to do whatever, like fill in whatever words they have. But please add me to friends would be okay in English. But please add me to your friend list. That's lots of effort. Actually, most of the time it's so colloquial, in my opinion, that you don't even say friends list anymore. Please add me. Or even shorter, let's something like mutual question mark. That's all. That's it. Like it's mutual. That's like the laziest I can think of. Like what I mean is the most like crushed in, compressed thing. Mutual question mark. Kind of like in video games. Like do you want to like mutual? Basically, add me, and I'll add you. Mutual. And then add me is probably the simplest. Yeah, just add me. Java. Yeah, Java. Okay, so what did they went with? 请加我 好友 Oh, I had a fun little colloquial thing, informal thing with one of my family friends during the holiday. Right before we said farewell, right before we said farewell, we were talking about language, me learning Chinese and all that stuff, and this lady friend of ours said something along the lines of let's talk again next time, like, you know, next time let's talk again. That's kind of like the quote on the literal saying, right? Like 下次聊something, chat, right? Chat again. 聊 once again, right? And I was like, oh, that makes sense. And then I was like, I usually just say 下次见. And then she like chuckled. It's like, oh, that's too formal. That's too formal. We're not there. We're past that. So that was kind of my like example of, oh yeah, okay, I can see that. She said something along the lines of 下次再聊吧. Yeah, 下次, yeah, that's what she said. 下次再聊吧. Yeah, next time, you know, if you don't translate it literally, it's fine. Like, just see you next time. Like, looking forward. Like, let's hang out next time, right? As opposed to literally saying, let's chat again. which is kind of what that literally means. Like next, let's chat again. But more than that, because it's like hanging out, it's eating and all that stuff. She chuckled pretty big when I said 下次见, and she's like, "Oh, that's too formal. We're friends and close friends." And I'm like, "Yeah, I get it. I don't agree with the comment above." 我不同意。maybe way? What are they using for it? Maybe 我不同意。同意。我不同意上面的 comment。
土豪。
Oh, no. 评论。评论。You must go? Take care, Axe, if you must go. Yeah. Take care, Axe. I really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. Again, there's no obligation for you to constantly be present, but I hope you have a wonderful time. Good luck with everything. Bring back some really, really interesting stories and enlightenments, and we'll talk about it some more and spend hours and hours if you have time. And share some experiences. 谢谢 下次 right? 下次再聊吧 right? To be honest, you won't say 下次见. I'll just say bye bye. Is that, which one is that? Is that bye bye? Which one's bye bye? I don't know. I've forgotten what bye looks like. One of these is, are both of these bye bye? One's traditional and one's simplified? Which one is yours? Okay, yeah, they're both bye-bye. Okay. One's simplified and one's traditional. Alright, got it. Yeah, I say bye-bye too. I actually say bye-bye in English as well. And that's probably because in Chinese, my parents say bye-bye as well. Or, 我讲了。我嚼了 我们嚼了 that's it, like you know 谢谢你我们嚼了 right 嚼了 or 嚼 yeah 嚼了 as in, you know, thank you, we're leaving now, that kind of thing, as opposed to something like oh, we'll see each other next time kind of thing. It's kind of weird, I suppose. I don't know. Saying that we're off, right? And then when you're sending someone off, like 走 yeah 走 I don't know, just bye bye. Yeah 走 我们走了 as in like we're about to head out. Or what I'm saying is, I'm not saying it in Mandarin. I mean, I'm saying it as an equivalent to how one like the phrase that are commonly exchanged. Another one would be like if you're sending off, like you're not the one leaving, you're the host and the person's leaving. My mind gang, right? As in travel safely. Like it's more like literally slowly, right? Man 走 慢走 right? That's usually how it went with me and my family when I'm greeting. Yeah, 慢慢走. That's about it. Or what was the other one? Oh, I got it in Mandarin. 小心 right? 小心慢慢走 right? 小心慢慢走. Take care, right? Take care. travel slowly, right? Travel safely, right? 小心慢慢走. That's the closest I can think of when it comes to Mandarin. Take care. Travel safely or travel slowly. 一个慢走，注意安全啊。I see. That's a good one. Yeah, most of the time I say it in English too. So, if you ever reach the end of a stream, I very commonly say the same thing in English. And I don't necessarily think it's exclusive to English, but it is the closest thing that my intellectual, like back in my academic times when lots of people say that, like, good luck, like, stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourself, and I'll see you next time, right? But usually it's like safe travels. I say most of the equivalents in English, like safe travels, take care, right? Take care, and that kind of translates in both ways. I don't say goodbye most of the time. Here's one that is interesting that I really like though. Dandadan, right? Dandadan, the most recent topical anime. They had this line in there that I really... Oh no, is it? No, it's not Dandadan. It's another show, and I don't remember which show it is. But the sentiment was, oh, I know what it is. It's Turtles All the Way Down. In the book Turtles All the Way Down, there's a sentiment. When you say goodbye, you only say goodbye knowing that you're gonna say you say goodbye expecting to see the person again. So you only say goodbye when you expect it turned my whole perspective around, right? Usually a lot of times people would say goodbye is a way of saying, well, is that forever? Right? Like, so for the longest time when I say goodbye or when I part, I don't usually say goodbye. I don't say bye-bye and stuff as often as I say I wish them the best, right? Because I don't know if we'll see each other again. And oftentimes bye-bye is can be that too, where it's like, is this the last time we'll see each other? So then I do wishful thinking. I want my last words to someone, if I never see them again, to be that they should take care and I wish them the best, right? So it might be a little bit more, it kind of be a little soppy sometimes, but generally speaking, I like to make my last words to be like something of a wishful thinking for the other person. Like Junie, what was it? There's like a really formal one, like wish you the best of luck or something. 祝你心好心 or like healthy 健康 like 心健康 or something. Wish you the best of health. What is it? What was the phrasing? Like wish you the best of health, which is like 祝你身体 身体健康 right? 祝你身体健康 right? Wish you the best of luck or take care, like stay safe, kind of. It's very formal though. I can already hear my family friend saying like, oh, that's way too formal. Like you're being way too punctual. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of how I sound most of the time though. You know. Wish you the best of health. 祝你身体健康. I added you as a friend, okay.
我加
我加你了 No, 我加了你 I used it when someone is ill or can't collect it. Yeah. What the heck? Is ill or on ENY collecting. Wait. Is that that's supposed to be a gancha? Are you referring to like a, what is that? Pyo. Are you making like a gotcha reference? What's happening here? I don't know what CNY is and Pao. That makes sense though. When someone is ill, wish them the best of luck, like get well soon. That is a definitely get well soon phrase. Chinese New Year. Oh, and then Pao. Oh, okay, got it. Pao is Hokkien. Yeah, got it. I connected the dots. Nice. Oing Pao. Yeah. I think we still go Bao. The closest, it's like kind of a mix. It's a bit, Bao still stands, but Ang Bao. So Oing, I get that, the ANG, the Oing Bao. And it's kind of a little bit between B and P, Oing Bao. Hokkien it is. Yeah. Oing instead of, what was it? Oing. 我加了你. Malay is oing what? Oing Pao? Oh, I mean that kind of sounds fine too. Oh, the problem I'm having right now is AU. Oh, it is the same. Oh, it's the same. The problem with my problem with the spelling of English is that this is a diphthong, right? AU is a diphthong. So in English, it's like, let's not get into diphthongs. They're not really well phonetic. So it's like, ugh. And that's not how you spell phonetic. But whenever you get to diphthongs, it's like, I don't want to talk about it. Like OUs, AUs, EUs, UEs, like all these, they don't stay consistent ever. Like it's this is one of the most characteristic things about the English language that doesn't help. Oh, there's a phonetic chart, but don't know how it works. Yeah, I don't either. There is a phonetics chart. I did look at it. I like glazed over. Like my eyes glazed over. The, what is it? It's not IPA. The, whatever the standard is. I looked over like a phonetics chart on that, and I'm like, I don't know how. That doesn't work for me. Oh, forget it. You just memorize it, right? The phrase with English all the time is, you just know. That's it. Like, how do you guys know diphthongs? It's like, you just know. It's like, what does that mean? You memorize it. And then someone might ask, like, well, isn't there like a chart to remember this? It's like, well, okay, here's the chart. It's like, nah, that's fine. We'll just remember it. Common sense. There's so many videos. There's so many like hobbyist videos of like trilingual people who would like oftentimes whenever they get to English, like they try to make like an English clip because they do like French or Spanish on the side, like as their main, and then whenever they get to English, they always choose diphthongs. All the words with diphthongs in them. When two heckin' vowels are next to each other, it's like all those words just don't make, like, whatever. It's whatever, like AIs, like fair versus like so we have fair and pair, right? What breaks this? I don't see. I can't do this really well. Oh, and then you're comparing it to something like tier. But then you have, but is this tier or tear? And then you have, then we have where, right? Where, but but then we have bear, which doesn't have a diphthong. I don't know. It's like it's not that great when it comes to Lois Somerville makes funny shorts about it too. Is that person Loic, is that the person that wears, I've been watching this guy, he pops up on my algorithm every once in a while. He's I think he does French, Spanish, and English. He does French, Spanish, and English, and he always wears this like jean jacket. Or like some sort of jean jacket, and he has his prop is like a beret for the French thing. I kind of like that guy. Is that him? Like, is that the same guy? I really like his stuff. Like, he has this genuine, really high energy thing. So I really enjoy that type of thing. And that's how I get all my like Chinese and Japanese and other foreign language exposure now. I love when people are having fun with their language. Okay.
Yeah?
Wait.
人好友
好友 That's exactly who I was alluding to, by the way. More recently.
这个土豪只买贵的东西。
这个土豪 Wait, which one is 土豪? Oh. 这个土豪是买贵东 Oh, this is provincial. This is mansion. I'm not trying. I know, Churn, you said mansion, but hear me out here. After you said mansion, I cannot forget this term now because all I will think about is mansion. But mansion means provincial, like local tycoon. That's how memory works. Like it is now when I think mansion, I'm gonna think this, which is going to be useful until we get mansion, and then we're gonna have to redevelop, like refine our mnemonic. But it's gonna be very hard for me to forget mansion now. You see what I mean? I think it works really well. Most of the words that I don't forget is oftentimes dealing with something that deals with it. I don't know why always I think of tycoon, I think of mansion. Maybe I'll figure. You know what I think when you said mansion? It's because there's house in it. So look, hear me out. This is the top of Akai. Akai or Gui, right? Gui, and then you add house to it, right? You add house to it. That's a expensive house. Expensive house. What's an expensive house? It's a mansion. That's why I thought you had a point about mansion. Gui, Akai. And then the bottom is jia, right, with the hat. It's a blend of gui, or like takai, as in like, not gui as in gui, but takai, as in expensive. And then you have jia on the bottom. So an expensive 家 is a mansion. I thought that's what you were getting at. Maybe you subconsciously combine takai and ie, right? Ie and takai. If you smash them on top of each other, you get ao. Perhaps that will make the meta stronger. You can't make this stuff up. It's right there. I literally was thinking about that. When I was looking at this character, I legitimately thought of those two characters put together. Ie and Takai. Or Taka. Taka and Ie. Only buys expensive stuff.
我学中文学了1年了，还是菜鸟。
At least I learned some new words today with you. That's cool. I hope we get to learn new words in the future together sometime. When we're playing video games or asking ChatGPT outrageous questions that will make them hallucinate or something like that, you know, in Chinese. And then we can determine if ChatGPT is hallucinating in Chinese together. That would be kind of fun. That is what I plan on doing in the future, by the way. The next step is probably experimenting with LLMs after some video gaming, because I kind of miss playing some video games. We'll probably play video games with like Chinese UI and Chinese audio. It'll be fun.
我学中文学了1年了，还是菜鸟。
And also, I would totally love to hear your opinion and your experiences if you ever get interested in Like a Dragon 8, or the next title, and play it in Chinese or Japanese. You can do both because you can compare them side by side, and you know English, so you are already set to be able to experience the game. Not that you have to play the game, you can also watch someone else play the game in that language and be able to like give me your take on things. I do plan on playing any future Like a Dragon games with tri audio, so English comes first as my base contextual since I'm a language learner. Appropriate, then we go Chinese, then we go Japanese, and I would be absolutely shocked if Sega says, okay, now that we have a Chinese cast, let's cast a Spanish cast. If that is the case, then I'm never going to end up finishing a Like a Dragon game, but I will most definitely play the main story quests in all 4 languages. For now, though, Like a Dragon has recently added a Chinese cast, so I'm looking forward to seeing if they expand into Spanish, because Spanish would be the next largest market next to Hindi, but I don't know how they would standardize for Hindi. That would be another big market. But Sega, Like a Dragon peeps are investing a lot into voice acting, which it's definitely underappreciated. Like, it's underappreciated now, like how much it costs compared to how much it will help, right? At least I don't know. I don't know how popular Like a Dragon is in the Chinese market. You need your laptop to be able to run it first? Oh. How is your laptop? How is your PC situation? Do you game at all, Turn? Or is it like secondary? It's like a secondary thing. You prefer to like do other types of pastime. Oh, you only have a laptop for now, and that's by choice, or is it things are expensive and you don't have the resources to buy one? Your RAM bottlenecking? I see. That's understandable. Yeah, that'll do it on laptops for sure.
我学中文学了1年了，还是菜鸟。我学
中文
中
我学中文学了1年了，还是我家鸟。Only egg. Oof. You're still a student? Oh, okay. That's understandable. Say no more, Sharon. Say no more. Did I know that you were a student? Sorry if I've forgotten. I'm not sure we ever talked about what you are currently doing. I might have forgotten. My bad.
文学
中文我学了中文
1年
了，
还是菜鸟
啊！I did it again! Okay, it's fine. I'm not triggered.
王好
好他
圆美粉好美富来
你看他的脸像一个囧字一样。
你看他的脸你看他的脸像一个中字一so that's how they would 中字一样 is there's a lot of punctuation. How long are you, quote unquote, going to still be a student, Chern? And is it vacation now for you? I have big disclaimer. I have no idea how Malaysian schools work. When Axe was asking you about how language works in Malaysia, that was all new to me. It sounds very involved. It's school holiday now? Okay. How long is your holiday for school? How's school going? Look at his face. It looks like a
好
You don't have to answer if you don't like talking about it. I can understand. There's quite a lot of people who don't like talking about school. I like hearing about school. I think school is very interesting, and it can be very telling about someone's state of mind, how they go about talking about something that they have to do. I know you were the one that mentioned that when you're forced to learn something, it's not as interesting. So that might give me an idea already of what is interesting and what may not be interesting. And school might not be one. Next year, you're going to take SPM, which is the whole Malaysia uniformed exam, where you have to take it when you're Section 5, which is 17 years old. Oh, so it's a big one. It's the big one. How do you feel? How do you feel being 17 next year? You certainly talk in a manner that would scream ahead of your age.
没 虚
I mean, it could be also your growing environment that makes it very different. Kind of live in a very diverse environment.
特
it's 特别, right? That where I learned. Yeah. 特别
信请在下面点赞
You gotta get into society soon. What is it? Do you already know what it's like to become a quote unquote an adult, a young adult in Malaysia? I don't know how that's like. In the United States, I feel like that transition period is delayed. It's delayed a lot more. When I turned 18, I was out the door. Like, me and my sister were out the door. However, obviously we return from time to time, and I'm currently with my folks at the time, at this moment. However, the coming of age has been delayed a lot more nowadays. I think on average it's like as high as 25, right? I think the average is maybe 22 years of age, so not quite that soon. Integrating quote unquote into society, as you put it. No idea how adult world works. You're scared? I'm sure you have loving parents, right? Friends, loving parents. You'll survive, hopefully. You know, you sound like someone who may be up for the challenge, right? I don't know how it works with staying home for longer in Malaysia. Maybe the cultural norm is still that you head out into the world ripe and young. My parents were of the times. They 18 was the day. Like, you finish high school, you go off to college. Off you go. Yeah. We'll see how your future goes. I hope so. I know this is weird. I mean, I know this might not mean as much from someone living in an entirely different country and different culture, but somehow, some way, I often feel like those who are able to speak and communicate, I'm far more hopeful, and likely to be comfortable in saying that people who are able to communicate at a younger age nowadays, like be able to disseminate information, like express their own thoughts, and then having engaging discussion, that's usually something that is a very, very gold star. It's one of those standards that I think you'll probably be able to make it work, right? Whatever comes by. It's more concerning those who have singular track minds and an inability or an avoidant behavior and already incredibly negative, that tends to be I guess what I would say would be at risk. They would have at risk behavior patterns that, as someone, if I was like a counselor or something, I would watch out for those kids to make sure that they don't have a really rough transition into adulthood. It's very, very, it's one of the worst things. It absolutely crushes my heart when I see, kids about time to reach their adult coming of age, and you see signs of them not able to solve problems or discuss things in a manner that allows someone to help them, even if they don't need help or get what they want, kind of thing, because they refuse to communicate. Western children usually thought to express their own thoughts, but Asian culture is disciplined, so more about studying. It used to be that way. I would say. Ironically, Churn, due to the here's a funny thing, right? Due to the explosion of Asian culture in the Western world, right? And we're talking about kids that now largely grow up on the internet, due to the incredible explosive and volatile condition that is the internet. Nowadays it's more like they always keep their own thoughts to themselves, unless they're gratuitously being ripped apart, or the constant social pressure of keeping everything to themselves. Now, I'm not sure if that's the sake of discipline or fear. And the one topic that I talk about quite a lot is that Asian culture is discipline, but the discipline is often reinforced by fear. And the fear isn't like something malicious. It's not something that's placed upon you maliciously by a direct force, but more by the merits, the pressure of merits. So I talked about this before, where one of the greatest driving forces for Asian culture discipline is Asian culture tends to be a face culture. So you have the entire bearing self-imposed obligation to uphold an image that's beyond yourself. And what I mean by that is, if you shame yourself, you also shame your family. You shame the people you represent, right? It's a communal thing to be raised in a face culture. And that reinforces what appears like discipline, but it also channels one of the most effective emotions of all, fear. And there used to be a time when, in my opinion, they might still be, where Western children thought it was usually okay and fun and trial and error to express their own thoughts. And nowadays, the internet kind of normalized a dreaded fear of expressing. The ones that are expressing their own thoughts are older. They are older generation people like myself, where you can possibly express your thoughts, but also coherently provide evidence and like, this is my opinion and I'm entitled to it, that kind of thing. Those things are rarely examples of children that belong to around your age group. People, the current children that's becoming 13, 14, all the way to like 17 to 18, they're usually not saying anything other than sometimes screaming like expressing something through mimicry, as in, this person does this all the time, so it must be okay, as opposed to expressing their own thoughts, right? And that's kind of one of the scariest parts, at least in my opinion. It's my overall concern with youth on the internet, where it's difficult to know if it's their own thoughts or what is acceptable. So when someone goes around screaming like Ohio Phantom Tax, I'm not sure if that's their own thoughts or they're mimicking something that is acceptable. Whenever you ask like, how's your day? Oh, what do you think about this? The first thing that would often come out is it's not really their own thoughts. It's whatever the internet believes is correct at the moment. So their thoughts would be like, oh, so this streamer or this paper or this dictionary or this source says this. And that's it, right? Say, well, what do you think about that? And they won't share it. Or sometimes it's not that they won't share it, they haven't thought about it. And it's an interesting thought. Times are changing for sure. I totally understand the Asian culture being disciplined though about studying. Are you suggesting that your studying isn't going well, Churn? If your studies are going well, then you're gonna make it well, right? If it's about studying. Are you crushing? You don't know what your mom... I don't know. That's what your mom's saying? Oh, okay. As in... you should be scared about going into the world, or your mother is telling you that you're ready to join society. Sounds like your mom's got your back, right? 请在下面点赞。
他的眼睛真大是用了美图应用吗？
Your parents support you no matter what you do? Turn. Listen. If you have that, the world is your oyster, man. There's no superhero stronger than having supporting parents, in my opinion. It's a beautiful thing. You got this. I can't... if I had $1 for every time I encounter a Western, especially an Americanized internet person, right? Internet kid around the before they are becoming adulthood, that shunned and distanced themselves and estranged themselves from their parents, it has been increasing quite a lot. And it's very disheartening when they are going to approach adulthood without the support of their parents. Like, what I mean is, without their parents even having an opportunity, because in both sides they are mutually distant from each other. The parent had decided, yeah, you know, they're gonna do their thing. Hopefully they come for help. If they don't, maybe. Or it's like, oh, my child just doesn't like me, so let's just accept the distance, and then the child pushes the parent away. So they're mutual. They don't hate each other, but they're a large, substantial population that I encountered online. We're specifically talking about people online. They're mutually distant from each other. They're indifferent to each other. They don't hate each other, but they also don't concern themselves with each other's health and like things, which that's a very distinct changing of times. Those who aren't online or habitually online often is a little closer to the characteristic that I feel that still exists, which is a Western child who kind of expresses their own thoughts, but also understands how to make mistakes, but have the support of their parents and loving family, so they are more willing to express their own thoughts in a Western environment, knowing that you learn from those, right? Because you have support. I think most of the time now, the kids that I meet online who speaks English, who are very Americanized, they have more fear than anything to express anything. And then most of the time when they are like learning or quote unquote learning or existing, is what the kids tell me is they learn to exist and cope. Rarely does anyone ever ask how they feel, what they're gonna do, or like what happens if they screw up, right? And the answer is typically, well, I don't screw up. That's it. That's the answer. You don't screw up. I'm like, I hope that's true. For you, it's not fear. I just don't know how to express your thoughts. Fair enough. That's close enough to that. For me, when I was young, when I was younger, to elicit you, it was the fear that drove me. Like, you gotta talk a lot to get to the main point. That sounds alright. At least I still feel like you talk, though, right? You're able to talk, which is more than I could say kids I encounter that can express their thoughts and decide not to, right? They often communicate in a manner that is like, oh yeah, you know what I mean, right? Like, no, I don't. And that's gonna be tough. You do have a little fear with your dad though? Fair enough. Fear drove me. As Americanized as I am, my parents are Chinese. So fear drove everything. Like, what I mean is, it's a fear that pushed me, not a fear in a negative way. I know fear can be often almost holistically, like almost completely holistically negative. However, it's a fear of disappointing my parents that drove me as well. So you can harness things like that. But I'm not saying it in a negative way a lot of times. Responsibility and obligation. This is gonna sound Chinese, a little, quite a bit Chinese value. That fear and responsibility and fear of disappointment is kind of part of a Chinese upbringing, and that allowed me to push harder, right? Obviously, that fear is also born out of my parents' love, which can be communicated in a very different way than the loving and nurturing way that I'm more used to speaking and demonstrating now that I'm a bit Americanized. I'm quite Americanized. So when you say children usually thought to express their own thoughts, I kind of want that. Like, I like to hear and see that children are able to learn by the time they get to adulthood to express their own opinions in a manner that is agreeable to other people, so that when they have trouble or when they demand something or want something or achieve something, they're able to get it. If you're unable to express it in a concise way, in like different appropriateness, right? The success rate drops substantially. I don't want to be too foreboding. I think if you're already able to talk, learn a different language, perhaps, the learning experience itself tend to end up being indispensable for the person. Or now you still haven't found an IRL friend that you can really talk to yet? Do you get homeschooled? You're going to like a public school, right? Or like a school with other friends and people, or potential friends of your age, right? Oh, you don't have a common topic to talk to yet. Outside school? Okay. No friends yet. I mean, I don't imagine you don't plan on going to college or something. I'm not sure how Malaysian education works. I had some friends in high school, and they're not friends that I have based on common topics. They're friends based on shared experiences. So what I mean is, yeah, high school kind of sucked for all of us, and that's how we bonded. And then they aren't people I commonly talk to because of common topic, but more like common experience, because you're all forced into the situation, right? However, if you ended up going to like college or higher education, a lot of times those people choose to be there, at least in the United States, right? You choose to go to college. So it's kind of like a Twitch situation. The people there choose to be there. So then you're more likely to have a common topic or something. I'm not saying that in your place it's very accessible, but maybe in the future when you choose to do certain things, right? You're out and about. When you choose to do certain things, there's a high chance that you'll likely bump into an IRL friend and that. Right. I don't know. Sometimes you feel like I don't know a lot of things, that why I can't communicate with people. I see. It that can be tough. Do you, I'm asking a lot of things, but do you feel like you have to know a lot of things to talk with someone? I don't think my friends, I don't think my closest friends thought of each other like, oh yeah, this guy knows a lot. Here's a funny thing. In college, a lot of our times involves sitting and observing together. Oh, this guy knows that. So maybe there's a person out there, if you spot someone like if you like just chilling and observing things together, that could be an activity together. You know, like it could be it could be a shared experience, friend. I think I'm not sure about Malaysian social culture. However, the idea of feeling like you can't communicate, we can't be friends anymore, sir. You know too much. So here's my thought churn. At least in my opinion, there is very likely someone who feels the same way. Someone who feels the same way. So the more here's the thing. If you can observe yourself, right? If you observe yourself, there is a chance you can find and see that in another person. So when someone is very, like if you're a loner, right? If you're a loner very early in life, if you look to yourself and say, okay, so I do these things. I do these things. I watch a weird stranger on Twitch use Duolingo to learn a language that is my native language. For example, right? When you are able to spend some time, since you like to be alone, you spend some time, if you can describe to yourself, like not to me, don't disclose, don't dox yourself and something like that, like able to describe yourself at length. A lot of times it serves many purposes. The first purpose, in my opinion, is it helps you be able to express yourself in the future and make yourself seem, it's likely to make yourself seem more interesting to yourself than saying I'm boring, I don't know a lot of things. Well, I probably think you know a lot more than you think at this point, at this moment. Like you feel like you know more, like you know more than me in what I'm learning now. So that's still more than what I know. Regardless, you know more about Malaysia than I know about Malaysia. So you clearly know more than you think at the moment. With that said though, when the second purpose, in my opinion, is that then you know who to look for. If you understand yourself really well in like an observant way, that self-awareness can help you see that in other people. Not convince yourself that other people are like that, but you can see signs in which, hey, I think I can be friends with that person because that person seems like something like that. I think it's a suggestion. Obviously, this isn't like some really, this is not meant to be professional advice, but the idea is there are other ways that don't have to be involve other people to increase your odds. You just regret not socializing for the past 3 years. I see. Yeah, it took me this year, 1 whole year, to be emo and rethink what I have done and what I've done wrong. I hope you don't really feel that way, that you've done something wrong. It's difficult. to even understand that in such a young time, right? So now you know what it's like to do what you are currently doing. So now you can choose to try to do something differently, perhaps. I feel whenever someone says they don't communicate with others because they have low confidence in having interesting things or lots of things to talk about other people, that comes from a place that is reinforced by a lot of regrets, right? Lots of regrets, lots of thinking that you wasted your time, kind of thing. And you can take, in my opinion, being able to take control of that is probably one of the earlier steps. Like, nah, you know, now I know what it's like not to socialize. Well, let's talk about it. Let's talk to other people about not socializing. I'm sure you'll be able to find some person who's like also chilling in the corner thinking like, it's almost time to graduate and I'm chilling. Hopefully I make friends. There it happens. Like, there's got to be someone out there. Like my group of high school friends, right? We bonded because we all totally think high school sucked. High school was a sucky experience. Like, that is what kept us together. High school sucked. And then all the times that were good or awesome about high school is when the rare times that we were able to spend time. Like, being present in each other. Like, we weren't necessarily like the type of people who had common interest. We developed a common interest. So because we were in school together and we kind of agree that school kind of just suck in general, we ended up all deciding to do an activity together. And that activity ended up being the things we shared together. So it wasn't anything that either of us knew. Like, what I mean is, me being Chinese had really little to do about that. My friend being something. So building self-esteem can, yeah, that's why next year resolution is to think more positive thoughts and don't be so negative. Yeah, don't be so negative and unlucky. Yeah, that's understandable. Well, I look forward to your next year thing. If you ever talk to me, you're probably gonna get annoyed at some point if you stay negative. If you're always gonna be negative about yourself, I'm probably gonna sound like I'm gonna be nagging at you all the time. I don't generally like, I generally do not allow people or enable people to get more negative than they already are. So feel free to share whatever negativity you have, but I'm probably going to turn that around on you. So be warned. Be warned. I'm fairly a positive person, and largely because I was a negative person when I was younger. I was very, very much a negative person. Fear drove me to perform. So, yeah. Anyways, thanks for sharing. Chern. Ooh, I just realized the time. Now, you're doing well in school though, Chern, right? You got that check mark on your study, crushing out the school stuff.
他的眼睛真大是用了美图应用吗？他
的 Fucking fictitious. You and your sarcasm. Academic is fine. That's a win. That's a win. Not a lot of people can say that, you know? I don't imagine you plan on going to college or something. I'm not sure how college works in Malaysia.
他的眼睛真大是用了美图应用吗？
美图 Oh.
眼睛
That's a weird phrase. 他的眼睛太大，真大，真大。It's saying, wow, the eyes are really big. Did they use a software like 美图to change it?
他的眼睛真大是用了美图应用吗？
Wait, I'm missing something.
真
真大 Wait.
他的眼睛真大是用了美图应用吗？
Shun? Or it sounded like shun, but it's I think they're saying 是。
他的眼睛真大是用了美图应用吗？
Oh yeah, never mind. 是了
美图应用用
是了用美图用。
他的眼睛真大是用了美图应用吗？应用用吗
What?
他的眼睛真大是用了美图应用吗？
是了用
美图用应用吗？
用
美图应用吗？
Maybe you come from a background where a lot of people are better than you, because I'm in a Chinese school, so there are a lot of smart people here. So when you say a Chinese school, there's a difference, there's a segregation or like a feeling of cultural dissonance between the Chinese that are in a Chinese school and a Malaysian in a Chinese school. That's a pretty interesting thought about smart people. So you think yourself as a loser, suck at everything? Well, you certainly don't suck at something that I would say is a rare skill, which is to hold a conversation. You don't want to bother? No worries. Like, we have plenty of time. Like, you know, no hurry, right? There's plenty of time elsewhere nowadays. It's all right, right? You wouldn't get better at communication if you don't use it. And obviously, it goes without saying that we're both learning a language right now. Communication skills can be intuited and learned by using it, right? So I think if talking to someone just for chit chat in general normalizes your way of expressing yourself, then within reasonable bounds, right? Within reasonable bounds for like personal information and whatnot, that's a great starting place. I earnestly see the most progress when it comes to like communicating and self-esteem when you finally meet someone, much like I hope that you find a friend in IRL that you can talk to, yet like someone who is physically more available, right? Proximity, maybe common interest and time, because low self-esteem, I know there are other factors that can affect you, which that whole Chinese school thing that you're sharing can be a gigantic factor. With friends, support, and your family, right? You do have supportive family. Generally, self-esteem is reinforced by that, hopefully. Finding a friend or two definitely would help for self-esteem. The problem is me online and me offline is a different person. I can imagine. Online, you can just type there, no feelings or expression involved, and you don't see the person's face. Well, here's the deal. You could change that, right? You can choose to change that. Online certainly removes the no feelings and expression involved. However, it can bridge offline things. You can, there are things you're very comfortable in doing, now you can choose to seek more of that. Like, okay, well, let's get you to add some feelings to your online conversations. Not because you're looking to make friends online per se, but you're having a chance to practice it, right? If you're having an inability, in my opinion, if it's no-go offline, like just no-go at all, your safe space then technically is online. So using your safe space, it can produce the opportunities necessary to work on skills that will give you more confidence, right? Provide more confidence. I know this sounds very cliche sometimes. There are many people right now that use online as an avenue to try to normalize what they do offline, like that, overcoming that insecurity and low self-esteem and whatnot. However, a lot of times there isn't much there isn't much resources that would cater to that deficiency or that feeling of deficiency. With that said, though, there are Discord channels, there are, it's become a lot more accessible for people to develop an investment, an emotional investment, in a way that involves interacting with another person. Like, for example, today, in the present day, I know one person that I spend a lot of time with nowadays, and that person and I are no longer are no longer the same people that we were like 5 or 6 years ago. And it is possible. You can choose to invest feelings and expression into some of the things you do online, keeping in mind that if people don't reciprocate, it might not necessarily be you. I think sometimes low self-esteem also comes with the fear of like potential rejection or betrayal or like just non-importance, right? Cue the thing where someone writes a beautiful comment with lots of research and then suddenly no one responds, and then like 10 people dislike the comment or something. That is definitely something really scary online that can pretty much shut the person out ever from trying again. That is a scary situation. However, if you have no feeling or expression involved in your comments, that's a good starting point where it also safeguards you from that feeling. So investing a little bit in here and there and investing a little in, eventually I feel would be enough to say, oh yeah, I can do it offline. I'm not the same person online and offline. I hope I don't give anyone the impression that I am. I behave very differently. I try to behave as appropriately as possible in public versus behaving appropriately and as possible offline, like in a personal sense. I don't necessarily think you need to be the same exact person like on the surface or whatnot. Don't get me wrong, like I'm still a very positive person offline. However, the way I express things are very different too. I think having an underlying like self-esteem allows you to problem solve through most of these. So hopefully you find some creative way next year, right? Next year to slowly do that. I mean, I'm here as well. I mean, I don't think I'm going anywhere anytime soon. I know, to take a grain of salt, I am a stranger halfway across the world and also sharing a different time zone and all that stuff, right? Whatever gets you a little bit more self-esteem, also safeguard yourself, right? When things don't work out, you know that your self-esteem keeps going up because it's more than you did before. If you manage to talk to someone for and hold their attention and share their attention for a month, and then they like left. That's 1 month more than you have done before, and that's progress, right? So things like friends leaving you or having an argument and then people break up, it's still one more time you tried and more experience. You're gaining experience with people. It's often better the next time, then the next time, then the next time. And at some point, you don't have to be an analytical, smart person. And when you're really experienced, you know the moment you see someone, talk with someone, observe someone, or even bump into someone that's like, hey, we can be friends now. Because I've already tried many, many times. I think some of the best friends ever built are not necessarily the first friends you've ever made or the first people you ever built upon. With the experience that you gather, you become more and more consistent at finding friends for life. Friends continue to come and go a lot of times, and once that's enough, even the friends that aren't like based on whatever you initially had, they stay with you for a lifetime, right? So I'm talking about like an early stage thing. In the beginning, you have to try making friends, and they're gonna come and go. The first one's gonna be the toughest, in my opinion, to lose. I am not friends with the first 6 people I have ever trusted. Like, they're no longer in my life, right? And acquaintances, like people who know me, talk with me, there's at least hundreds of them, and all of them, it didn't work out. And then now I'm streaming, right? And on average, there's like 500 people I would talk to at length like this over the course of a year, and none of them are around anymore, right? However, I don't stop trying, right? I try, I'm gonna fail, people are gonna move on, and failing means like to keep them. But I don't see it as failing, I see it as gaining experience. So for the one person, the one eventual person that stick around or have around, I still know them. I still know the person that I'm referring to who hangs out every once in a while. You might see them every once in a while. We talk and we know each other for over 6 years. And it wasn't over anything in common. Nothing in common whatsoever. And then by sheer chance, we played one video game. And we didn't even play video games with each other. We played video games individually, and then we just hung out. And now we know each other for 6 years. So, and we have an entirely big age gap, by the way. There's a whole generational gap between me and this person. So, I think you got this. You got this, Jared. I look forward to hearing what you end up doing next year. Yeah. Sorry, I really get into trying to encourage people to do things. Oh! Thought I had this. 他的眼睛睁大 right? 他的眼睛睁大 Oh, 实用了 Oh gosh, I have the "了" in the wrong. 实用了美图应用吗？
他是宅男，只爱在家里玩电脑游戏。
实在男。
他是宅男，只爱在家里玩电脑游戏。
他是宅男，只爱在家里玩电脑游戏。
Okay.
先自拍，然后用美图应用。
先自拍。
先自
拍。自拍。先自拍。Yeah. First take, and then 然后
用美图
应用。
囧字是什么意思？
种字是什么意思？ Wait. Oh, yes.
囧字
是什么意思？
什么意思？
我学中文学了1年了，还是菜鸟。
How did I screw this up? Oh.
我学
中文。我学
中
文学了1年了。还是菜鸟。Don't looks like, so this slang word means awkward, embarrassing. Yeah. Why do I have so It's fine. Typos are fine. You don't have to correct yourself all the time. Sorry, not for other people, but you don't have to correct yourself here. I can read it just fine. No worries. I'll ask questions if I don't understand it. You gotta take a break. You gotta take a break from yourself.
他的眼睛真大，是用了美图应用吗？
Let's see. Why are there so many little buttons? Wait.
他
的眼睛更大。眼睛真大。是用了用
美图
应用吗All right. Should we do a little 15 minutes? Oh, it's 5 a.m. I think we're gonna work on... Yeah, we're gonna work on our mnemonic and then call it a day. Right. So, let's see. Okay. It's 6 p.m. already. Yeah, I hope you're doing all right. I don't want you to feel even more apprehensive about stuff, but it's a good discussion. It's always worth. I'm gonna say this the same to Tio. Tio is in university right now. Whenever someone says, "Is it worth your time?" or whatnot, like things that are worth time, when you make someone feel better, when you in my opinion, as a I really like teaching, I really like talking about the next generation people. If you can change one person and that person goes on to do something, that person has all the capacities and ability to invest forward. You can change one life, you can affect one person, and that person can go on to affect other people, right? So hopefully when we have these discussions, you think more highly of yourself, not necessarily in an arrogant way, but more in a potential way, right? Don't underestimate your potential, at least in my opinion. It sounds so Americana, but if you don't believe in your own potential, waiting for luck to provide potential from someone else
you could kind of say this might be the moment, right? If I need to slap you with the luck stick, right? If I have to slap you with a luck stick, well, here's an opportunity for someone to tell you that by luck, you can certainly do more than you're saying you can do, and you certainly know more than what you think you can, what you currently know you can do or communicate. So that's probably one for the luck book. Generally speaking, though, you can make your own luck, right? At least try to make your own luck. Right. Next year, right? New Year's resolution. Dude, New Year resolution, is that a thing in Malaysia? I'm not sure if Chinese people feel the same way, because it would be like Lunar New Year's. In the Western world, right, in the United States, lots of people make New Year resolutions for sure. I'm not sure if that's a normalized thing in Malaysia. Keep to it. All right, let's cover the new characters, and I'll fill in the rest later. So this new character is Mansion, right? So we have Mansion. Right. What's Mansion? Who? Is it like Tu? Hao. Tu Hao. Yeah, Tu Hao. Okay. By Tycoon. Alright. Tu Hao. Which is very unrelated to everything else. It's not just see if the person wants to make it or not. Okay. I see. May. So there was May. Oh, here it is. May. May. I think it's May 2. 3-2. Yeah, 3-2 to 2. May. Okay. This is all unrelated, so we're just gonna stack them for today. And I'll figure out how to organize them tomorrow. May. Yeah, spoilers. I write this stuff at the end because I'm writing my notes now. So like earlier when I was mentioning why I write in the beginning, and at every first day I write all the notes out here and I look at it the next day. Or I look at it when I'm eating dinner or something, which I'm about to eat dinner soon. May. This is otaku, because you mentioned otaku. So we can use that otaku reference. How did otaku work? Is it no nan? Oh yeah, you said why are otaku males, right? So these are the two characters that go together. When people say things, it's so much easier to remember. Trust. Share experiences far stronger than non-contextual learning. So I don't remember the read though. Outside non. Oh, Dainan. Oh yeah, Dainan. Okay. And what was our story about? Is Mansion, you think? Oh, that's actually pretty close. So these two is Mansion. I see. Short form of, oh, okay. Luxurious. Oh, luxurious, like a resort place. Interesting. I'll keep that in mind. I'm surprised Duolingo didn't flip this and say mansion, because they involve two characters that already exist. Now it makes sense why you would think about mansion. I see. Okay. What was our discussion about this? Actually, we discussed about this. Oh, moe. We discussed moe about this. Huh, it's a crown on top of Ming. Oh, is that why you mentioned bright window? Sorry, I didn't make the connection at first, and now I see it. I think you mentioned something about bright window and has Ming in it. Now I kind of get what you mean. Oh no, that's the ancient meaning. Oh, okay. Sorry. But you do see what I mean, though. It's a coincidence. This moe is Meng also has Ming in it. All right, so moe. It's gonna be hard to unknow moe as well. That's a really good one. When I learn moe in Japanese, I'm probably gonna remember that. Do we have any stories today about this character? Oh yeah, my short story about Gao Fu Shuai. Gao Fu Shuai. Okay, so that's Fu. Oh, that means crush? Ooh, as in like in anime. Oh, I see. Oh, that's kind of cute. All puns intended. And in manga, I see. So this is Gao Fu. Here the translation is says slang crush, especially on an imaginary character in manga. Oh. Wait, did it actually? Okay. Sorry. For a moment there, I thought I thought you meant like it literally said that. I had to double check. Sorry. Gao Fu Shuai. We already have Shuai. There it is. Shuai next door. Okay. Oh, this is complementary. So these guys are paired up actually. That's probably why they introduced a male-ish oriented thing. Oh, I can see the exercise already. This Gao is gonna relate back to mansion. Hao and Gao are gonna be in the same exercise because of their related stroke. Whoops. Oh, ooh. Oh, this one's also kind of related. And then Shuai. Okay. So then we have, maybe I can relate these two down here. And then I can relate these two. And then nothing for Tycoon yet. Nothing for Tycoon yet. So there's a lot of overlap right now in association for context. What the... Oh, xiang, share. 分享. The only connection that will help me remember this is probably sharing is caring. And how do I connect this? Fun or bun and hun and hun deals with feelings in Japanese. It deals with results of feelings. So I'm gonna say, to remember sharing is caring, I'm gonna use Japanese. I'm gonna leverage Japanese here. And if I know caring, then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pair it up with this character. So that's what I'm gonna use for now, for my mnemonic. Because of jibun. Jibun is what I'm thinking of right now. Not kimochi, but jibun. Or kibun? Sorry, kibun, not jibun. That's my sub. Kibun. Right. Yes, kibun. So sharing. You share feelings. Sure, I'm sorry. I'm being pedantic now, but share feelings. Sharing is caring. Let's see. In both directions. So this is ping luan, right? Ping luan. So comments, which deals with sharing. So these are going to be lumped together. Comment and sharing. And ping has it's an apple. And the reason why I remember ping is because it reminds me of apple. An apple, if I care about a person or if I want to comment on a person, I give them food for thought. So that's why I think of an apple. It's a food for thought. Also, London. I don't know how I'm going to connect it with Duen, but this is London. London. Luen in Luen has the principal sound of this. London or London. We'll think about it. It's fine. London works. London is such a weird looking thing, and I remember the Luen Fun. What is this? Me and fun. Me and fun put together. Oh wait, and then I remember you using this. We had a story about this. Yeah, so fun si, and you said that cute little line about being your fan. That's kind of cute. So I appreciate that. That'll help me remember that. That me. Yeah. So fan, right? This has, oh yeah, and you can even say me fun, right? But like, this is interesting. So me, I like rice. What do I feel about rice? I'm a fan of rice. And here's our two threads, right? Here's my mnemonic for this one. My mnemonic is that when you're a fan, then you're meant to be together, right? If you're a fan, you feel like you're meant to be together. The reason why I'm saying that is because this is a thread. And oftentimes thread means people's destinies who are tied together. So if you like rice, like I do, then possibly we can be fans of each other. And that would be my mnemonic for this one. Also, if you're a fan, you probably comment, right? You probably comment and share. This is also like the thin, long glass noodles. Oh man, what are they called? Cellophane noodles? Or the grass noodles? Like cellophane noodles are fantastic. Oh my gosh. You know what I really want right now in terms of grass noodles taste so good. Or japchae. Some japchae, that type of noodles, like glass noodles, japchae. Man. Yeah, cellophane. Yeah, cellophane noodles is what I had to describe to my parents a long time ago. Yeah, cellophane. Or they are also the same type of noodles that is in japchae, the Korean dish. Yeah, so here we go. So here's our association. I don't know where the tycoon is gonna come in. Maybe the tycoon will be lumped in with tall, handsome, and rich. Right, tall. Whoops. I lost my pen. Yeah, tall, rich, and handsome. And then all these other ones are review to some extent. So we'll cut this short for today. I'll come up with stuff today. Let's look at it first. Chi Huo, right? Chi Huo, foodie. We have foodie here. Never eat japchae before? Oh, really? I hope you find a place for japchae. I'm sure there's a place for japchae in Malaysia. Japchae is so refreshing. Definitely a summer food or a spring food when it's like really humid out and stuff. Japchae is often served cold. It's quite wonderful. Let's see. You don't really go to Korean restaurants? Oh, okay. That's fair. You can probably prepare it at home too. It's a common, I'm gonna say it's a common folk dish. It's kind of like having tomato eggs, like tomato eggs, right? You have a dish, it's a side dish, it's a banchan, right? Banchan. It's a side dish that it's very refreshing. Side dish that you add with your protein, your heavy protein and stuff. So it's kind of like tomato. I like to think of it as like a tomato eggs with your rice in the morning kind of thing. Japchae is like really nice and refreshing. Why is this here? When did we use this? Oh no, the apps. Oh no. I'll remember the apps. Yeah, Mei Tu. This is 自拍 Was it 自拍? Oh, 自拍. Oh, you know what? We should add a selfie here. 自拍. So I'm gonna write these out now because too tired. I myself is not tired. My voice is going out. Sorry. Okay. 在牛. So that's a beginner. We'll just write noob, right? Noob. Okay. And then we have 刷 something to swipe or to scroll. Right? Just browse. 刷, that's fine. Okay, and then we have 有 and 朋友. What? Oh, 朋友. Oh no, 朋友川. Oh no, 朋友川. Where the heck is Chuan? Chuan is not even on this list. Okay, let's write that. Chuang look like Juan with a box. So it's like this, right? It looks like Juan with a box in it. Yeah, pretty much. And then how yo is what I thought they were going. Where's how? Why is how not listed here? Oh, here it is. How yo. Juan. Juan is a role. 春转. 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 This. 春转. Spring roll. It's from last unit. So I'm not that great with saying this. Sorry. Yeah, spring roll. So it's that character in the middle. It's the character without the box. I think that's what it looks like inside. And then we have how yo. So how yo, just say friends in quotations, friends in quotations, and this is moments, which is interesting. And what did Axe say? Axe told me something. Axe says like friends circle. So this is like a friends circle, which is moments. Moments are shared in a friends circle. That's the mnemonic that I gathered from him. And then friends here, we talked about it already. So then we have fa, xing, guan. What the heck was fa for? Oh, another share. Oh no, it's the other share. Let's pivot here. It was John. Which one is John? John something. John. Oh, it's John. Oh, that John. Oh, John Fa. Okay. Oh wait, I only have two Juans. I have Juan and Juan. Juan is without this. Juan Fa. That's fine. That's an association. Sing? Sing for what? Oh man. Wei Sing. Oh, Wei Sing. Fine. Oh, do I even have Wei? I don't have Wei. Yeah, those two. Oh, are they not the same? Hold up. Oh yeah, I'm talking about the character in the middle. Sorry. So like it's the box, but it's the same radical. That's how I'm remembering that's how I'm reminding myself. The radical in the middle is the same. Oh. It's the... Oh no, it's Tren is different. Tren is this. And I'm saying it's the radical in the middle that's Juan. So this is spring roll. So this is Juan. And this is Chun. And the phrase is spring roll. Like Chun as in like spring. spring, 春卷, 春转. Yeah, 春转. And then I'm saying this character, 转, is in the middle of the box. Sorry if I confused you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was saying the 卷 is in the box, and that's how I remember how to write it. It's a 卷 inside the box. My bad. Yeah, and 春 is spring, and that's where I got the spring roll thing. Let's see. Oh, this is gonna be tough. Sing. It's another character. It looks like Yama. Is that Yama and Wan put together? Hold on. This one I actually have to look because I can't see it. There's not enough resolution. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see it. Juan and is Juan, so I thought Chun. Oh, Chun Juan. Oh, and your Chun. Chun was confusing too. Chun. What does Chun? Oh, is this the CH thing? Is it like sun or sun? It would end up being Chun or Chuan. Yeah, like Chuan or something like that. You said Chun. I said Chun. Yeah, I said Chun, not Chuan. So I'm saying Chun Juan. Not Chuan Juan. Chuan Juan. Chun Juan. Chun. Oh no, I'm saying Chun Juan now. Chun Juan. Chun Juan. Juan. Right. Chun Juan. Juan for the other. I'm actually saying Chun, but this is Chuan. This is Chuan to me. Chun. But it might be. Oh, I don't actually know. Could it be said differently? Hold up. I need an example. Where is an example? We'll have to give an example. I'll give an example when I scroll up. You're learning Dutch right now on Duolingo, and this language looks 100% harder? It's fine. I'm sure you'll enjoy it if you take a chance. No worries, Lian. How's Dutch going? I do have to log off soon. Wait, let me get where is it? It's here. Fine. Oh no, it's not here. Nah, you were right. Just now. Chun is the U sound and Chuan is the U sound. Oh, okay. Yeah, if I wanted, I just wanted to make sure that I'm not trying to confuse you. I am not trying to confuse you. Trust. Oh no, I got shifted. All right, we're fine. This is where we're gonna stop. I don't think I can rewrite the whole thing because of the movie. Oh wait, never mind. It's back. Wait. Oh no, this is fine. We're still here. So I think maybe my zhuang was not good. So I think I might have been saying this. Whoops. Juan. And it's throwing wait. Okay, whatever. I think oh boy. Hold up. Hang on. Does this work? Oh no. Please. This is a bad idea. Yeah. We'll do this another time. Can I get it back down here? This is one of the plugin problems. It's close enough. Going good. You've never learned another language before, so you think it's really cool. I didn't think Duolingo would be so helpful. Well, that's great to hear. Glad to hear it. I think the thing that I made a mistake on is probably this. Like my Juan is not very good. They pronounce this part a little bit more like E. So I've been like, I don't have a good example unless I click on it. So like, for example, when it's written like this is yen. This is like yen, not yan. This is not yan, right? It's not an. It's more like the yen, but without this. So this is yen. And then when they pronounce jen, it's jen. And then next to jen is chun, right? Chun instead of chun, right? And that's pretty much what's happening. I don't know. It's too much for me. Chu for English speakers, the #1 hardest language in the world, though. Oh, Chinese. Sorry. So, when it comes to that tier list, when it comes to that tier list, it's assuming it's monolingual English. So monolingual English, which can describe a lot of people, and also it's based on. I should type CN instead of Chinese. It's funny. Sorry, I think it's really funny. Like when someone types like JP, I'm like, JP, just points? I'm like, oh right, Japanese. Don't worry, it's gonna happen. Abbreviations get me all the time. Sorry. Yeah, it's assuming like monolingual English, and it's often assuming late stage like adult plus a lot of times, and I think it's predicated on metrics that deal with hardest as in a very type of specific educational style, educational, quote unquote, educational background. And it also does not, I think for the most part, it doesn't control for cultural. It doesn't control for cultural factors, in my opinion. When I was looking at the thing, it's very hard. It's very hard to control for educational background and what you call it, cultural variables. Cultural variables. So grain of salt, right? Grain of salt. For the whole artist things, but I did see the tier list. It's tiered, which is funny. It's tiered, and people like tier lists, you know, online. So Chinese and Japanese is tiered in tier. I forgot which way they go. I think tier 1 is the hardest, and then it goes down to tier 5, which is like a general grouping. So yeah, if you happen to be a monolingual English person who has a cultural background that is not exposed to another language, especially an Eastern language, then probably tier 1. Chinese and Japanese. That's the list that everyone tends to refer to as common sense, like as in like the most referenced perception is that same tier list. Yeah, group 1. Chinese and Japanese are group 1 for monolingual, monocultural English speakers. It's different if it's a monolingual English person, English family who raises like a child on a military base in Japan, for example, right? That would be a very, or for example, I don't know if it's obvious, Lian, I'm Asian American, so whether my take a grain of salt, right? I don't think this is too bad, and it's actually a lot of fun, but I am also, my parents are Chinese, so we have to keep in mind my primary language is English though, American English, so lots of other factors. Sure. Sorry. Sure, for English speakers, the #1 hardest language in the world. I was like, eating is the hardest thing. English, I'm like, wait a minute. Like, all right, we really gotta finish this. Oh no. I'm having way too much fun today. And let's just keep like E1, right? Oh, this is E by. It's probably E by 1 to make it 1 million, right? E by 1, yeah. So this one's self-explanatory. E by 1. And then this is the latest stream. It is probably the latest stream. There was times when I started earlier, but this one's a good one. I'm not tired like in terms of the mental state and stuff, but my voice is giving out. Like it is very very worn. So Jia, what is Jia for? Oh, add me as a friend. So just Jia. Oh, what? Oh, there's nothing here. I think it's for adding as a friend, right? So they're doing 加好友, right? 加好友. Add. What the heck was this for? What was Guan for? Oh, Guan. To follow. Guan zu. We need a separate, so there will be a separate category for social media stuff. So social media stuff, all these are linked, right? The what's left over. Foodie, app, selfies, browse, follow, friending, as in social media friending, moments, that's also social media, fans, so 1 million fans. We can throw E by 1 to fun. Yeah, here we go. What the door? The what? Oh, 这快. What? this piece 这块什么意思？这是什么意思？意思？So I don't know what this is. We'll chalk it up to question mark, right? 多 maybe like 很多粉丝 Oh, 更多 okay, 更多粉丝 is fine. Whoops, that's not gun. Wait, that is gun. More, and then we'll go with like go back to this, and then what is this last one? We're struggling. Oh yeah, WeChat, dang it. So wait, and what the heck, Dian, what is Dian doing there? So way plus oh, this is Xing, right? So this way. Oh my gosh, please tap that. Okay, Wei. Oh, what did Wei look like? Oh, dang it, I only remember the middle part. Okay, it's double, it's not one. Okay, and then it has the thing. Okay. Yama. Wan. And this thing. And then plus Xing. Okay. What is Dian for? Oh no. Jian. Oh, that's Xiang Xiang, right? Xiang Xiang on top of Jian. Xiang Xiang Jian. That's all I could remember. Oh, Dian can be tab. Oh, okay. Alright. So this is like so we have Dian, right? Dian or Dian. Oh, Dian. Dian. Right. Dian. Oh jeez. And then plus Xiang Xiang. That's how I'm gonna remember it. This, and Dian. Right. It's part of Dian a lot of times. So what was this? I totally forgot what this is already. Dian Zhang. Dian Zhang. Dian Zhang. Dian Jian? Dian Zhang? Oh, is this a Zhang or a Jian? Hold up.
点赞
Dian Zhang. Okay, it's a Zhang. I suppose a Dian. So Dian Zhang means press like button. Yeah. You press. Yeah. This is like to press the like button. But they were using it as a way to say press like button. Yeah. Okay, that's good enough. We're over budget. We're over budget time. We'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, hopefully we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be a little bit more rested. Oh no, but tomorrow is new vocab day for Japanese. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Alright folks, this was a great time. It's even longer and bigger and better than the Japanese session today. What's new vocab day? This is new vocab day turn. So every 3 days is new vocab day. Japanese is staggered 1 day. So if it's Chinese new vocab day today, then tomorrow is Japanese new vocab day. So I have to do the same routine for Japanese. But now Chinese is on review. It's not done yet, but I will try to finish this for tomorrow, right? So tomorrow's recall is no longer new vocab day. Day 2 and day 3 are reviews technically. Day 2 is so Chinese, Japanese, rest and repeat. Yep. So no new vocab day on day 3. Yep. And then the following day is so tomorrow's Chinese day is look for holes day. Look for days like what I forgot, right? What I didn't include is day 2, and day 3 is review. You review day, and then it staggers with Japanese. So tomorrow is look for what I forgot day for Chinese, the scavenge day, the hunt day, and then Japanese will be new vocab day, and then the following day Chinese will be review day, and then rinse and repeat. Right, and my recall is on a 6-day cycle because I'm recalling 2 sets of new vocab each. Yep. Usually I get this done, but that's perfectly fine. Most of the stuff is already grouped together. We can probably link these a little bit better, so it'll look like a different format by the time I get to it tomorrow, I think. Yeah. All right. So it's been great. Lots of wonderful discussions. Get that self-esteem, Jern. I look forward to our discussions in the future. Thank you for chatting and sharing your thoughts and whatnot. I think that goes a long way. It goes a long way. From you and me both. I actually will not have trouble remembering anything that's on the left side. So all the new characters are going to be largely pretty easy to remember because I have stories attached to them already. And then the rest of the stuff I'm going to have to reorganize because they're characters that I already know. So I need to be able to make them distinguishable by their meaning. And I have a few stories. We talked about a few of these terms while we were talking. So I probably remember like 70 to 80% of the new vocabulary already because we put in a lot of time, right? I know it sounds like we were discussing random things that are not related to certain things, but those things kind of provide a really good memory situation. I think talking about vocabulary and talking about languages, it solidifies the thing a lot quicker if you're actively participating, right? Okay. Until then, it's been a pleasure, folks. I'm gonna retire now, and if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢, right? So until next time, what was it? 下次聊 But 下次再聊吧, right? Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. またね, right? じゃあね, bye bye. And stay safe, stay healthy. And as always, I'll check you, I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Bye bye.